There we go. Voila. Did you see the pic I put up on Facebook? Of,
The what, sorry?
Where I've updated my profile picture.
Yeah, I saw Steve's artwork.
It's very good, isn't it?
Yeah, he sent me one of everyone.
Yeah. Did you see Ty's one?
I did. That whole busted blood vessel thing.
Yeah.
Something to it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, even hands liked it. Look at that.
Oh.
So, how's your day been so far?
Not too bad. Got some jobs done.
Steady now.
Fitted my passive infrared detector up in the corner there.
Oh, okay.
Fitted the main alarm onto the wall.
And it's door.
What?
What?
Door.
Doormat.
Door. Well done. Got there. For fuck's sake. Is this on?
Hey, listen. Do you want me to tell them what you did like 2
Yeah,
minutes ago?
Yeah, tell them what I did 2 minutes ago.
Hello? Why can't I hear you? Why can't I hear... What the fuck? Why can't I hear anything? Oh, my headphones are not plugged in.
Holding jack socket in my hand. Fuck's sake, mate. Why don't normally unplug it?
This is true.
It threw me.
You numpty. Yeah, so
Yes.
yeah, that's what I've been drilling holes. And
Ooh.
not a lot else, to be honest, I don't think. Playing with this new thing, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I sneak peeked. I haven't brought it down yet.
Nice.
That is it, is it?
That's it. It's not the polybrute, yeah.
No.
It's very nice.
It's a very nice.
CA? Or can't you say?
Can't say.
It's all LBGT.
NDA.
Yeah, that's the one.
Close enough.
It's a TLA, a three-letter acronym.
Yep.
Oh, fuck it. Don't confuse me. It's been a long day.
Wow, that couldn't have been simpler, and it confused him. What the hell happened on Messenger today?
I was like, what was going on? What's going on?
Zing.
It was basically me fucking pulling the pin on a grenade and throwing it.
Bored,
Fucking
weren't you?
hell.
Bored.
I was.
What will happen if I throw this grenade into this shit tank?
Oh, exploding shit.
I'm
Tells the
sure I'll be
freaks.
fine.
I was going through my archived messages and came across it and thought, wow.
You had to go up and poke the sleeping dragon, didn't you?
I did.
Oh my god.
It was worth it though.
It was fucking hilarious. Oh. Should do that again sometime.
Yeah. Just a gif of a grenade. Start the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Actually, I wonder how our illustrious composer is getting on this evening.
Probably getting one of those free blowjobs he was talking about. He said apparently blowjobs around there are free. I said, yeah, I'm on me way.
To be honest with you, he collects the stamps.
Yeah. I was just hoping he would give me a really good blowjob. But
Well, if he takes his teeth out, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it?
You might get a
with
nice
Kiss
crystal
in the machine.
drinking cup.
No such thing.
Oh yeah.
you pay in other ways, I suppose.
I don't know.
No such thing as what?
Free blowjob.
Free blowy.
No, that's true. No, that's true. There's always a payoff somewhere.
Did you like the Star Wars meme? That's all.
I want to know why it's taken like 40 fucking odd years for
Yeah,
that
I know.
to happen.
You came in that thing.
Oh yes, that one. Yeah.
Oh fucking hell!
I hope they do. I bought a ticket.
I can't play a harp, so
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
fucking hell.
Oh. There won't be time to play any harps.
Although to be fair, right, that's where you'd want to go, isn't it? Because
Where?
that's where all the hookers are going. All the fucking drugs are going to be. Right? You wouldn't want to go upstairs where there's none of that. You want to go where it's going to be a laugh.
It's true.
It's a good point.
A man from Del Monte say yes.
Bit early in the evening to get all like theologian, isn't it?
Theo who?
I don't know.
Didn't you play left back for Arsenal? Oh no, sorry, that's Walcott.
Yeah.
And he was right wing anyway.
No.
No, on the right
No.
wing, not no. Oh, jeez.
There we go.
Would you like a shovel?
Straight into the groove. There we go.
I do have a shovel here somewhere.
Right in the groove.
Jazz
Go on,
notes.
No, yeah. Oh.
Come in.
Fucking Lily playing the keyboard last night in the show.
Oh, mate. When I was loading these factory patches onto this DX100 this morning, and she came in, she's wandering around doing her usuals, but like a cat, she was there, and she leapt, landed on the Osmos, just walked all everything, got up into the window ledge to look out the window. I'm going, what are you, fucker? Get off of my fucking gear. Come here, you little moo. Fucking, she got... I tell you what, when you do that and you're bleeding £42, God, fucking hell. But the way she leapt, she just went, hello. Like that, perfect. She didn't jump any higher than she absolutely needed.
Half husky, half cat.
Yeah. And it was silent. Like that. I was like, that is quite impressive, but get off my fucking gear.
Do you know what? That doesn't sound like she hasn't done it before.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
sounds practiced.
That sounds practiced. So, well, the studio's locked now. If I'm not in it, the door's locked now. It's such a pain in the arse to try and get the door to close, though. I should fix it.
How long before one of them gets locked in?
Won't be long.
Yeah, Dad's that.
And it'll be Lily.
It will be Lily.
You just come up to a mass of wires and fucking red
She'll be in there
tiles.
like 2 hours, and you open the door and she just spits an end cheek out of the mixer. I wouldn't go in there for 2 minutes, mate. Mate. So, anything else good going on?
Yeah, Norwich won 4-1 today.
Yeah, okay. Saracens beat Leicester today. By a considerable amount as well.
Actually, how you letting the side down? Went out for a drink halfway through the show.
Which show? Our show. Fuck off.
PSN.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but come on, he went out for a drink.
So?
No, drink. Hello, drink. Come on.
It's not good enough.
Aye, aye.
It's not good
Justin.
enough.
This just in.
So is have you the way you're meant to pronounce his surname? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
What
so.
have you? What
We
have you?
Yeah, we have. We have.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
No,
believe
I've-
that's.
Yep. I asked him actually. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting name as well.
I do like to get people's names correct.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, Mott.
Unlike some of our number who still insist on pronouncing Mogan correctly.
Who pronounces Mogan correctly?
And you want to
No.
marry? And you want to marry Michelle?
Yeah, when she learns to fucking pronounce her name properly.
Yeah. Well, can you imagine? Can you imagine if he married Michelle? She'd be Michelle Moog Spong. I mean, it's bad enough having
Where would you put the badge?
badge.
You need a longer front panel. No,
Oh,
we're now every time I talk to her on Messenger or Skype, it's always the same. Okay, you're going to pronounce your name right, darling. Seriously, come on. You do colour without a U. I can let that slide.
What the fucking deal with aluminum?
Oh, do you know what that? Do you know the story behind that?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, spelling mistake on the copyright.
Really?
It is
On the
actually
painting. Yeah, it was
aluminum.
a spelling mistake. Yeah,
Aluminium is. Yeah, it's one of those things.
yeah.
So which way? Where-
It's both right, both ways. But no, it was aluminum. Was whoever discovered it.
So it should be aluminum.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the worst is soldering. Yeah.
Oh fucking hell! Don't get me started on.
Well,
soldering.
it's very easy. It's very, very easy to confuse. You know, repairing electrical equipment and fucking something.
But the fucking L's right there in the middle of the word.
Hey.
But then there's one in wouldn't.
It's true.
Yeah. There's one in wood. Fucking hell, is this what it's come to?
And we haven't even got Andrew Brooks on.
It's sort of like
I
a,
wonder if we.
sort of
did
like
the
a poor man's
etymology
version of.
Call my bluff or something.
wood.
Oh dear, who's off?
Oh, he's going to start searching for wood on Google, and he's going to get some surprises.
Wouldn't be the first time.
The Old English was wold, WOLDE, and it's kind of
Bastardised over the centuries.
yeah. So it was the L I think was pronounced. And over the years we've just been a bunch of lazy cunts.
Yeah. But it is kind of sort of like a Primark version of QI, this show, really, isn't it?
I mean, my old man he said fucking English it's the most stupid language in the world because obviously he had to learn it. I'm saying, Dad, but you say things the wrong way round in Italy. You say you don't say the boy goes there, or no, there goes the boy. You say the boy, he go there. That's what if you were to directly translate.
He
it,
travelled many mile.
Yeah.
Across plain and desert.
Elephant come. How can you tell, Tonto? Sticky ear.
Oh dear.
On so many levels. Aye, aye. Indeed.
Just watched Alex Ball's PS3300 video.
That is something else, isn't
You
it?
know,
But it is basically a string synth for tits, isn't it?
It's a string synth for tits. Very glorious, bouncy ones, but
It would
I
have
liked
been.
it. Towards the end, he did this big sort of pad set, and that for me, I was just thinking, come on, you've got all of those voices and all of that stuff. You can make something other than screechy, squealy. Which a lot of it, when Alex does it, it sounds very good. But I wanted to hear, just give me like all 10 fingers going, wah, and it was it's very nice.
The opening track though was pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah. He well, that's his job, isn't it? Coming up with catchy tunes. Oh, it's a nice thing, but I think the vast majority of us are going to be hoping that. Well, I mean, obviously there is a full bucket and a Cherry Audio plug-in, but I guess people just want the cool plug-in because they aren't going to be able to afford whatever it is going to be. If it is going to be 13 grand.
Well, it's better than 120 for the original.
Well, this is it. Mental.
Yeah.
But a lovely thing.
Well, not when you got to try and move the fucking thing around, I tell you that.
Well, that's the thing. It's one of those things that you buy and you put somewhere and it stays.
Yeah, pretty much.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Was it a 3300 that they used for the promo of, was it one of the Depeche Mode albums when they went, they always put a picture up when they're back in the studio, it's time or something.
Yeah.
And there was one of Martin Gore patching one.
Oh, right.
It was a Korg, 31, 32 or 33, I can't remember which one. Should find a picture really.
The popular one was the 31.
Yeah.
Obviously the 32 had the memories, yes, and it had the ensemble as well, which the 31 and the 33 don't have the ensemble. I don't think they just have the resonator.
True.
Except it has 3 resonators, of course. I think, if I remember rightly. And
Yes, it's got
49 filters.
Yeah. Bonkers.
49 called 35s. Think what that'd sound like if we had proper VCOs going through it.
Aye. Dear, oh dear. No, it's a very striking machine.
Indeed.
The sad thing is they're going to recreate it, and just as many people are going to be able to access it as they were the originals, which was like not many.
Yeah.
You know, especially when somebody like Aphex Twin had 3 of the fuckers, although he doesn't have 3 of them. Still,
Yeah.
yeah.
But since the multi-tracking became incredibly easy and cost effective, you got a 3100, you got a 33.
Yeah.
Piss.
But it's that whole thing of everything being in one place and just bouncing off each other rather than.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
There is something to that, isn't there?
Yeah. But I mean, at least they've made this one slightly smaller than the original.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
It is. I mean, I've seen the new one. I've never seen an original, and the new one's pretty big.
I think I got a photo of an original on the kitchen table to give you, an idea of scale.
It can't be much smaller.
I don't think it's much smaller, but I bet you it is also lighter.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that was.
By a country mile.
I knew Adam wouldn't have been able to. Adam, the fuck. Alex, I knew he wouldn't have been able to show us what's inside, but I really want to see what's inside.
Oh, I got photographs of the inside.
No, the new one.
Oh, it won't look like the old one.
No.
Well, it will. Actually, no, it will. But,
I want to know if
but
they've
not
faithfully recreated, or have they just done?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I don't think it would make any real difference, to be honest.
They must. It must be quite different because it's all.
Well, no,
I mean,
from a tonal point of view, the VCOs are dreadfully basic and straightforward. So all they've got to recreate properly is the Korg 35 filters, and they're done. And the Korg 35 has been nailed many, many moons ago. Okay, I think I got at least one here. So look at that. Get the ball rolling. Where'd that go? Didn't go anywhere. Let's try that again, shall we? Oh no, wait a minute. Is that it down there? No, it's not. That's Matt. Sorry, Matt. You looked like a 3300 for a minute.
Been called worse.
Yeah, so it could be worse.
Let's try that. Now, if I can find the one with it on the kitchen table, I'll give an idea of its colossusness. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's after, isn't it? That's after I did the case. Okay, still looking. Dog photos, just loads of dog photos. And synthesizer photos, and more synthesizer photos. Oh, was that emulator 1? Yeah. Let's have a look. Jupiter 8s. SY45, fucking hell. Chroma expander. Easter egg, I don't know how that got in there. Australia on fire. Kitchen table, here we go. Okay, that's it, yeah. Now we've got one with it, the back open. Where's the one with the back open? I'm trying to remember. Do you remember my round kitchen table?
Vaguely.
Well, it hangs off either end of it. This one, let me see if I can get let's find that picture of that one that's open. Well, it's quite impressive. Oh God, why have I got so many fucking photographs? No, that's not it. No. No, that's System 55. No. There must be fucking somewhere here.
Them fucking lights on the Polybrute 12 that are blinking away there. Looks like Darth Vader's chest panel.
Does a bit. It is pretty weak as the Vegas mode goes.
Is that it?
That's it. Oh, and the word Morphe on the Morphe unit here fades slowly up and slowly down. And that's it. Yeah, so it's quite disappointing if you're into all that.
I always wanted to know why Access made the virus Polar flash on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was wasn't it the LFO that it was timed to?
Was it? I don't know.
I think so.
Because I remember seeing, well, when you go and see Gary Newman, because he tends to use Access on stage.
Found it.
And you see that. I never really knew why that was, but I always thought it was cool that it did it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's like,
here we go.
like the old MacBook Pros with the illuminated apple on the back. I always kind of like that.
Yeah.
Let's start here. Is that a bigger or smaller than one he had?
I think, as Neil points out in the chat, it's deeper. I think it's deeper.
Deeper?
Front to back is deep.
Really?
The original is deeper, but I think width-wise and height-wise, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think the new one is just trimmer, shall we say?
Is there no way of just being able to scroll these, or you just got to load them individually?
Yep. That last one.
Okay, that last one. Yeah, I think this is her before I did the restoration. So the case is the old dirty Bran. You dirty Bran, you dirty old thing. Yeah, yes. Well, there's Nelly in the background.
Oh yes.
So that gives you a rough idea, I suppose.
Same colour as a cat.
And there's a DX1 beside it. Look at that.
It's two DX1s.
Two DXs there.
Oh, it's two DX1s. What's What's that next to it? Oh, it's a memory moog.
Oh yeah.
No, it should be one of it. The insides. Not it. Oh, look, this is it on when it was all finished, and on that kitchen table. It's a big
Bloody
old
hell.
lump. It's a big old lump. Look at that bloody keyboard connector plug.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing on the new one. They've managed to reduce down to a small, like, round DIN plug.
Yeah.
Although I think they should have put the big plugs on.
proper piece of Urkel furniture, that fucker, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Right, so let's put another one. All right, inside. There you go.
Wow.
So those first two cards there.
We can't see your pointer, by the way.
No, you can't, can you? The ones nearest the brown door there.
Right,
So
right.
on the right, yeah. So you got those are the two voicing cards.
Uh-huh.
So that they have, I think it's 6 divide down oscillator chips on each card, and they're the tuners on the back as well as the ones on the front. The next bunch here are the CP routers and all that between the keyboard and those VCO boards. You've got some more control cards here. Then these 4 cards here, they're all the filters. Absolutely jam-packed with Korg 35 filters. Then you've got chorus board there, resonator boards here, output boards and power conditioner boards, and obviously the power supply itself.
So all of those cards,
Yeah.
do they slot into like a back plane of some description?
Yeah.
With just slots on and very much like a Fairlight.
Very much like a Fairlight. And what they do is after time, those connectors split. The plastic gives out and they split. And then you get sort of like intermittent contacts between the cards and various functions around the machine. It's a nightmare. So I had a couple of cards in that doing that, and I had to find a way of making it work, which I kind of did in the end. But but it's very, very heavy, and that at the top. See at the top there, between the top of the case and that metal framework, there's a little board there. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Right. That's where the Kenton MIDI kit's got to be mounted. So
right.
all that has to come out to mount the board, because there's just nowhere else for it to go. It's completely packed. Because those cards go all the way to the front panel.
The other side, so you got that back plane that everything slots into. Then obviously the other side of that, you'll have the front panel interface. What is that? Is that all on one big board, one big PC, or three?
It's
big
no
or four?
no PCs. It's pots hardwired straight to their whole locations on the front panel. And it's just a massive, big, thick wiring loom. Then comes from the front panel and runs along the front, and then distributes to those cards as it runs along. Wow. It's a fucking nightmare when you get a broken wire. You go, the wire this end is brown. Okay. But there are 1,200 browns.
Yeah.
Where does it go?
This thing with the CMI 2, or the one and the 2, you had the similar sort of thing. You had you drop down that front panel, you've got that card cage essentially where all the cards slot in, and then from behind that, everything is kind of like just wires down to the integrate. Because on the obviously on the 2X, or the 1 and the 2 and the 2X, all of the audio ins and outs were just hardwired on the the base or the bottom of the rear case. And the genius of the Series 3 was that they took all of that and did the same with the rear of the machines they did with the front of the machine. So you have basically 2 back planes, each one facing outwards. The front one for all the computer cards, and the back one for all the audio outputs and the MIDI and the SMPTE and sample ins and have you. So it just makes it brilliant to work on, because you run a diagnostic, it tells you what one's not working or what one's not showing. You should pop it out, sort it, and put it back in again.
But I wouldn't be surprised if inside the new one there's a circuit board about the size of the average mouse mat, and that's it.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be very interesting to know how they've achieved all of that. Whether they have scrimped, I say scrimped, they've just cheated, if you will, or whether they've stuck with some sort of original.
Well, you know that at
think
least 60%, but at least 60% of that is just the hardware, the case, the front panel, the keyboard, remaking those old Korg knobs again. And see, the other thing that it didn't have, that the 3200 had it, the 31 and the 33 didn't have it, is the knobs on the 32. You can turn, you do your normal 270-degree turn, but if you pulled it out, it clicked out, and now it became readable. And then you set it to where you want it, and then when you press save, it would save the pot in that position. Then you push it back in again. So all those knobs are all click out, but on the 31 and the 33, they are not. So, but they must have given you some form of because it's part of the course, because of the way the technology has been designed. You'll have memories, and it can just read all the pots using a DAC. But there wasn't a DAC when that thing was originally designed, so hence memories meant just having a different state that you had the synth in to just talk directly to the RAM.
Now, didn't I see, correct me if I'm wrong, do you remember Marcus Fuller?
Yep.
Yeah.
He had a Moog modular, didn't he?
I don't know.
He did, and I'm fucking sure I saw him use some kind of device that plugged into it that stored memories. I'm bloody positive I did. One of his videos, I'll find it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
I
absolutely...
mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some sort of one-off device that had been devised.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have the Moog anymore. He got rid of it, didn't he?
Well, I mean, Emu made a memory device that remembered CVs, took readings of CVs and stored the equivalent data, as it were, of that number in RAM, and then would spew it back out to the front panel on recall.
I've got to find that video now, because that drove me mad. Hang on.
I saw... Oh, he's gone. I found a unit that plugged into the cartridge port of a DX7. But basically it was a box, and inside, I guess, were just loads and loads of chips. And it was basically multiple carts in the bottom. You just pressed the key, so it was like A7, and would get you that cartridge. But you only had to put it in one slot, which was quite cool. Bit cumbersome.
Yeah. I'm with you. Do we got anything else interesting on here? Here's one that'll freak Matt out. You ready, Matt?
Go on.
Right, get your panic attack tablets and everything.
It's going to be a Jupiter then, isn't it? Oh, fucking hell. Do you know who'd hate that?
Go on.
Hayley, because it would fuck with her OCD so badly. My God.
Yeah. That's one unhappy Jupiter 8.
Yeah. Wow.
The real shit was, it then had to stay in that state, sort of kind of wrapped up with masking tape to hold everything in place for 3 months while I waited for the powder coating to be done on the front panel and the silk screening, so I could put it back together.
The guy in Poland was doing it, was he?
But by that time, I think it was, because before that we were using Jeff. He did some really good work, but there was a problem at one point, and it just took forever to get this bloody front panel back. So it was sitting around and it's not ideal to have a synth sitting around in that condition.
Who's that sat underneath the table?
That's Charlie. And then over on the left that's Mouse. Little Mousey. Yeah, she's the poor little cow that got lung cancer. Oh. Bless her little cottons.
I found it. I'm gonna put it through to you on.
Oh, cool.
Where's Kent gone?
It's right there.
I'm right here. Follow the smell.
Oh no, he's changed his profile picture. That's why.
Death to the West.
Yeah, fascinating. I knew I'd seen it. Or was it one of my strange dreams? But no, it's definitely real.
Oh, got lovely close-up picture here of a wave term. Oh, Max's birthday. Yeah, 3200 is quite a bit smaller, isn't it? Not a lot, but even that's a great big lump. You trying to get it across, Matt? Hello?
He's gone.
You cool. Let's get shut some of these windows down. There you go. Oh, life in the fast lane.
And he's back.
I call it coffee. I've managed to reduce my caffeine intake to a quarter of what it was about 6 weeks ago.
Why?
Because it was giving me dizzy spells and heart palpitations.
Yeah.
The amount, yeah. No, not good. Not nice when you have one at 3 in the morning and you're like, no.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty much drinking brown water now. That's it. Well, I'm not having the palpitations anymore. Mind you, I was drinking a lot of coffee. So yes.
Yeah, if I don't have a coffee every 2 hours, I could probably fall asleep during one of Fiona's rants. Trust me, that ain't easy to do. Yeah, coffee is my life's blood. I'd have
No,
it
I
fed
love
intravenously if I could.
I love coffee, but I can't drink much of it now.
Yeah, well.
That fucking box for that OLED, I'm kidding you, it's this big.
I know, mate. Do you know what? These companies like RS, Rapid, CPC and stuff like that, they are notorious. Notorious.
But it was the fact that it wasn't even in any of the packing. All the packing was on top of it.
Yeah.
All they had to do was jab a knife through the bottom and it would have fucked it.
Yeah, I know. Been there, done that. I ordered a packet of 10 1% resistors. So it's in a little plastic sheath, right? And the box was about that.
Stupid. That's going to be fun trying to do that.
They would normally, I think what it is, normally they would put that in a jiffy.
Don't be iffy, come in a
In a
jiffy.
jiffy. And they go, oh, we run out of jiffies. All right, let's put it in a box. What's the smallest box you got? Oh. And then the rest of it's just paper and shit like that. I'd rather than wait until I've got some jiffy bags
Yeah.
than do that. It's mate.
The one I'm struggling to find any information about is putting an OLED in a DX11. Because that's the one, apparently, that is a real bitch to do.
So you went, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll do that.
Well, no, I was always going to do them both anyway, but it was just, the Juno's easy, but the 11 apparently is a right arsehole. Don't know why.
Gonna find out.
I'll do some more investigating, but
Yeah.
I might just leave it.
Well, if you do go for it, hit me up on Messenger. On a video call, I'll stand by with a fire extinguisher.
I don't even think it's that. It's just there's so little, if any, documentation about anyone doing it.
Oh,
At all.
that just fills me with confidence.
Exactly. Yeah, which is why I'm probably not going to do it, because it's like, if nobody else has tried, then nah.
Nobody else has tried.
I don't. Well, maybe somebody. I think I've seen one post where someone has tried but failed.
This isn't looking good. You know.
No,
this,
I
don't
know.
you?
I know, which is probably why I won't bother.
Why did you?
I haven't yet. Not with the.
Well, you bought the bloody thing.
No, that's for the Juno. I'm talking about the DX11.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Juno's easy.
Right.
It's trying to find somebody that's done a DX11, and nobody has.
Oh.
Apparently, all the other DXs are a piece of piss. It's the 11 that's the arsehole. So, yes. We'll see.
Sold the DX11. Problem solved.
It has crossed my mind.
One does not just sell a DX11.
One does
No, that's
not
true.
just
You've
sell
got
a
to lie to your
DX7,
fucking arse
but I
first.
fucking did.
You got to try and sell the fucker. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, I know I'd luck out trying to sell it to Rob because he's already got a DX11, hasn't he?
Of course I have.
Yeah, but Robbie's got an illness.
Hang on, 2 years ago you didn't own a Mark 1 DX7.
It's true.
See, I told you he was ill.
Well, I did own a DX5.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yeah, terminally ill. Fucking hell, DX5, fucking hell.
I need to get you to sort that fucking aftertouch out on that.
Oh, mate. Somebody bought a DX5 hoping that it might have the same power supply in it as a DX1. Yeah, I know. So he bought this thing and he brought it around to me. He goes, has it got the same power supply? And I went, I'm tempted to say no, but I will open it and have a look. And I opened it and lo, no, it wasn't.
No.
If actually memory serves, I think it was linear. I don't think it was even a switch mode.
What's the
wait a minute, or
difference?
was it?
Can you explain the difference between switched and linear? Because I don't know what that means.
Well, linear will have like there'll be a transformer, so a big coil. There'll be smoothing capacitors, and there'll be voltage regulators and various little capacitors just keep shit smooth and running, and it's a nice constant flow. Switch mode is different
Okay.
and more dangerous. And bastard will bite you when you pick it up, even a day later. So, I mean, if you put a switch mode into an analog synth, it sounds awful because it's done by pulsing instead of a constant direct flow. So, do you know what? I don't really know the full ins and outs of switch modes myself because in this game, you don't tend to mess with them. You take out the 4 screws and you throw it as far as you possibly can and put a new one in. You don't fuck about with them because 9 times out of 10 they would be these. Well, back in the good old days, it'd be a 10 quid power supply, and you just put it in, connect up the plug, move on. Obviously, the old linear ones, you have to fuck about with them because some of them were weird ones as well. But so it works with digital beautifully. It does not work with analog. Right. Unless you've got some sort of conditioning between supplies and whatever the analog circuitry is, especially in like a dual environment.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Because I've heard that term used a lot and I've never understood it. So.
Well, Laughing Leap's supposed to be smaller and cheaper, but I don't think you could say that's the case now. Only because nothing is cheaper.
No.
So, and the price of parts, I cannot believe how much they've gone up. But then Brexit was such a fantastic idea.
The very best.
Do you know what? I've actually had somebody say to me, yeah, but why don't you just buy British electronic components? I go, we don't fucking make any, you idiot. Were you fucking in the 50s or something? Next, you'd be telling us we use our, we drill for our own gas. You fucking knob.
Yeah.
Sold them off. Who owns them now? Switzerland or Sweden or something owns the gas
Norway.
fields out in the North Sea. Is it Norway?
Possibly.
Yeah, makes sense. Christ almighty.
Oh.
But we import coal and we're standing on it. We buy gas from abroad and we're standing on it. What are you doing in here? Full stop, actually. Eh? You can wag your tail all you want,
It's
mate.
Fiona slipped a leash again.
Oh, look.
What?
Oh, she's learning from Siri.
No.
Only ever really seen Siri do that.
And he'll go, chew, chew, chew. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, I've just come up to bite you and now I'm going to fuck off.
Yeah, sorry. Num, num, num. The thing is, when she puts her, her mouth completely around your arm and just holds it. She doesn't bite or anything, she just goes, la, 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 la. She thinks it's hilarious. Admittedly, I spend, 40% of my day covered in dog saliva, but nothing new there.
Oh, hello. Oh, he shared.
What are you doing? Hang on a
Hello.
minute. Have you done that stupid thing where you pushed your way in, now you can't get out because it's a sprung-loaded door?
Hello. Hey. Come here.
Which one's that, Mitzi?
No, Milo. He freaked out. He went because boy went to take him for a walk out the back, and next door was doing something. And got something like this, and he heard it. He just went, "Oh fuck this!" Bolted inside.
Yeah, she's a beautiful dog, I agree, but my God, you want to try living with her. It's an absolute fucking nightmare.
No, we just get to enjoy the torture from afar, you see. We don't sit and watch.
Yeah, it must be much more entertaining to watch it and go, lucky no, I'm glad that's not me. That's made my day. I feel better now. What the fucking hell's that a photograph of? Oh.
Shouldn't that be in the special folder, Kent?
No, this is one of my nemesis. It's Yamaha. Can you tell what it is?
GX?
No. Joking, I can't get a GX in the fucking house.
Yamaha Nemesis.
Yeah, fucking hate them.
They didn't make a Rev 2, did they?
Technically, yeah. Technically, they did.
No idea.
No? CS70. Fucking bollocks in a case. It really is. Fucking piece of shit. Okay. Oh, it's got such a lovely sound. No, it fucking hasn't. Alright? Sounds like a dog fighting in custard, alright? And it fucking auto-tune doesn't work. You have to tune it perfectly, otherwise it won't auto-tune. So what's the fucking point of having auto-tune then? Fucking plastic cunting shitbag piece of shit. I've got to stop looking at this photograph, it's upsetting me. Move on. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful. Is that before? Oh, that's definitely after I did it. Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. I know people.
I'm
What?
having to restrain myself. So
Stop it. Yeah, I'll show you. I don't know where the fuck that went. Never mind. I'll show you this. There are people who don't rate this synth, think it's shit, and that's fine. I'm all for that. But I love this keyboard. I love how it sounds, and I love working on them. Look at the case on that, mate. Oh. Did beautiful piece of thing. I loved the Prodigy. Well, especially when they ended up looking like that.
Whenever I see one of those, I just see one slung over Howard Jones's neck.
Yeah. What's it? Oh Christ. Oh, it's a picture of my mum's birthday. And she thought she was just having a cake. She didn't know it was her birthday. Bless her. Anything in here that's... Fiona kissing the TR8. Okay.
Whatever floats your boat, eh?
Yeah. Oh, I used to get this a lot. Yeah, this gives you an idea. If somebody, somebody said to me, so what is it you do for a living? I could be able to tell them that it's basically, I get something like this, which I see so often, where some numpty's left his cigarette on the keyboard and melted it, right? Now the problem is, if you look at that key, it's actually quite a specialist key. You're not going to be finding one of them in a hurry, yeah? So...
What's it from?
Keyboard?
Yeah. Even I can't see these fucking...
Wild guess.
Yeah, it's a wild guess. I think it was some sort of organy string thing, but it was quite a rare, important piece, apparently, and it had to be destroyed. It had to be restored for some fucking thingy. Oh, let's try this. Hang on. Oh, you're a little shit. That doesn't work even, does it? Come on, Steamy. I'll find a better, quicker, easier way of doing this. Right, so it must be that one. Yeah, and then... Oh, I don't know where the finished one is. Oh, never mind. So what I had to do is sand it back, blah, 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 blah. Get the body filler out, as you do. So, yep, see where the body filler is in there. Get it all nice and smooth, and then put the plasticized paint on it, so it actually still feels like proper plastic. There you go. Ta-da!
Bloody hell.
And then put it back in the keyboard. It was quite funny because the guy's going, God, where did you get another key for this? I mean, from someone in America. It cost £1,100. So I hope you're okay with that. No, he was very impressed with the repair. So that's always good. And when old Dave, old Spears, he was doing that thing he did with the with his 8 voice. He did that video.
Oh, yeah.
Demonstrating the 8 voice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I will show you what that 8 voice looked like only 2 days before that show. Not working. And it was mad panic. You get this fucking thing all up and kicking and working and ready to rock and roll. And I was even running it off that, that dual keyboard thing. Mm-hmm. One I had. In a desperate bid to try and get everything sorted out for the show. Such a nightmare. Still. Well, I can't show you all my holiday snaps, so let's talk about something else.
So I'm just trying to make an appointment for next week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I think it was before the Sonic State live show. Yeah.
Someone that I know who's a fairly well-known musician hasn't done an album in years and has just done one.
Okay.
I can't say it was produced by because everyone will know who it is, but one of her band has been asked to do some of the keyboard parts live.
Okay.
And all she's got is a Korg microKorg. And she said, do you think if I send you isolated stems of the synth sounds that I could do this on the microKorg? Bearing in mind, she said that I have no experience of programming a synthesizer.
Oh.
And I said, well,
that doesn't bode well.
Possibly. I said, I've got the software version of that, so I'll have a go. And actually, we've managed to recreate the bits so far. But I said, what did they use originally? And she said, well, I don't know, but I think most of it was done in Logic, using just Logic instruments, whether it's samples or stuff. So I'm trying to recreate the sound on a microKorg, which I don't have a huge amount of experience in programming, and it's not the most programmable, as in, it's not like one of these things.
Yeah.
You kind of got to work with what you've got, which is not a lot, but we're getting there. But she's she wants to come over and try them out, and she says, "Oh, can I come over Friday?" I said, a little bit busy on Fridays.
Yeah, you are a little tied up, I must admit.
Yes. But I thought that would be a fun thing to do, so
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, why not? I've got to stop looking at pictures of dogs. Oh, DX100 factory presets. Bye bye. Up you go. Oh.
Yeah, they probably are, Paul. But I've got the Korg Legacy version, so I've been able to just program. You can then sysx them across. So,
No.
yeah.
I must admit, today was the first time I used the sysx librarian and ported across, a bank of sounds to a synth. First time.
Yeah.
Worked first time. I was like, I was expecting to go through the whole, paraphernalia of couldn't find keyboard, blah blah blah, port not working, this not responding, that not responding, blah 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 blah, and all that. It didn't. It just went and in. God, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have spent 3 hours worrying about it beforehand. Where is everybody tonight anyway?
Don't know. Saturday night, and they've all got lives.
Well, Longhurst is doing an edit, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what he says.
And you talk about librarians. My favourite one's the Hydrasynth one. Just the way you can move shit around. Create your own banks and things.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it.
Nah, Jake, that is a chore I never ever really been happy with. Especially in my childhood, being dragged around Fine Fair for like 3 fucking hours. Do you remember Fine Fair?
I do.
Yeah.
B jams.
That's
Bee
for me.
jams,
That's later for me. But
yeah.
but Fine Fair and or Saturday going around Woolworths, 3 floors of Woolworths, looking for the bargains. Used to. Can we go home? No. Oh.
What's the date today? Oh, fucking, I hate this thing. Thursday. Right, there we go. Bosh. Yeah.
Last day of summer. Yeah.
God, yeah.
So you all had rain yesterday, did you? Or you did, Kent?
Oh, Andrew did. He had thunderstorms and all sorts.
Fuck all down here. It's lovely.
Been glorious here today.
Yes, it was nice here eventually today. But this morning it was so dark, it was just ridiculous.
It's been lovely and warm and bright and sunny. Although I think that's going to hell in a handcart fairly
Oh,
soon.
it is during the week. Apparently, it's going to turn to the usual cobblers.
Rain tomorrow, rain, more rain. Rain Monday, rain Wednesday, rain Thursday, rain Friday. And then when the sun comes out, it's going to drop down to 13 degrees. Yay.
Yay.
That's it. Summer's over.
That's it. I'm putting the cover on the muzzy. I'm not going to get any more done this year. Not that I got a great deal done this year anyway. Have to finish it next year. Where have I heard that before? And I've got so much work to get through. Oh man. You can only get from the front door to the middle door by walking sideways. Why an E3 has to be in a flight case on wheels, I'll never know. Looks like it's heavy or anything.
Better than that Jupiter 8 that came from fucking Portugal or Italy or wherever it was, covered in paper.
Yeah. That didn't travel well.
Turned it into a V-synth.
Yeah. Yeah, for all the wrong reasons. But it's like, what was it, that MS-20 somebody posted to me from Hong Kong in a carrier bag.
Yeah.
Wrapped up with sellotape.
What the fuck are people thinking? Really?
Yeah. He put an MS-20 into the bag. I received a Korg jigsaw puzzle.
A bunch of components.
I go, if only it'd come with a picture, I could have put it back together. Yeah, it's unreal. Somebody shipped what do you call them? The Maplin 4600, is it?
Oh yeah, the ETI.
The little
Yeah.
set up and beg, big
Yeah.
stick, beg one, not the big CS80 looking one, the 5600. And they shipped that to me in a cardboard box, and it was literally the cardboard sellotaped to the synth. Yeah, just it was the size. It was only the thickness of the cardboard bigger than the original synth. It was smashed to buggery. Not exactly the most robust synthesizer ever built as well.
They think it's going to happen. That's what I don't.
See, that's another one that's sitting in the garage going, "Are you going to work on me?" And I walk by it going, "No." And the guy didn't want it back. So, well, I showed him a photograph of it. I go, "Do you want it back?" I went, "Nah, I don't want it back." So, but if I need Maplin knobs and Maplin keys, Because the keyboards that Plin used are those. Oh, they're very weird keyboards. But those keys show up in things like the EMS Polysynthy.
Oh, that brilliant, fantastic synth that you love.
Yeah,
The Lego looking one.
yeah, yeah. It sounds like it and all. Sounds like somebody, mixing around their hand in a plastic bucket full of Lego. That's the best fucking sound it can do. The only other really good sound it can do is when you throw it down the stairs. Fucking piece of shit. It's so thin, and it's like you go me. You go, oh fucking hell! Do you know? Nothing that weighs this much to sound this shit. Seriously. Mate, do you know what? Fiona's done farts that are more tuneful than this fucking. Do you know what I mean? But but they're very rare keys, and they're also in a few string synths. Like I think there's a couple of very old Krumars have these keys in them, and things like that. So it has a long-term value. It's just up until then, it has no value whatsoever. It's just in the way. But Sod's law dictates that you trip over a synth, or you constantly happen to move it out of your way for 10 years, and then you go, do you know what? Fuck this thing, and it goes into skip. The following day, you will need a part from it. It's happened.
I was going to say,
happened.
at what point do you say there's nothing else to be gleaned from that?
There isn't one. And the same goes for ownership. I have had somebody come to my door looking for a keyboard that they left with me 22 years ago.
Was it a DX1 badge?
No, but the DX1's getting on for it.
Yeah.
No, but and what it wasn't like, what brought him back was, since he dropped it off and since he turned up at my door, it had gone up in value exponentially, and that's what got him off his fucking fat ass down to my front door, because he couldn't be bleeding ass before that. And it was simple. I said, yes, I do have your synthesizer. He goes, can I have it? Yes. There's just the small detail of having to pay the storage fee, which is £10 a day. Oh. Yes. Oh. So, is that cash or cheque? Fuck off. Because that garage is costing me, what, 30 quid a week? Just to house broken shit. So much of it, in fact, that now my garden's full of it. I had somebody say to me, it was only a couple of weeks ago, goes, does that emulator still work? Yeah, as long as you don't turn it on. It's absolutely pristine.
It's Schrodinger's emulator.
Schrodinger's emulator, yeah. As long as it's not turned on, it's not broken. As long as it works up here.
Yeah.
Actually, I might try employing that for all the repairs as well. Did you fix it? In here I did. I dreamt about it. It's all good.
It's working my dreams.
Jake, mate, I'm as bad. If it wasn't for the pubs, these things would never see electricity. Honest to God. I am constantly running around like a blue-ass fly all the time. I never really get any time to come up here. And when I do, I'm too bloody tired to. It's ridiculous. It's a stupid situation to be in. It really is.
It's like me. I was going in there today all full of beans, and then...
And it didn't. Yeah.
I had a patch, and it was like, that would sound lovely with a 244. Fired the fucking 244 up, and it was like, no, not playing ball. And by the time you get it fixed and sorted, it's just like, I can't be fucking bothered anymore.
Yeah. But it's not because you're not into it anymore. It's because you're not...
Well, you've expended so much mental energy trying to figure this shit out, but by the time you've done, it's just like, oh.
Yeah, there is that. But there's also this thing of like... it feels like you're taking on another task
Yeah.
when you should be sitting down just staring at the wallpaper. And that's only because you're tired. And you haven't given yourself any space. And yes, one of the problems of life, I suppose. You work like a dog to get the things you want, and then you're too tired and too fucked off to actually use the stuff.
Yeah.
Which, when you think about it in retrospect, is crazy.
The amount of times I've sat there and thought, why don't I just out all this shit? I never use it. And I have done that a lot.
Yeah, but you know why you won't do it? Because it seems too much like fucking hard work.
No.
Well, I do. I go, oh God, I'll put an ad out.
No, because with things like the Alpha Juno, because it was the first Roland synth I ever played, and I'd wanted one for so long, it's just like, I can't fucking get rid of that. You know, just that one alone, apart from anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What about you, Rob Lee?
What about me?
Oh, he'll be cold and dead before anything leaves that fucking room, that one.
Oh, true, but all those keyboards behind you, when was the last time you meaningfully played them? Yeah. And none of us, not one of us, could point the finger at anybody else.
No.
We was fucking bad as each other.
I mean, how often does Ty actually go and access any of the older synths that he's got?
Can you imagine,
rooms?
when do you think was the last time Ty sat down with a keyboard and played it for pleasure?
Yeah.
Talk about Busman's fucking holiday.
Yeah, it's not a job I'd want. Certainly not at the level he does it.
No, I think we're all as bad, mate.
That's a depressing fucking train of thought.
Well, maybe it is a depressing train of thought, but maybe it might be an idea to think about how could it be resolved? What are the components necessary to put into effect to improve it, to improve that situation? I know that hardware jams works for people, gives them a reason to get up, turn on something, and get on with it. I get that entirely, but I don't even have the time to do that at the moment. But you know, at least that is something, you know, so a straw to clutch, as it were.
Yeah.
But you're always going to be on the back leg, you know, on the back foot when you're sort of going, oh, like that as soon as you think of it. And you just suddenly feel exhausted, just coming up with the idea of going upstairs, turn the stuff on, fire up your door, start plinking about on the keyboard and hope that some sort of semblance of an idea will come to you. It may not. But at one time of day, you couldn't get me off a keyboard. I was in my back bedroom with those things on, day in, day out, writing stuff. Admittedly, stuff that if I played it back now would make me cringe and go, oh, God. How many times did you do that loop doing exactly the same thing? You didn't even progress it. What a cunt are you? You know, and that rhythm, it's been going on 20 minutes now. You're going to change it? Perhaps a variation would be nice. You know, that kind of thing. I go, it's the whole cassette? Fucking hell. You know? But
you were doing something.
Yeah. And enjoying it. That was the point. Enjoying it. And then the girlfriend would come around later, or friends or whatever, and you play it to them, and they'd sit there and listen to it and go, oh, yeah. They might be pulled out of their fucking skull by the time it finishes, but they go, yeah. Or, in my case, where it'd be Richard come over, and then he'd give me a cassette, and we'd play what he wrote that afternoon, or whatever. You know, it literally... And the amount of time he spent on doing the writing is literally the length of time that the track is. You just go bang, 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 bang. What do you think of this? Oh, maybe at the weekend we'll get together and we'll do something with that and expand on it. And it was all fun. And that's going to work. in between. And the enthusiasm, where the fuck did that go? And, you know, constantly going, right, and if I earn more money, I can get that piece of equipment that I've always wanted. I can get that sampler. I can get that mixer. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we could do multi-tracking? Wow, you know, how brilliant that would be. And then you get all the stuff, and then you go, I can't be asked.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The dream is always just out of reach, isn't it?
Yeah. But that ended up becoming the whole point. It was always trying to acquire, and absolutely no thought at all appeared in anybody's heads going, and this is what I'll do with it. It was, acquire that. And if I acquire that, then I'll be able to do something else. And if I acquire this, and all you end up doing is acquiring.
Yeah.
Then you spend, you know, like a month setting everything up, getting everything working perfectly. Got a noise floor that would make a deaf man go, fucking hell, that's quiet. You know? And then do nothing with it. How fucking mental is that? Oh, God. And now, on live TV. Fuck's sake.
Can I just take this opportunity to remind everyone that if you want to come to the PSN post Synthfest dinner, that Andy Brooks has made the booking and is taking deposits of £10 per person. So if you want a place at the table, pony up.
Ooh.
Yeah, the one fucking year that Ty's going and I'm not.
Oh yeah, Ty's coming as well. Yeah, he's coming.
White
to the
tuxedo only.
Probably the only opportunity I'm going to get to meet the guy.
Why are you not going?
Things are still in flux.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, poor Ken's walking around like he's got something shoved up his ass.
Yeah. Yeah. There's still stuff occurring down here that I just can't afford to.
Well, in
be
that
away from.
case, find a fucking excuse to come down and see me in a couple of months' time.
I will do. I'll get
Because-
down. I'll try and get down and see you
Yeah.
before the end of the year.
Because old Lump is coming over my way.
Okay. Yeah, it's things have tightened considerably. We've got another 2 years before we can finish paying for his funeral. So
Oh, Christ almighty.
yeah, it's it's not going to be fun for the next couple of years. So I can't afford to die yet.
Yeah, I think we're all tied into that one in some form or another.
Don't, because it was the black humour really kicked in about a fortnight after Marshall died, when I said to her, well, it's only me and you've got the trifecta, innit? You know, your dad, then your son, now me. And she just looks at me and it was like, oh fuck, that was too much.
Yeah, there's always too dark.
Yeah.
The trick is knowing when it's too dark.
But you never know where the line is drawn until you cross it.
Mate, that is my motto.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
I've got that written on a shield up in my room. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So yeah, like I say, but I will get up. I will get up and see you.
Good man.
Plus the fact it's Litland's birthday on the 5th, the day of Synthfest.
Oh.
And so soon after Marshall going, there's no way I could do that to him.
No. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, mate. If I never get back up there, I've done it. I've been and done it. You know.
No,
I mean-
do you know what? I'd love to be able to go to Synthfest. Just burst in there and go, you're a cunt. You're a cunt as well. And you're a fat cunt. You're a cunt.
Well,
You're a cunt.
I was talking to Jeff Toman recently, and he said,
Yeah.
you know, I'd never go up. He said, it's too far. I said, well, he said, you know, I couldn't do that train journey. I said, well, next time I go up, come with me. What? Well, he's only up the road, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
So fucking, I'd take him up.
Also, I was thinking, I was chatting to Jack, and I said I'd like to do something a little different with the podcast, the show, whatever.
Yeah.
And because we were talking about the Randy Feltface thing.
Yeah.
And I said, I said, well, she said, why don't you do, like a live podcast with an audience and stuff? I said, two problems. One, our audience is global, so how are you going to get enough people together? Two, that old cunt doesn't come out of his ass.
Yeah, it'd have to be here.
Well, I then said, well, it could be me and Andrew with a big screen in the middle with you on it from home.
Sheldon Cooper on his robot.
Yeah. Yeah, just
You
an
between two
iPad on a
ferns.
broom handle.
But you know what? Actually, doing it from Kent's, because he's got fucking 1 gig internet.
No,
now.
this is like audience, like live in with an audience in a
fucking
room.
hell. Right, gotcha.
Yeah, but the setup, the costing, and
No, exactly.
hello,
Yeah, but it'd be fun.
mind you, how much is canned laughter for the Stream Deck? Same thing, isn't it? You go, hello.
Hello, good evening.
How do you feel about?
That's not an audience. That's white noise.
How about I don't know.
What
See,
we have to do.
I like the opening titles and I like the end titles, but what if you did a thing where you did a competition for and have one of the guys, for any of the guys to write end titles, and then run them for a month, and then somebody else, and then run their end title, and with their name that they wrote it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Engagement, as it were.
The other way you could approach a live podcast is if we were to do it at an event that's already happening, vis-a-vis Synthfest. So instead of them having, a seminar in one of the seminars, it would be an hour-long live podcast. But you don't go out, and what's his face has trouble moving around as it is.
Well, you just
And
have
then when
me
he
on the
does move around,
TV as
it's
some
not
sort
much
of
there.
roving reporter.
No, I just thought I like the idea of so I've been to a few, and the idea of doing the podcast live in front of a live audience would be interesting.
Yeah.
But,
Well, that's it. See, that's the thing. It's batting around ideas that you're going to be able to pull off, isn't it?
Well, maybe just put a wig on tie. Nobody knows.
We'd have to get the rest of Bad Manners in then, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
I hope he's watching.
Wait for it to pop up. Can't.
Do you reckon he could play a saxophone tied to a crane? That'd be quite good.
Don't talk to me about fucking saxophones.
Wrong band.
The 10-year-old wants to learn.
Oh no,
Oh yeah.
No.
Where is that?
no. I think is that the 7th or the 8th circle of hell. I can't remember.
I'm not
I think
too sure.
I think a 4-year-old with flute practice is the 9th circle.
I'll have to consult me Dante on that, but yeah, it's yeah. Try to with keyboards, try to with guitars, don't do them.
Well,
I
she's
want to
not-
learn.
Would you be able to get a lot of work as a saxophonist?
No idea.
Saxophonist.
Cresshead,
Or a
Mr. Wigley
saxophone.
used to run competitions and polls.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe have a little bit more audience participation stroke engagement.
When you've got a quiet
Perhaps.
week on PSN, maybe put out
I mean,
ideas
every
for what-
week?
No, you know.
Well, news hasn't exactly been falling out of the fucking sky for the last 2 months, has it?
Yeah, but you filled it pretty well last night.
That's because we can waffle bollocks for an hour without a script. If you can do that, podcast's not a problem, mate.
What was it you did for the last half an hour last night? I'm trying to
Talk
remember.
shit.
Talk shit about Sequoia.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
It
Well, we
is
didn't-
literally.
Yeah.
It's
talk-
it's literally the podcast equivalent. Go look, a seagull.
I tried putting the fucking DW drums in my computer last night,
Hmm.
and all it would give me would be the metal pack.
Huh.
What? You want an ultimate membership?
Yep.
I've had a few people that have said, have you updated to the latest RCM?
Yep.
Okay. A few people said, oh, I don't see it, and then they've just refreshed it and then it's there.
Yeah.
But no,
Oh.
it's fully available to Ultimate, so if
Oh.
you're not seeing it,
Fuck it. Hang on. I'll go and start all that up. Let me just start.
you should have 6 core library kits, 4 DW kits, a Slingerland, and a Gretsch.
Yeah, you do realise there was at least 6 people sitting in that messenger room this morning, looking forward to you playing something tonight.
Me.
Yeah,
You were the
you're the one that said you were going in there.
I went in there, and it went
Yeah, but
tits up.
but
Don't expect me to play anything tonight either.
no. Oh God, it's a tart, isn't he?
What?
You always use your baldness as an excuse. Always. You go, I can't. I'm bald.
Off.
Where's my dinner? I couldn't cook it. I'm bald.
I said bored.
Yeah, I know you did. You bald cunt. Oh, I see. We get to see the inner sanctum. Look, we don't get to see this often.
No, you don't.
We get to see all his hit records up on the wall. Look.
They're not mine.
Oh, don't say that. Fuck me.
All right, is the Mac going to start up? No. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Don't say that because you get all the fucking PC fanboys. Going,
Yeah, get your crane candle out. Have you tried putting your hand over the top of the carb? Yeah. Give it more choke, you cunt.
I was like when Andy broke down. I was that classic joke. Bloke breaks down. The guy from the AA turns up and gets it going again. And the driver turns and says, "What'd you do? What was it?" He says, "Shit in the carburetor." And the driver says, "How often do I have to do
How
that?"
often? Yeah. Mick Miller did that, didn't he?
Did he? Yeah.
In his noddy thing.
Oh yeah.
Right. Sound works. Let's have a look.
This like manual version of Simon, isn't it?
Mm.
Am I supposed to go? You changed the note.
I
there.
know. I lose at my own game, hoisted by my own petard. Even though I forgot the rules halfway through.
It's not even showing up in Ableton.
What's not showing up in Ableton?
Ableton.
Ableton is just a scan; it can't find itself.
It's just a window with a big hole in it.
I wouldn't be fucking surprised.
Here you go, Jake. What was it? Oh yes, the tomato version, no less.
In there. Oh well.
Where are you looking?
In my plugin folder.
So have you got Roland Cloud Manager open?
Yes.
Right. So open that up and then go to hang on. At the top, go to DW,
Yeah.
and then what you should have is 2 plugins. One called DW Soundworks and the other one called DWE Control.
Nothing for DWE control.
Have you got DW Soundworks?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then underneath that you should have the expansion packs.
Yeah.
And there should be 6 kits.
Yeah. All with all which I have to add to cart for $200.
I'd sign out and sign in again, and maybe. But yeah, it's definitely there for the ultimate membership. You should have, say, 6 kits, and plus then the Metal Legacy one, which is a free one.
Yeah.
The only one that you have to pay for is the TrueCast snare, which is only $30. But
there we go. All right.
bear in mind that each kit is about 7 or 8 gig,
Yes.
apart from one which is 15, 16 gig.
Rob is here to save the day.
Okay, let's have a look. DWE control.
You don't really need DWE control because that's the thing that talks to the
Drum
DWE drum kit. Just
What
DW
happened to my
Soundworks,
hair?
and then the 6 kit, or 7 kits essentially.
Let me log out and log back in. See if it does it. Oh, hello. What was that? Oh, now it's telling me to update Roland Cloud Manager. Fucking thing. Bastard.
Howdy, partner.
Have I entered the toad elevating moment?
What?
Monty Python reference.
Yeah. I'm afraid so, yes. Yes, you have. How's it going, my friend?
Not that well, apparently.
Hold on, I've got a loop here. Just a second here. I've got a weird audio loop.
Put it back in your trousers. Stop it.
I think I've got it figured out now.
Good man.
I had this trouble earlier with the Ramsey show. I couldn't get any fucking browser to unlock my camera. There was something using the camera when nothing is running.
Oh.
And so I had to finally go to Opera. I had to install Opera and it works perfectly fine.
Hey.
There was a known issue with Google Chrome and camera permissions because I had this the other night.
Really?
When all of a sudden it just
look at
my
that.
camera. But I updated to the latest version of Chrome, and it seems to be all sorted. It didn't cause me any issues last night.
Yeah, this is unknown. This has been going on for a while. If I
Okay.
have a trouble with Chrome, I go to Edge, which is Chromium, but it's still a different browser.
Yeah.
And then it would often work, but then sometimes it wouldn't work. And I go, so I'd reboot, relaunch both browsers. Nope, Chrome still doesn't work. Oh, now Edge is working, but sometimes neither will work. It's just the dumbest thing. And I don't. My Firefox is way out of date, so I haven't updated that for a while. But finally, I just went Opera and it worked. So,
It's Opera Dog.
so whatever works works. But as you know, this is a PC, right? So PCs have their issues.
No shit.
I thought it was PCs have their good points.
Well, all computers have their good points, but they also have their bullshit too. So.
Thing is, I'm so firmly seated in both camps that
Oh, I have been forever as well. I mean, I was a
Yeah.
Mac only person until about 1992 or something like that, and
Yeah.
then I started getting into because all the games and
Yeah.
other stuff, and then that's how I finally got a job.
GPU
doing
cards.
computers, because there are only so many companies that use Macs. You want to get a job doing IT, you got to know PCs. So,
Yeah.
especially when you get into servers and Active Directory and stuff like that, that's not on the Mac. So,
Yeah.
So I've been living in PC land forever, and it's fine, but it has a share of bullshit that goes with it. It just always has.
Yeah.
So I'm never going to champion and say this is the best. Macs suck because that's stupid.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I mean, really, when you get down to the bare bones, there's Mac and there's PC, and they both have their own set of foibles.
But because of the world that Microsoft has chosen with basically opening it to all kinds of manufacturers, it's always going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Apple has its little ecosystem, and that's either you like it or you don't. But at least it fucking works.
Yeah. Yeah. I do find though that Mac has the edge over PC when it comes to connectivity. That's where one of its strong points seems to lie.
Well, it's much smarter with what they call plug and play, right?
Yeah.
PC's forever called plug and pray because.
Oh Christ! Yeah, tell me about it.
Is it going to see it? Oh, it sees it, but it doesn't know what it is. Well, here's the driver disk. Oh, I don't know what that is. That's the driver disk. It's like you just want to smash it.
Takes me back to the days when I had two 12 meg Voodoo cards. Oy.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, that was where PCs had their advantage for the longest time. Is graphics cards, games, certain audio, video software, music software.
Yeah.
They had the lion's share of all that stuff because Apple is so limited in what they would allow to be, to be cleared essentially, or who wanted to develop for it because it's a special environment. These days, it doesn't matter. It's most developers can go either way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when when they're both Intel, it was super easy.
Well, I mean, when it comes to like manufacturing equipment, it certainly favours the PC neck of the woods rather than the Mac.
Yeah.
In some cases, there is only a PC version of the like for instance the control software for a particular 3D printer or CNC machine, and no Mac version of it at all.
Once the PC ROM BIOS was hacked, it was all over, right? Everyone could make a fake PC, right? Once Compaq and some of those companies did all the black arts to basically to unlock it and make it somehow legal, even though they stole it, then it was open for anyone to do that stuff. And Apple tried to do the clone thing for a while. In fact, I saw at that computer festival I went to, I streamed a couple of weeks ago, the Vintage Computer Fair. There were some Apple clones there. Yeah. Which is hilarious. You don't see those much anymore, like power computing and the other one.
The other thing I think especially during the 90s, that the PC was exposed to poor programming by third-party software developers, because you could literally, you could put Windows on a machine and run it for 8 years, without a glitch, as long as you didn't put anything else on it.
And once the internet was open, so forget about it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, but then you download these apps and bits, although they were called programs back then, weren't they? And to do various bits and pieces, and sometimes some of the code just left RAM areas open and inaccessible and tricky.
Oh yeah. Well, especially when they put TSRs and the stuff on there that you can't even see.
Yeah.
You have to know how to hack things to get system-based things out of your system, and oh my god.
Yeah, it's all sorts of dirty programs that.
Well, one of the biggest
flaws all over the drive. Yeah.
Was tying so much to the operating system at such a simple level, like all those viruses and malware things that came out, all based on Visual Basic for years. Man, it was so easy to just copy somebody's code and make a new virus with no effort. And on the Mac, you never had that problem. They weren't allowing you to do that access. But Windows was doing that for a long time, and it made a lot of people a lot of money. Virus cleaners and malware tools and IT guys, getting paid to do like 2 minutes of work or something like that, because no one else had to fix it.
Yeah.
And so they open themselves this gaping hole for all kinds of shit to happen.
Yeah. And they used to say things like, "Oh, it's hiding in the whereas," and you go, "No, it's not." I'll tell you where it is hiding, on that bloody CD-ROM on the front of that fucking magazine.
Well, even companies like Sony got busted for this shit, right?
Yeah.
They had some spyware kind of stuff on some of their media that went out.
Yeah.
Wasn't it the enhanced CDs where you used to have to buy a CD single and
CD
then it'd be
plus
like
and
the
all that
video?
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had some shit in there, and they're like People say, "Hey, what is this? What did you do to my computer?" "Oh, nothing." You know, it's like, you liars.
Yeah.
They got in trouble for that.
I remember there was a virus, I think it was about 94, 95, that hit the World Wide Web, as it were. I can't remember. I think it used to hide in RAR files. And what it would do, it would sit on your drive and do nothing until you accessed anything that was going to drive any form of 3D engine on the video card.
Yeah.
Step in and just make it trip over. So not a single game would work.
There's some really some of the most devious stuff I saw back when I was still working at Nikon. We got this seminar package, so we could every week have an actual conference update on the latest malware, spyware, virus bullshit hitting the world. And there was there was that famous virus that came out of Georgia, the Russian-Georgia conflict. I think it was really nasty. And there was the one that we had sent to the Middle East to take the nuclear sites down. That also got out into the wild. There were a bunch of horrible things back then that were supposed to be targeted, and they got to all kinds of people. But the one of those devious ones was this one that hid inside of PDF files.
Oh, right,
They're protected areas, and they're encrypted to a certain extent or whatever. And so most things just blow right through. Oh, it's a PDF file. But these guys figured out a way to write nasty code into that file. And once copying it didn't do it. You had to open the file. And once you open the file, you've just spread it. And it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And Macs didn't really get a lot of these. They were basically Typhoid Mary. So you would spread it to somebody else, but your system's actually clean.
Yeah, you always had a feeling that people who were writing viruses were writing them on Macs.
Or Linux, right?
Yeah, or Linux.
Or some kind of Unix environment. Because
so it was a direct attack on the PC environment because it was wide open.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Remember the I Love You virus was a big deal back in the in the late 90s.
PCs were basically like a guy standing there with his legs wide open going, go on, kick me as hard as you can. Go on, I dare you.
And a coworker had a Unix terminal on his desk. He goes, check this out. He opened the I Love You virus code, and we're looking at it on his computer because he was immune to it, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, check this out. You know, that's pretty funny.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, those heady days.
Yeah.
I mean, at the time I was pulling my hair and spitting blood, but
part of the problem too is because Mac is a separate environment and a lot of people weren't susceptible initially to these things. They were not running any kind of virus protection or malware stuff on their computers. And if they had, they would have stopped the spread. Right? It's kind of like having your vaccines.
Yeah.
More computers running the tools, the better, because it stops it for everyone getting it. And they thought, well, I got a Mac. I'm not affected. It's like, yeah, but you're still spreading this shit. It's going through your computer to somebody else. So install the fucking tools and clean it. You know.
And that was half the problem as well, because it was at a time when you were spending extra money to get that extra speed from your machine, and you didn't want a piece of software running on it.
Yeah. I totally get the arguments, but it's just you need to stop the spread, you assholes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm not running that because my frame rate down in my Microsoft 98 has gone down by 5 frames a second, kind of thing. And they turn it off, and the viruses are going, yay, party time.
And then you hand a USB stick to some poor PC user, and you just infect their machines.
Yeah, sounds about right.
We had a whole line when I worked at the first time I worked at the laser company just before I left. We had a whole line that had gone down in a German site. It was a manufacturing site because somebody had put a USB stick somewhere they shouldn't have, or it wasn't checked or whatever.
Yeah.
And all the machines in there got affected, and it took the line. It was like millions of dollars gone because a whole week of production was gone of infected machines and fallout from that. Yeah. Just from one little USB stick.
That's all it takes, mate.
Yeah.
Did you get your drum library sorted, young man?
Yeah, just doing it now.
Ah, cool.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Because some of these are a bit big, aren't they?
Invoices in the post.
It's significantly large.
Which drums are these?
DW.
For what? What?
Roland Cloud.
Roland Cloud.
Oh, okay. I have that. I don't even use it as much as I should. Is that a new release?
Well, it's not a new release, but it's been newly added to the Ultimate plan. It's basically the software that the DWE kits use, which are convertible acoustic stroke electric kits.
Nice.
And so they released that 2 years ago, and they use Roland Cloud to distribute the plugin and the libraries, but you had to pay for them. And last week, I think it was, they added it to the Ultimate plan, so you don't have to pay any extra. It's not as good as Superior Drummer, but it's better than BFD. And BFD's good, don't get me wrong. But,
Yeah.
Well,
So if you don't have a pad controller system at home, you just use it inside like the virtual 808 or something?
no, you've got a visualization of the kit on the screen.
Oh, you do have it on the screen. Okay, I have never
Yeah.
launched it. I should check that out. They just sent me the fucking bill a couple of months ago. I should launch it and use it for a while.
It actually looked almost identical to a contact window.
It's
Really?
a similar sort of thing, yeah, but it's not as detailed as Superior Drummer, which is probably the most appropriately named piece of software out there, because it is vastly superior to pretty much anything out
So
there.
if you have the Ultimate, have you installed everything?
Yeah.
How much is
Well-
that, you think, total?
Well, I say I've installed all the plugins. I started to download all of the sample packs and just got fed up because there are so many. In fact, in the last 6 to 8 months, that's all they've fucking done is just put sample packs and jam packs and give me fucking plugins, give me instruments.
So we're looking like 500 gigs total, or a terabyte, or what? What's the?
Fuck knows.
But it's a lot, right? It's got to be a lot.
Many.
The plugins don't take up a huge amount, apart from the ones that are purely sample based, like the SRXs. The SRX players are sample based, but they're not huge. I mean, they're sort of maybe 300 or 400 meg each. But all of the plugins are pretty lightweight. The drums, yeah, I mean, the DW drums. There's six core kits, which are about 8 gig each, apart from one that's double that. So that's probably, what's that, 50, 60 gig in total there. That's quite a bit. But if you were to download everything from Roland Cloud, all of the sample library stuff, which is just folders of samples in WAV format, 24-bit and 16-bit, you're looking at a ton of stuff. I mean, if you look at it, from the outside and say, that's a huge amount of stuff. But the last instrument they produced was this piano, which is not bad. And then before that, it was Galaxius, which is just a wrapper for hosting multiple Roland Cloud plugins in a single plugin. I can't remember.
They haven't made a soft V piano, have they? Is that in the collection yet?
Well, they've just released Earth Piano, which is not. They don't say it's based on V piano technology, but they make a big thing about the fact that Roland have been producing digital pianos for many years, and Earth Piano is kind of a new take on it. It's not a bad piano, but it's not. I forget. There's about 4 or 5 core pianos in there of different sorts. Like there's a felt upright and a regular upright and a concert grand and pop grand or whatever.
It'd be fun to do what Nord does and do the like Beethoven's piano or shit like that. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Why? But I've been subscribed now for so many years that all my lifetime keys, I've got something like 18 of them. In fact, I've got all of the what do they call them? They call them the legendary plugins.
Yeah.
I've got all of those on lifetime keys, and I've got all the other ones. And basically, I'm now filling them up every time I get another. I forget how many I get each year because I'm on that.
It's 2, isn't it?
No, I get more than that because I took them up on a few offers. So that gets me something like maybe 3 or 4 a year.
Yeah.
That's how I've
I
managed to
like
secure
one
it.
a year, but I'm not sure. I have to check.
But yeah, I've got to the point now where I've got all the plugins, drum machines, synthesizers, effects, whatever. And I started on the last time, this last cycle, I started adding the SRXs as lifetime keys because there was nothing else to add. And they're the things I use the least. So,
God, I wish I hadn't looked at this.
look to what?
Rolling Cloud?
I've I called up my contact access, and it's dutifully informed me that my Omnia choir now has an update, and it's only 73 gig.
Is that all?
Oh, fucking hell.
And my Action Strings 2 has a 30 gig update. What else we got? 4 gig, 8 gig, 30 gig, 36 gig, 4 gig, 43 gig. Jesus Christ.
You're going to fill up another external drive.
I have
You might have to, yeah.
2 external SSDs. One of them is a terabyte, the other one's a 2 terabyte, and they've both got about 150 gig free
Yeah.
on each. And then I have a sample libraries drive, which is a 10 terabyte drive, which I put all the stuff that I don't necessarily need to load quickly.
Yeah.
And that's still got plenty of empty space. I probably only used about a quarter of that, probably.
Well, my 22 terabyte drive is nearly full. And my other drive, there's an 8 down there, which is the backups of various important things that I couldn't download via downloader apps, if you know what I mean. So there we go. Oh, Contact 7 has an update as well itself. Okay.
Well, Contact 8 must be out soon, mustn't it?
Well, they're pushing Complete 15 now. It's like, Jesus Christ. And they go, oh, we'll give you a lovely update, discount and everything. You go, yeah, but do you know what? It's not. What you effectively do is paying for the things you've added.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
instead of £950, it's only 275. Yeah, but what's in it comes to about 275 quid on your website.
I pretty much only use Contact inside of Machina Plus anyway, so I don't give a shit about the latest whatever.
Yeah. I will update the players. So Contact 7, I'll update that player if it is exhibiting any weird shit from time to time, which Contact 7 has done on occasion. So hopefully some of those things have been addressed, and it's not a lot. It's barely. Well, I say that it's 963 meg. I remember one time a day when it would be going pulling your hair out. So it's not even a gig. What's the matter with you? Like, fucking hell, I never thought we'd be saying that.
So I remember I first got my Emacs 2. It's like 8 gig piano library. You've used up all my memory.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 8 meg. 8
Do you know how big that is,
meg.
dude?
Yeah.
Can you
But then you had
imagine
to load
how
on the
quality?
If I did a full bank, it was like 16 floppies to load the thing.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
It's amazing
was-
what you can get used to.
It was 16 floppies. Was it 8 floppies or 16 floppies? I forgot, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
And then occasionally one floppy would die, and you go, oh, wonderful.
It's funny because when I do my speed test on here, it says I'm getting 400 megasecond download, right? I'm going, yeah, so why is this taking so long?
Just because the server's at the other end.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's
It's
killing
always been the thing. You go, God, yeah, I got this super fast internet. You go, oh no! And you go on this website that's literally something connected up with a cotton reel and an elastic band on a pencil. It's like fuck, it's coming down at 5k an hour.
It'll be throttled, won't it? So.
Yeah.
I get 30 meg here, and it's the best I'm ever going to get because they're not going to bring fibre here.
They're not.
Nope.
They will at some point.
Must do.
Well,
They'll have
Rob's frozen. So this isn't working properly.
Oh, well. It's
You
done
Ooh,
it
I
again.
miss it.
Camera's gone again.
Yeah, there we go. Hang on. Camera. Using now. Okay.
Yeah, no,
Well-
they've said they're not going to bring it here. I mean, we haven't even got fucking gas here.
What are you breathing?
Electric only, dear boy.
Oh,
Well, here I live in Silicon Valley, in my specific neighborhood, I can't get AT&T fiber, but I can get Xfinity.
oh.
But Xfinity is basically like cable modem kind of stuff, you know. But the problem with Xfinity is their reliability is not so great. So I get a fast connection when it's up.
I guess that update didn't work, Rob.
No, it's weird. But it didn't do it last night.
At all. Not once.
No.
Or maybe you got lucky. It's just about 2
But
hours.
it's not the hardware and it's not the connection. It's the browser.
Weird. Not the camera driver or anything like that. It's all right.
Try Opera.
It's, well, it used to be on Opera. I used to
Mr.
use Opera quite a lot, but it just got to the point where certain things, unfortunately, even though Opera is a Chromium-based browser,
Exactly, yeah.
certain things will not. So, for example, there was a tool I was using at work, and it was a cloud-based tool, and it said your browser's not supported. And so I logged a ticket and said, look, you don't support Opera, which is the browser that I use, and it's it's not much of a pain, but it is still something I don't want to have to open up another browser for just to use your tool. And they said, oh yeah, we know it's Chromium based, and basically all it is just a little flag in the code that should just tell it to use Opera because but it's on our list of things to do, and we haven't got to that part of the list yet. I was like, oh
boy.
fuck you then, yeah. So, but then we ditched that tool, and so I thought, don't really need. So I went back to Chrome. I ditched Chrome for a while because there was something in it a few years ago that one of the daemons that was working in the background was essentially it was classed as malware.
Yeah.
And on my other machine it was just causing it to grind to a halt. So I just completely removed it and went to Opera, and everything was fine. But I think that's been improved and well, it certainly has. I've been back on Chrome now for a long while. But
It's shocking though, if you go to your, like, at least on the PC, if you go to device, your task manager and look at tabs of Chrome open, how much memory each one of those fucking tabs takes, it's unbelievable.
But they've now refined Chrome now so that if you have a whole bunch of tabs open and you've not used them, it will unload them from RAM. And it'll tell you that it's unloaded. So if you hover over the tab, like for example, I'm just hovering over one. I've got the Pet Shop Boys website open because I want to buy the new version of their album. Haven't been there for a while, so it's the tab is still there, but it says inactive tab, 50 megabytes freed up. So if you don't visit a tab for a little while, Chrome will just keep the tab open but unload it from RAM.
I have to update them. Mine doesn't do that. So
yeah, it's a clever little thing. Because it means, like me, I'm terrible. I just open everything in a tab and just leave it there until I remember to do the thing that I was supposed to do on that page. But,
what if that's also a Mac only feature right now?
no, it's a Chrome thing. I use it. It does it at work as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll update. Mine's out of date.
I just clicked on the update for that choir,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's gone 4 hours 57 minutes to go. I'm going, oh bloody hell, yeah. And then it sat there for about 2 minutes, and it went, no, wait a minute, my mistake, 15 minutes to go. Yeah, easy mistake to make.
Well, that's like the old. There's some great snapshots of people downloading. I've seen it a couple times as well. On a PC, you download something from like an FTP site or a website, and it goes like 2 years or something on the thing.
39 years, I think.
Yeah, and then it goes down to whatever, and then it's gonna only take 3 hours. Okay, cool.
2 seconds, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, at this rate.
But literally, I saw one that said 2 years once. I'm like, what?
Shall I stop it now?
Yeah.
Or shall I wait and see?
That was one of the old arguments about Mac is they poll much more often, so it's more a chatty connection. So you get more an accurate time on downloads and copies and stuff like that. People go, "Oh, that sucks. Apple's churning up cycles, telling you how much stuff is going to say." Yeah, but you want to know an accurate count of when things are going to finish.
Yeah.
Whereas the PC just doesn't poll often enough, and that's when you get the 2 years thing. So, at least that's how it was back then.
It's your friendly local neighbourhood restaurant booker.
Hello.
I am. Yes, hello everyone. Is this...
Up a bit.
Oh. Sorry about that. I've still got YouTube running in the background. Hello, is this my...
You're very quiet, dear.
Got a bit
I'm
quiet.
very quiet. Do you know, I can't get this bloody right.
Picnic.
How's that?
Oh,
That's...
yes.
Oh, there you go.
That's good. That's flicking red in there. Oh my god. How's that? Is that better? Is that all right?
That's
Fine.
probably a sexually transmitted thing, to be honest.
I should be so bloody lucky.
Yeah. You and me both, mate. Oh. There we go. How you doing, darling?
I ache in funny places, and that's nothing to do with sexually
Well, like
transmitted
Corby.
disease.
That's a
I
pretty
was gonna say
funny
the timing
place.
was perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Bolton.
yeah.
Fucking hilarious,
These
mate.
jokes just write themselves.
Yeah. Yeah,
Bolton's
because nobody
Bolton's a
wants
nice
to
place.
take ownership.
It's Bolton. Bolton's quite pleasant.
I used to
like
live
Bolton.
in Bolton. I lived in Bolton for about
Did you?
5 months. Yeah.
Oh, do
And
you mean the one in the
everywhere-
north? Or
Yeah, the
that's
one in the north. The one in the north. And I'm not kidding you. Every time I used to walk down to the corner shop, I used to hum. I can't know.
Yes, you can. You've got to.
Yes, you can.
I
Yes,
used
you
to
can.
hum Coronation Street.
Oh,
'Cause it looked-
Coronation Street.
It looked
I
like
was going-
it looked like Coronation Street, mate, because it was just the cobbled road on
Yeah.
this big steep
No,
hill.
that's just the
with-
north.
Yeah,
It's all-
and
it's
just
all
the
stone
walls,
cobbles, flat caps
all the
and
walls
whippets.
with the back gates in them.
It's still like that apparently, though. I can't remember ever seeing it. But that's okay.
No.
You know, I only live here. I walk around it all the time. Yeah. I do know what you mean.
Every time
I
I hear
w-
Bolton, I think of the Pet Shop, the parrot sketch, because he goes, "Go to see my brother in Bolton."
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes, "No, it's Ipswich."
Oh God, that's even worse.
I don't know much
proper
about
shithole.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know much about Ipswich.
There's not a lot to know.
I thought you were going to hum the New World Symphony though, and do the Hovis thing on us, but
Oh no, I always considered that to be further south than Bolton.
no, it's actually further north.
Is it really? I always
Yeah.
thought it was Yorkshire.
Well, it is, which is further north, really. It's up
Is
and
it
across.
further north than Bolton?
No, Lancashire goes up on the west, and then
Oh,
then
I see. Oh, I
Yorkshire
see.
goes
Okay.
up and across. I mean, actually, Yorkshire comes right over the Pennines. So,
Oh, I see. Oh, mate, I'm terrible with geography. I need a map just to get to the fucking
it's all
shitter.
right. It's all
Are
right.
you doing a
Well-
university challenge here? Is it the
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, it's places like
Fat fucker, Oxford.
it's one of those places like home. Fat fucker Oxford, yeah, home Firth or one of those places. And
Do you know what? Your name, every time we watch Opportunity Knocks, fucking hell. I've gone all northern. Stop it, lad. Watch Open University. Fiona says it. She goes, I wonder how Brooksy's doing.
I haven't, you know, honestly, I have not watched University Challenge for ages.
Oh, I won't tell her. It'll destroy the illusion.
No, honestly, and it's all Hardware Jam's fault because it's usually Hardware Jam's fault.
Yeah.
So, I ought to, I'll get back into it.
Watch it on Catch Up. What's the matter with you?
Because I'm watching 1,001 other things on Catch Up. I'm binge watching
Oh,
Vikings.
come on,
actually, at the
Open
moment.
University's important, mate. Come on.
It is, and I'm sorry that I haven't. I'll get back into the swing of it. Yeah.
It's fun. I watched a
it-
few episodes of it. So.
Do you watch it, Andy?
YouTube.
Do you get to see? All right, yeah.
So maybe a day or two behind, but they have it up there. So.
It's. I mean, honestly, it's so serious. It's comic. Actually, you know, it goes almost full circle, and you can have a good giggle about some of the things. And sometimes the wording of questions just makes you laugh because you think, I have no fucking clue what that was all about. But Well, that's okay. That's the nature of it. I mean, if you're studying, astrophysics, you're not going to necessarily know much about ancient Greek mythology, are you? So, well, maybe you do. But
Well, we
these are
watched,
polymaths after all.
on YouTube last night. Fiona put it on. We were watching. Was it the 1% Club? Is it? Where there's 100 people, and they ask these sort of like cryptic questions until there's only one person left. Lee Mack does it here.
All right.
Yeah. Well, this was the American version, and no offence, Andy, but the questions were a lot easier.
Oh dear.
Well,
I mean, a lot
half of
easier.
this population likes Trump. What the fuck does that
Hey.
say?
Have
well,
you seen CNN have now started doing the American version of Have I Got News for You? It's
Yes,
hosted
I've
by
seen a
Roy
bit of
Wood
it.
Jr., and
Yes.
it's very good.
It's not bad, is it?
Especially because it's got what's her face from Seth Meyers' show. What's her name? Black lady, big hair. Oh,
Yeah.
Black lady, big hair.
Black lady, big hair.
Is that her name?
She does this skit
Yeah.
on Seth Meyers. She's one of the writers on Seth Meyers. She's a stand-up in her own right as well, but she's very funny. She's very
I'm
funny.
a-
Roy Wood Jr.
mate.
hosts the show, and he's very good as well. And it's actually, I thought, oh God, please not Have I Got News for You. That's a bit of a national treasure, that. But they do it. It's exactly the same.
Yeah,
The
no,
same
it's very
format.
good.
Yeah, it's very good. But of course, it's
Yeah.
all about American politics. So, yeah.
Which at the moment, let's face it, is hilarious.
It's like,
That's
yeah.
What
Yeah.
Kissing the Machines
that
just
writes itself
said.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's very good.
It's fake news. It's fake news.
Says the guy with the orange face who says fake news endlessly, right?
Yeah. My crowd size is so much bigger. So much bigger.
Yes.
Yeah. All about the crowd size now, isn't it?
Well, he's done things you've never seen before,
Compensating.
right? That's
Yeah.
one of his favorite phrases.
Yeah.
You've never seen
and,
that before.
and it's always somebody said to me, or a bunch of people have said to me,
Yeah.
Oh,
I
they
told
haven't.
Abdul, the leader of the Taliban, to stop
Yeah,
doing.
Abdul.
Fucking hell.
yeah.
He's a. The bit when
But-
he said, "Yeah, I showed him a picture of his house." What? You showed Abdul, this supposed leader of the Taliban,
Yeah.
who's not called Abdul. You showed him a picture of his house.
He took that from a movie. You know, that's so
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly. Yeah.
Mad, isn't it? But there again, you see, for balance, then we've got Vance. Which is kind of the sort of like weaponized, scary version of Trump.
I love they made up the story about the couch fucking because
was
even though
great.
it's not true, I think it
It's
is true.
stuck. Yeah.
I just wish it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy, are American people finally seeing through the charade?
Are you
Or
kidding?
is it-
No.
You've seen
No, the dyed-in-the-wool
the power,
Trumpers
right?
are going to be dyed-in-the-wool Trumpers. There could be video of Trump shooting a puppy in the back of the head
Trump
in Times
even
Square,
joked
and
about
they'll
this.
still vote
He's-
for him.
He said he could shoot his mother on the White House lawn and still be elected.
Yeah.
And it's true.
They still haven't found his mum.
Well, if his mother hadn't
Well-
died, 25, 30 years ago. So.
No,
Of
that's the mum he bought.
Perhaps they should dig her up underneath the back lawn. It just beggars belief. I can't believe that I'm going to say rational, sensible people, but obviously that's.
Well, look at Boris Johnson. It's the same effect, right? You guys had your own Trump for a while.
At the same time, and he was not quite in the same league as Trump.
Well,
but,
kind of
yeah.
was, because he was doing it to line his own pockets,
Yeah, they're all self-serving.
which is what
Narcissists.
Trump's doing. This is just so he can be, have more money. Being president for 4 years will keep him out of jail.
Yeah, now he needs that for that reason. He pardoned himself.
Which gives him 4 years to get the fuck out and get everything in place to piss off and go, nah, you're not putting me in jail. So what makes him think he's going to be... Here's a question. I don't want to be offensive. I really, really don't. But fucking hell, Andy. Out of all those guns, man, can you find somebody who can shoot straight, for fuck's sake?
Well, here's the great thing. The two people that tried to kill him, or the second one wasn't really. He was just kind of hanging out there.
No, he just happened to be
shooting
standing
rabbits.
near a gun.
But they were
That's all
both they're both basically Republicans, right? So that's the great thing.
Yeah,
Republicans
but that guy
do.
didn't that guy sort of like defected the Democrats at some point?
No, not really. I mean, they had some ideas that were more toward that, but they were still Republicans. So, because I talked to real Republicans, like Reaganite type people, they don't like him either. He's a shithead. He's got his own playbook.
Yeah, you got to feel sorry for the, sort of like not the respectable, the sensible Republicans watching this shit show unfold in front of them.
I mean, I wanted to ask you, Andy, whether actually Donald Trump really is a Republican.
He's
That
not.
was going to be my
He's
question.
not, no.
No,
He was
he's
friends with the Clintons. He was friends with Obama. He was friends with all these
a
Democrats.
registered Democrat for many years.
Yeah.
He'd
pal
cozy
around
up
with
to
all
a
this-
dog shit if he thought he was going to make some money out of it.
Yeah.
That's Donald Trump.
I saw this in The Onion today, and I thought this was fucking hilarious.
Well, first 20 minutes after.
What do you mean the cameramen aren't here yet?
The thing is, I glanced. It was in a feed, and I glanced past it, and I thought, and my first thought was, yeah, makes sense. Didn't think for a moment that it was satire,
Yeah, it's normalising satire.
and then I just went
all
back and
this.
thought, oh look, it's The Onion.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's great. I mean,
But they play everything for what they can squeeze out of it, like blood from a penny. They basically, like the whole thing with his ear. He wasn't
Yeah,
shot.
blood
It
from
was
an ear,
glass
yeah.
hitting his ear.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it grew back
His ears-
quickly.
His ear's perfectly fine weeks later.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this
You
guy.
laugh.
But
Who
you
said
are
that?
really.
Yeah. No, the guy that apparently, who the second assassination attempt had been at that point on the golf course since like 2 a.m. that morning. So he'd been there almost 12 hours. And apparently Trump made a last-minute decision to go and play golf. So how does that figure out? How can you be waiting for somebody to go and play golf when he only made that decision about an hour before he went onto the course? I'm not saying that, this might have been set up in any way.
I mean, he could have just been camping out because he knows it's one of his favorite places to play because he plays his own clubs.
Yeah, I know, but...
And at the day of the week where he normally would play, all that kind of stuff. So it could line up, but yeah, you never know with this shit, right?
Exactly.
But
Thing is, haven't we got like another 2 months of this yet?
Well, it's 5th of November, isn't it? Yeah, so it's about
not too far
a month
away.
and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Month and a half.
Because Fiona's very taken by all this and she follows it. Well, when I say she follows it, she follows the various YouTube podcast stroke shows going over the antics of Democrats and Republicans in equal measure. And although I'm quite happy for it, it's nice to have an interest. I just can't. When the guy comes on the screen, I can't stand his voice. I can't stand his face. If there was an award for
Can't stand
most
his comb over.
most punchable face in the world,
Can't
it
stand
he
his
always-
suits.
the funny thing is, he's always been that way. People say, "Oh, you just don't like him because now." No, I've always hated the guy since the '80s, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's
no, he's-
entertaining at times, but he's a piece of shit forever.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Indeed. And on that note...
Are you
we're
allowed to
doing
say
it
that in America, Andy?
At
What?
the moment, yes.
Are you allowed to say that?
Well, we don't have a police state yet. Now, if
Yet.
Project 2025 gets through,
Yeah.
we're all fucked. It's going to be a theocracy. You're going to have to, no more abortions.
Did you see that clip when
I'm all right.
there was a training video? This is genuine. There's a training video for Project 2025. And
Directed
in it-
toward Trump, yeah.
there was a bloke that was reading from the manual that says, so if you're a convicted felon, fraudster, a sexual deviant, blah blah blah, you will not get a job in government. And the irony of that that little quote was
Yeah, exactly.
beautiful.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
Anyway, I'm going to pull in Ian, so I will probably see you a little later on.
Go on,
All
go
right,
on, go.
darling.
Is that what you call it? You call it Ian? Does Ian know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
Gave him permission.
Even he uses the phrase.
Yeah, I put a little beard on it and a waistcoat. See you later, guys.
There's an
See you later,
image
Robbie.
no one fucking needed.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of Americans are very taken by our aristocracy. We turn a blind eye, I think, most of the time to our aristocracy because it just makes us want to puke most of the time.
Look, every girlfriend I ever had was all crazy about the royal family, wanted to visit the Buckingham Palace and all that shit. I'm like, really? Most of the people know over there, or not at least know now, can't give a shit about it, right? So,
But the difference is that because we're not a republic, there is a state of balance. It swings, goes up and it goes down, but there's a state of balance, and that's what the monarchy affords us, if you like, whether you like it or you don't. What we don't have is the pseudo monarchy and the elected monarchy, and that, and I think it's within the United Kingdom, it's an important pivot, if you like, on a seesaw, and I think it actually just keeps things in balance. Whether it's value for money, whether it's worthwhile, whether you agree with the fact that somebody who just is in a particular position of exorbitant wealth simply because of a matter of birth. But I'll tell you something else. None of them are free. They have no freedom. They can't just get up and go and walk down the shops and buy a 4-pack of beer.
yeah, the
Yeah.
celebrities.
No. It's way more than just being a celebrity. They are constitutionally bound, and I would not want it. I would not want it. Not for all the tea in China. No, thank you very much. And yet, I mean, it's a tea.
Well, Meghan Markle certainly didn't want it.
No, she didn't. Well, she bought it and then suddenly realised, oh my God, I can't do this. No, absolutely right. I mean,
Well, also all the racist stuff inside of it, right?
no, well, yes, unfortunately, I suppose, and yet, God, I mean, it's that if that really is the case, it's obnoxious. Well, Philip is dead, and Queen Elizabeth. I can't believe Queen Elizabeth II would have been racist towards her. I just can't believe that.
Well, if you have policies in Africa like they had that were so abusive and unbelievable, that's a racist thing.
That's long and distant, that, and it's awful. The British Empire. Shame. I want to go and stand in a corner and hang my head in shame.
And yeah,
Well, all of our
according to the
countries do that
history
shit.
books, it was the British Empire that ended slavery.
Well, they probably started it and ended it, right?
Oh yeah, but but we knocked it on the head.
Yeah. Did you see
France was
the
in,
Nazi black guy who got outed lately for all the porn stuff? It was Trump's buddy, and he basically said we should bring slavery back. I'd like to own a few. There's a black man.
Is this the guy who said about he's looking forward to women not having the vote anymore?
This is the guy who went into the porn chat rooms and started talking all kinds of racist nonsense and sexist stuff and pro-Nazi stuff. He had little Nazi figures he's taking pictures with, like Nazi Ken dolls.
He does know what a Nazi is, doesn't he?
I don't think so. These guys are so
No.
clueless.
Trust me, he wouldn't be very far up the pecking order in the Nazi party.
And neither would the Republican Party. These black Republican guys are basically, they're brought there to bring votes in, but the party doesn't want them there. They just want their votes. You're an incredibly racist group of people. It's
What a sad world. What a sad world.
It's very sad.
Can we
I mean,
talk
you have
about
to
something
laugh about
cheerful
it, but
now?
it's very sad at the same time.
No. Unfortunately, we can't. I can't laugh. Really. Well, I
Yeah.
can.
You have to use gallows humor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's all gone quiet. Now we've got nothing else to talk about now, have we? That's it. We've exhausted it.
Everyone's all depressed now.
Probably just as well.
I went round to Grace's this afternoon. We've done a jam for hardware jams. Grace has just posted it up, I think. Or at least
What's the
she's
topic,
just
by
sent
the way? I
me.
haven't even read about it yet.
Equinox.
Ew.
As in the autumnal equinox,
Sure.
and It's a twist. It's the old Hardware Jams classic of, hellish beats, heavenly pads, but it's the other way around. It's heavenly beats and hellish pads.
Okay.
And if you can squeeze in a reference to Equinox somehow, i.e., a bit of Jean-Michel Jarre in there somewhere somehow that's not traceable, you get extra kudos points. But hey, but you don't. So just make a tune and submit it. Really, really give the theme due consideration. Think about every single element of what you're doing. To what extent can a beat be heavenly? What is your beat heaven? How do you interpret that within? And how do you make a hellish pad? Because
That's easy. Hellish pads are easy.
Well,
Heavenly beats are a little bit harder.
Grace and I, we were going through. They've got all these samples, and we were detuning this, and we were modulating this sample against that, and and as soon as you got it again, it sounded really interesting. And as soon as you got it against everything else, it was fucking awful. it was just fucking horrible, and it wouldn't work. It was going, this isn't going to work. This is crap. So we ended up binning it, and yeah, sure you can send it through a load of ring modulators and distortions and all sorts of things. But hey, it's quite interesting.
Version.
It's what, say again, Andy. I missed that. It's the what
It's
version?
doing a skinny puppy version. So
Exactly. Yeah, quite. Hey, actually, do you know what? I had some music from a new band. I think they're from Ireland. Certainly, the singer sounded like he got an Irish accent. Pumping industrial, quite fast though, because industrial can tend to be a bit slow. But this was, and do you know what they were called? Fat Dog.
wow.
Now, tell me that's not an oblique reference. It's got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be. Skinny puppy to fat dog. It's got to be. It's
Sounds
got
like
to be.
it.
Yeah,
It would make
but
sense, yeah.
They were brilliant, really good. So I'm gonna check them out and find out more. So I really enjoyed what I heard on Radio 6 with that.
I enjoyed a lot of aspects of Skinny Puppy, but they had the problem of layering too much till it became noise. So I pull it back a bit, and it's beautiful work, right? Even with the harsh bits, but then the vocals and like a lot of white noise and pink noise kind of stuff, and it's just too. It's kind of like the Amadeus thing. Too many notes. Right?
Yeah, too many layers, Mr. Mozart. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, too many layers, Mr. Key. Pull some back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, but they were finding a way, weren't they? They were ploughing their own furrow, and sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. Go and listen to some of Cabaret Voltaire's early stuff. Some of it's just like,
some rough stuff in there.
Yeah, what? But hey, we're going to do this, and this will be the result.
Not everything was sensoria, right? So.
Well, that's mid-period. That's mid-period Cabaret Voltaire. I'm talking about Red Mecca, 2x45. Voice of America. Try that one. That's pertinent.
I think I've heard enough of the Voice of America for a while anyway. So I don't think I need any more right now.
Yeah, but it's Voice of America from Sheffield.
Yeah.
Which means it's got fuck all to do with America. Anyway,
that's funny.
Nope.
Oh, that was it.
Excuse me.
Oh, Matt's nodded off. Wake up, Matt. There we go.
No, that's all right.
Right, just give me a second.
Oh, I thought he was going to do a dance for us.
He's got to adjust his underpants or something. Right.
All right, Kent, you should do an Equinox jam. Go for it.
Oh, Christ. Really?
Just put something in. You should have done one last time for the Blade Runner, or 2 times ago. A Blade Runner themey thing.
Yeah.
Electric Sheep.
I'm trying to remember half of some of the chords. Well, that doesn't work.
Hear nothing, yeah?
Yeah.
That's a solo. Solo, we can't hear you.
Oh, there you go. No, it wasn't like that at all, was it? God, it's been so many years.
Were you trying to play?
Even I don't know, mate.
No.
I'm sure that was one of them.
Sounds good so far.
Let's add a bit of this in here.
Are you trying to Equinox?
What's that from? Oh, it's
Ethnicolor by Jean-Michel Jarre.
Zulu, isn't it?
It
Zulu
sounds like
thing.
Zulu.
Ethnicolor.
Ethnicolor.
of Zulu.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, there you go.
And then you got to go boom, chicka da, picka boom, picka ba,
Yeah.
picka boom.
Die, 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 die.
I listened to the whole thing the other day.
And that.
There you go. There's
like
heavenly drums for you, my friend.
elephant noise.
Yeah.
And we're back to Elephant Come.
I did a thing for I think it was last year. Clownfest had a thing about a circus jam, and so I did something kind of Jean-Michel Elephanty with some circus animal noises.
I remember doing a Jar-esque track, and then it just blatantly went into Jar. It was like fucking ruined it.
Wow,
That was a mistake.
it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, it's very easy to do. You just you go, oh, I'm fished.
Just play tunes in minor thirds, you're there.
It's like it's hard to do any kind of Berlinsko and not sound like Tangerine Dream. So
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a style, it's a sound. But yeah, I listened to the whole of Zulu while I was doing some cooking the other day, and actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
it's fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
I used to
re-
listen to
really,
Zulu working on
enjoyed it.
80s for some reason
Very
because there's a lot of 80 on it as well.
Is there?
Is
Yeah,
there 80? I didn't know
shitloads. Yeah, loads of
Oh, so,
CS
yeah.
on that. Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
wow.
Very
Let's do it again.
distinguishable. Yeah.
I think that was his first Fairlight album, right?
Yes.
So he's getting all crazy.
Let me think.
experimental
Let me think. I think it came out after. Let's see, Oxygen Equinox.
with it. Magnetic Fields.
Magnetic Fields is where
Yeah.
somebody gave him a TR-808.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that was it on the opening track. You can always tell if it's on the opening track, it's a new bit of gear he's just got.
I gotta check that out.
It's all like, and it's like, even in the mix, it's quite there.
So I'm just giggling. Simon Greatbatch said, "Yeah, great jam. 5 minutes 33 though. You know the rules. Tut. All your jams have got to be 5 minutes." And I'm just feeling it's not my fault.
Oh, they
It's not
just
my
cut it off or fade it out if they don't want to play it.
Yeah. It's
It's
all
all right.
Grace's
At least you get
fault. She
the-
just wouldn't shut up. Oh dear.
So this Magnetic Fields was KR55. Was
Yeah,
it?
I submitted
Fuck
stuff in
off,
the
it
past
was.
that was
Was
like
it?
7 minutes and they just cut it off. So
If it's from Robert, he's almost certainly right. Yeah.
Yeah, trust the German to fuck my day up. Fucking hell. All these years and I thought it was a TR-808. Oh, man.
No, I think yeah. KR55.
Oh,
Is that
mate.
the one that's got the? Is that the one that's got the sliders on it, or is that the 77? Is it the 77 that's got the sliders on it? Is it KP77? No, KR.
KR.
is this that one that has
the
that
one that.
that kind of rhythm? Is that the
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
The
puppy.
one,
Yeah.
There was. What was the one that Alex Ball used in the PS3300 video? Was that the KP77? Is that the grey one that's got sliders in the top left? That's. You're not helping me here, are you?
TR-707 has sliders.
No, it's not a TR-707. It's a big grey. It's a grey.
They never go at me. I'm just reading what it says.
No. Half God, half beast. It's not a TR707. I know what they look like. Sorry, that sounds patronising. I didn't mean to be patronising. Just saying. It's these,
No, go on.
Chord-
Go on. Be patronising.
These Korg drum machines, they all sort of become a bit of a blur, so I don't really... No.
No one's ever seen a drum like this before. A drum machine like this before. It's a drum. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah. It's very happy tune. Very upbeat.
No, the fact I can remember to play that and I can't remember how to do my Eric Satie piece fucking annoys me.
You're just a bigger Jar fan. That's all.
Do you do it all by ear, or do you actually, when you say your Satie piece, do you actually put the musical notation in front of you?
Good God, no. I couldn't read that fucking ant scrawl if I tried. You ruined my day. You long-haired German bastard. Years I've thought that was a TR-808.
You Teutonic twat.
I've even told people with authority that it's a TR-808, and it's not.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, don't worry.
I'm pretty sure.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was Pretty Sure? Pretty Sure's no good.
Turn your mic up.
One of the same I'm rather certain one of the same patterns was also used on Speak and Spell.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But
That's in Depeche Mode.
yeah, because Speak and Spell is all KR55. Obviously with the 2600 doing bass drums by taking the trigger out. But also that's how I think the extra hand claps that are so obnoxious in Magnetic Fields 2 is that he put if you put the slider into the snare or the trigger out that it has, you have a slider that like it's either quarter notes, bass drum, snare drum, or one of the other channels that you can get the trigger out. So it very much sounds like the snare drum trigger out is used to trigger those really obnoxious hand claps. No idea where those come from.
That makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Vince Clarke in his analog monologues years ago, he talked about it and he like then played through some of the rhythms and it's like, oh, that's the Magnetic Fields rhythm there. And then on the first side, he also uses the same rhythm again, but just with the snare drum volume turned down, it's just bass drum and cymbals.
It's a very clappy track, that's for sure.
I made.
Do you know what's staggering about all this is as you're explaining that, I'm going, yeah. That isn't a TR-808 hand clap. You fucking idiot.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's good to be wrong sometimes, Kent. It's good to be wrong
Mate,
sometimes.
I don't I love
keeps your sense of humility.
Yeah, I love being schooled. It's fine. I'm really good with it.
Well,
It's just that when you go that many years thinking something, and somebody goes, "You're talking bullshit." What? You're an idiot. Oh no, not again.
Oh, just embrace it. Embrace it.
Yeah, I might
embrace
as well.
it, Embrace it.
I'll pick it. Yeah, why not?
There was a strand in PSN earlier about the use of an SH09. No, it was to do with this Chat GPT thing, wasn't it?
Oh.
And the Chat GPT.
Yeah, never trust
The Speak and Spell Chat GPT said SH101, and it couldn't be an SH101 because it came out a year after Speak and Spell. That's in the album.
Ben Simpson, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it said, oh, but it could possibly be an SH09. Well, I'm thinking, hang on a minute. Andy Fletcher had a Moog Source. You know, Vince Clarke had a Jupiter 4, and
Martin
the
Gore
other
had
Martin Gore had the CS5 he had, the CS5. No, that doesn't mean to say that other synths weren't used in the making of the album, like you've already mentioned, the ARP.
Somebody also had was it one of the Kawaii or Taiscos? Not the nice ones, but one of the even shittier ones that don't have the.
Don't know.
I think one of the early Taiscos.
The 110 F.
110F.
No, they're the nice ones. The 60F and the 110F.
I think maybe
there is an earlier one.
Is the 100?
100F.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the one that looks more 70s than the others.
I think I know the one you mean. Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure some Depeche Mode crazy guy in Germany having like everything in his studio to recreate Speak and Spell, and he was very adamant about that thing. It was like, oh yeah, that's one of the guys also owned that at the time. Like,
Right. Yeah, I mean, but that doesn't mean to say. I mean, they were recording it. I mean, Daniel Miller had his own thing, so I'm sure they were brought round. It's a 2600.
Daniel Miller still has that 2600.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
One he
Yeah.
bought
Cold Dead
from
Hands
the
synth, as he calls it.
Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Those bass drums.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Those drums on that album, I mean, that is some really great drums.
Mm.
Just 2600 doing kicks and snares from a 55. But what a waste of a 2600.
Don't be silly. It's a use of a 2600. It's a creative use of a 2600.
It's a great use, and if you only have, well, if you're just multi-tracking, it's fine. It's more if you think about doing it as a more hardware glammy type of thing, like using an entire 2600 just for a kick drum. I mean, one of the best sounding kick drums in the world, but still, it would be.
Oh, no, come on! What's the track on there that's like the invention of house music? Is it Tora Tora Tora? No. There's one that's got dum 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 dum.
Yeah, it's Tora.
Yeah, it's Tora Tora Tora. Yeah, and it really is like those house rhythms that the Chicago guys. But I suppose they were pulling that influence back in. Maybe they weren't. Maybe that was the Detroit people. But I don't know. It just there's one track there that just sounds so like a house track. Well,
That's a really great album.
so it is a great album. It is a great album, except for the 2 hit singles, which are horrible. Sorry, I've said it now. I don't like either of them particularly.
Just can't get enough. I definitely can get enough.
New,
of that one.
yeah, new life I can cope with. Just can't get enough. Just slightly grates on me, but you know, I mean, Photographic is just fabulous. What a great track that is.
I still prefer the demo of it though.
Well, if you've got a recording of the demo, please send it.
Yeah, it was on the Some Bizarre album.
I'm not that old. Ken.
It wasn't the demo.
Fuck off.
I was only 10. I was only 10 or 11 when that came out.
It was just a different version they did for it, wasn't it? It wasn't a demo.
No, they are all supposed to be the demos. They're supposed to just be the submitted demos.
On the Some Bizarre album.
Yeah, I mean the Flock of Seal Girls one that screams demo. Being Boileds on it. That's with the cheaper white noise generators.
Try the blue pills, Chris said.
No, Cialis is better, I think.
There's 6 watermelons that will do the job as well.
Ooh.
The
The
premise.
Where do you stick these watermelons?
The premise of the album was that the acts weren't signed,
Yeah,
so it's not demo.
making anything they do a demo.
Oh, yeah, right. Right, yeah.
With Beard, what on earth are you talking about?
What's on now?
It said something about I watched one when you was bringing up strap-ons, which was fun. What? Oh well, we do talk shit when we.
Oh, can you be more specific on which week that was?
Yeah,
Because we're always talking about strap-ons.
And what was being strapped to what?
Yeah,
So-
true enough.
It's probably something.
Oh no!
Probably something innocuous like fucking a hand grip on an SH-101 or something.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
it. Yeah, because I've got a knob missing, haven't I, Ken, from my hand grip? We discovered.
Not saying a word.
Knobs and strap-ons. Fuck's sake.
No, it's perfectly. I've got the.
Well, I told him to put his strap on backwards and fuck himself.
You didn't need to say that, Ken. You really didn't.
How
They don't know whether you really did or not. It's okay.
Well, I'll leave that to your imagination. You can make your own decision. Sorry, Robert. Go on.
How do you strap it on backwards on a 101?
It needs to. Oh.
Is it 101? One on one, isn't it?
Here's my strap on, right?
Oh,
There it is.
your thingy, your Dubry thing. Yeah.
There's my strap on, right?
Yeah.
So I've got me strap on. I've got the place where I can stick it in the hole,
Yeah.
and there's the little Gadubri knob
Yeah.
for putting your leather strap on.
Yeah.
But I've only got that one leather knob. I haven't got the other one. So I've got another leather knob, a little metal knob missing for the other end of the leather strap.
Oh, okay.
So I've got a knob missing.
Any guitar shop should be able
I've
to
got a knob missing from my strap. Yeah, probably. But well, yeah. Stop. You're spoiling the story, Robert. Stop it. I've got. Right, so I've got a knob missing from my strap on. Right, have you got it? Does that make sense now?
I thought the knob is
Well, I'm hard.
one on one.
We didn't need to know that, Kent.
Yes, you did.
No, we didn't.
Do you know what? I think I might have one of those knobs round in the garage.
Of course, you've got everything in that fucking garage.
If we can find the old case, because I know there's a couple of old 101 cases out there. So I'll have a look for you and see if they have it in new. Do you have the 2 screws for screwing the strap onto the bottom of the case? It gets worse, doesn't it?
I've got loads of screws. I've had loads of screws. I've lost some screws and gained some screws, but I have no idea whether I've got the necessary screws to strap my strap on.
The big wide sort of like straight cut, but they're kind of thumb screws.
Send them with the knob.
Okay, if I'll find them, I will send them.
This conversation
I
took
will-
a turn that normally requires me to do.
I will put them in the post, and they will come in a jiffy.
It's not my fault. Blame. Who was it? Who was it?
So there you go. Oh, matron. No.
Bastard Kent.
Is it time for the picture of?
Can I
and
go
the long
home
hair?
now, please?
Yeah.
It's man with
And the
beard's
tailpipe.
fault. Blame man with beard. I'm not
Oh,
guilty of any of this.
Fucking hell.
I wonder if they need any more carry-on films written. Oh dear.
Oh, Ken, behave yourself, man.
All right, I'll try.
Right. No, you won't behave yourself.
No, I
and
won't.
You won't try.
God, no, I'm hard and knobbed up. What the hell? It's all your fault.
You need to eat on those watermelons.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're much more uncomfortable than you said they were going to be.
I said it was man with. Did I say it was you, Leo? Half
Fart
gone,
and
half
shot the cat
Bicky,
with the pips.
Mr. Bicky, and all that. Yeah. Sorry, Bicky. I didn't mean to imply it was you. It was man
What am I
with beard.
seeing?
Yes, it's his fault.
Carry on knobbing.
Hey, carry on.
Oh dear.
Oh, man.
2 hands on your mother.
Andrew is currently being screwed. Yeah, thank you, Chris said.
Oh dear.
I can dream on. Dream
Oh, I love the
on.
way you finger those keys.
2 hands on your mono.
If that isn't a title for
That's
a
clever,
fucking
Matt.
track, I don't know what is. Wow.
That was very good, Matt. That's just very. Yeah, I'll doff my cap to that one.
Thank you.
Carry on piercing. Yeah, can you imagine? Jesus Christ.
Carry on
That's what
pissing.
it-
No, sorry, not pissing. That's not right, is it? Sorry.
Yeah, carry on pissing.
Sorry.
Whatever you eat.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Is my mic working now? You guys hear me okay?
Does your bender wobble?
Did you hear something?
That's your best. I'm going now. Bye.
Did you hear something quiet in the background then?
Can you modulate your ring? Yeah, go on.
I've had enough. Goodbye.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't get to tell him about the thumb screws. Oh dear. Oh God.
Thank fuck Longhurst weren't in there, because he would have taken it to levels we could never dream.
Oh, mate. Yeah, but
He
the
would have
thing is,
definitely taken it up the tailpipe.
oh, these pubs can be so therapeutic. I feel so much better now.
Well, I think Longhurst watched Beverly Hills Cop too much, the banana in the tailpipe.
Do you know what? I think I'm taking that section of the show, downloading that one.
Yeah, just that bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oi.
Fucking hell.
Oh, matron. Oof. Oh, yeah.
Ken, I had to say your camera angle is perfect because it looks like you're doing something else there. It's not your knee.
Yeah, I wish. What, this old thing? Yeah. Get out. Anyway. Yes, so.
I feel sorry for Brooksy now.
He was laughing his arse off.
He's
all
probably
right,
wet
don't
his
worry about
pants. Probably wet his pants now.
We've broken him again.
that. Oh, don't. I was going through some of them clips, and there was the one of Andy doing one of his show walks. And he walks up to a table, and Brooksy says, "What's that weird thing there?" And Ken just goes,
yeah.
"That's a lady."
Yeah.
So
I can only apologise.
when I was doing the walk at Perfect Circuit a few weeks ago, that same piece of equipment was there in the room, and I did the lady joke right there because it's the same company.
Whenever I'm having a bad day, I just call up those videos, and they fucking cure me. Fuck.
Did you clip that out then? That
Yeah,
bit?
I've got that. Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because I haven't seen it since I did it.
I'll send it to you. Trust me, I have many clips. I've got about a 20-minute video from your birthday last year
Oh,
where
fucking hell.
there were just so many little bits. It was like,
Yeah, I have a super cut of the NAM Buchla and Friends thing that we went to. I'm gonna put that together, put that on my channel because it's all the synth stuff in one little place. I chopped out all the extra stuff, and
Oh, man.
it's fun.
Because it was when you were doing NAM that year, wasn't it? With the whole carpet thing came about.
Well, yeah, I was trying it was 2020 NAM, and I was trying to talk to Ken Flux Pierce. Or maybe it was 2022. It was one of 20 or 2022, one of those.
Yeah,
I was
something like
talking
that,
to
yeah.
him, and I said, "Oh, don't be rude, put the camera in his face." So I aimed it at the ground and had it on mute while you guys were talking.
Yeah.
And someone says, "What does he look at the carpet for? It's not that interesting." And all
Yeah,
of a
his
sudden,
carpet
it became
cam.
carpet. Yeah, it became carpet cam.
But do you know what? I love that bit at the end when you were outside after it all closed up.
Oh, the people watching, yeah.
Yeah, and that guy, wasn't there, playing... was he playing a guitar or something? Just sitting down on
Yeah.
under a palm tree.
Yep.
Having a little
Yeah.
play. Yeah.
And then the other guy with the something wrong with something in his pants. It looked like he had to go to the bathroom, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit, that NAM show's huge.
They are fun.
Yeah.
A lot of people hate them because they're so crowded, but I mean, there is some entertainment in there. So
Yeah. Oh, sax. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's... I think...
the guy
because
playing the
it's-
sax on the corner.
Yeah. But because it's all sort of like just naturally unfolding and it's more... It seems so much more real, doesn't it? It's sort of like... Literally, it was like bloody being there.
there you
Yeah.
go, Ken. I've just sent you it.
Have you?
Yep.
In...
Facebook Messenger.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and what was the other one? When
Cafe Crampon, yeah.
what was it? He was playing Simon Bates' love songs. Da, 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 da. Somebody was playing that. I think it was Justin was playing it.
Right.
And you did a monologue over the top about some woman called Agnes losing her vibrator in the washing machine.
What?
Kept that as well. Do you want that one?
I don't even remember that happening.
I've got it.
Put those on a general Facebook group. I gotta check those out. That's fun.
Bloody hell.
I really, I should make a fucking YouTube page just dedicated to the outtakes.
Anybody see my horse? What the hell?
Yeah, the guy. Have you seen my horse? The cowboy hat guy.
Oh, yeah.
And then the group of friends, there was the cowboy guy hanging out with the Scottish guy.
Oh God.
It was fun.
Ah.
And then
Well,
the
people-
endless Melee, trying to get Melee to leave. Hold on, one more thing. And he's trying to go around the whole room and sell his book. And
Oh my God. Mind you, isn't that Moog book out now?
Yeah, it should be.
Isn't it
should be
released?
by now, yeah.
Yeah, it's shipping. So
Okay. And I know I'm waiting for a copy to turn up.
at some point there will be another paperweight coming in.
Take it from me, don't leave them in the sun because it bleached the shit out of the cover of my synth gems.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those dyes aren't very.
I didn't know you
Photo
had these,
durable.
Matt.
What's that?
These little videos.
Oh, I take clips from lots of things because they make me smile. They're like video fucking Prozac.
Did you clip the penis guitars from the NAMM thing?
Oh, I don't know if I did that one.
That's a funny one. They're there every year.
There must be a way of being able to call this up so it actually plays on the pub. It's been a while since we've seen these.
You have to share the page and make sure the audio passes
Yeah.
through.
Yeah, that's the trick. That is going to be the trick.
Checkbox for audio pass through.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay, let me. So this is what as in share screen.
Yeah, and check the audio pass through.
Oh, share audio. Yeah, that is on.
Yeah.
That is on anyway.
Right.
Cool. Right, let's see if this. Oh, it looks like I might be able to get this to work. It's the first time I've ever done this. Is that working, guys?
Play the
You
video.
see that?
Will. Yeah.
Oh, this is the lady. Yeah. This...
What's that weird thing there?
That's a lady.
Oh, you git. You complete little git.
I do think
That's the hardware. They had a perfect circuit.
I have to say that Andy was exquisite. Exquisite.
Oh man, that is
What's
a weird
that
thing.
weird
isn't it?
thing there?
That's a lady. Terrible. So bad.
Oh fuck.
Quick. I like
I'm
it. Very
going.
quick.
You know I'm going to hell, don't you? What's the other one?
It's Agnes and the vibrator.
This I have. I got nothing on this one. It don't look that long ago. Oh, it's pre MX8, I think. At least. Right, see if I can do the same with this. Preset. Yeah, green. Yeah. Right. See if this works now.
You should have put that on when I was riffing off on mine. That would have been.
What Agnes didn't know was her vibrator was still in the tumble dryer. What could she do? The batteries had now rusted. She considered ordering another one from the catalogue, but they were too expensive and she had no money. She couldn't ask her husband. He'd bought her this one for her birthday. He would be really upset if he found out she'd already destroyed it. She decided to go to the pet shop and she got an epileptic puppy and used that instead.
You know those video clips of these shows that I say? That's what's going in the box.
Oh, no. What the fuck was that about? Oh my godfathers. Where did that come from?
I don't know, but
Whatever you're smoking, I'll have some, please. That's great.
Yeah, whatever it is, there's a lot of it in it.
like I say, I keep a selection of these just because they help. Is that a cancelled pub?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was a deleted one. I
Probably.
never saw that footage. Yeah.
But that's probably not the reason it got deleted, though, is it?
No, Ty probably dropped and said something embarrassing and you had to kill it.
Yeah. Again.
Said something embarrassing or showed something embarrassing?
Both.
Well, if you flip a coin. Oh, mate.
Yes, I have a few.
What regrets?
No. None at all.
Oh, man. Do you know what? I came up without a coffee. That's just against the law. Can't believe I did that. No, I've definitely come up without a coffee.
Don't you get caffeine withdrawal? You'd have headache by now, right?
No, I'm all right. It's actually not that bad. But if I went a day without a coffee, I would have a blinder.
Yeah.
Mm.
I used to drink way too much coffee, and it was brutal if I didn't have the next day some coffee.
Yeah.
I'd be like, just splitting headache.
Yeah, but I remember saying to Fiona about, I said, yeah, you know what, I drink too much coffee. So what she did was started giving me decaf without telling me.
Oh, no.
And I was getting these horrible, horrible migraines. I couldn't figure out what was doing it.
And staying tired at the same time, so.
Yeah, I'm very lifeless and everything else.
Wow.
And then she turned around to me, she goes, oh, no, it's actually decaf in there. And
at least wean you off, like half decaf, half calf or something.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was saying about the last 6 weeks. That's how I've got down to a quarter of the caffeine intake.
Just pull down on it. It's got to be good to do. I must admit the amount of caffeine that I do actually consume cannot be good.
Well, like I say, it was giving me fucking heart palpitations and bloody dizzy spells. So.
Yeah, we see that's what's worrying me. It's not giving me anything.
Yeah, well, you mainline the shit, so it's...
Yeah, so if it was doing something bad, I wouldn't know. So it might be an idea to...
I occasionally, if I get too much, I get those optic nerve migraines.
Yeah.
The visual thing.
A bit like somebody else.
Yeah.
That might be your fucking symptom, mate.
No, mine's always been linked to doing too much fucking computer or...
Right? Oh.
Yeah, working.
Mine's always based on caffeine. Too much caffeine, too much.
All my glasses come to the end of their prescription, as it were. Then I will get them regularly. But I don't get the headache. It doesn't hurt. I just get the ocular interference. And then it passes and then move on.
You know what's creepy too? You know that standard Mac screensaver with the little starburst that spins around the thing? It looks like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because my one, you used to get it'd be like a little dot. And as it opened up, it's just a very
get a
uneven, jagged circle.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be a circle, sometimes it'll just be a line, and then it's come into sort of like a crescent, working its way across the eye.
And you see it migrate across. Yeah, it goes off the side of your field of view.
Trust me, after 30 years, I didn't bothered about them at all. The first one I ever had scared the living fucking shit out of me. But after 30 years, it doesn't. But there's still one part of it I really don't like, and it throws me. It's when it goes past your field of vision and you can still see it.
Still see it, yeah.
But you can't see it.
But at least it doesn't affect your vision, because when it's in the middle, you have distortions.
Yeah, when it's right dead center and it refuses to do anything.
You can't read or anything.
Yeah, and you're trying to look around it and you can't.
I see the ones I get are they're like a vignette. You know, the sort of on a photograph where you get the black edging and then it sort of fades into the actual. I get that.
Yeah, it can manifest in many different ways. Many different ways. So, but the one I started getting the last 15, 20 years is the one where everything goes very sort of like bright and sparkly, and then you just became aware that you can't see anything properly, and it'd be like the entire half of one eye at the bottom or the top has gone completely black. Yeah. But when you look, it's black. When you close your eye, it's a bright light, like somebody just set a flash off in your face.
Luckily, I haven't had that. That sounds terrible.
Yeah. And it dissipates very quickly. Just over a period of like 2 or 3 minutes, it just
going black is just terrifying.
Yeah. Again, the first time it did it was like, holy mother of... But only in one eye. So you can open the other eye and it's fine.
Well, because you think you have retinal detachment, which is bad, because if you don't fix it right away, it will be permanent.
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, I asked the optician when she was here about it, and she goes, yeah, it's kind of another form of migraine. And I go, oh, it's a new one. Cool. Yeah, I wonder what's next.
Yeah, only uphill from there, right?
Yeah. Well, they do say that one of the best ways of coming off of coffee is to just start supplementing more and more teas.
Yeah,
Because
you have to taper. Like any drug, you have to
Yeah,
taper.
but there's still the caffeine in the tea, but there's nowhere near the same kind of amount. But it helps carry over, and then
You
by
also
having
get the theanine in the tea, which is also
well, tea.
good for you.
Let's face it, tea's good for you.
Yeah.
Coffee.
There's nothing wrong with going cold turkey after like 5 coffees a day to 0.
Isn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's such a fun experience.
Yeah.
No, well, you're into some kinky shit because I never found it fun.
The thing is, you're talking about 5 coffees. I think I'm closer to double figures than that.
I mean, with Nespressos, they needed to be at least 10 plus. It needed,
Yeah.
with those friends, it was like 10 to 15 in terms of strength.
You get the ristrettos, the stronger ones.
This is why I stopped using my that Italian coffee machine thing I got in the kitchen, the ristretto or whatever the fucking thing's called, and it'd be like it does it, grinds the beans up and all that. Well, that's not enough. Have another one. Yeah, maybe 3. Bit of sugar,
I want
bit of
mud.
milk.
I want coffee mud.
Yeah, have 14 of them a day, mate. You ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
I was going through.
Unfortunately, I'm Pinky.
I was going through
blind.
three carafes of it a day, full fat, and I've had to bring it right down.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the same thing because I have to be. Well, as Fiona points out to me, you're an old cunt now. Oh yeah. Yes, dear.
Well, it's a devious process too. When you study how caffeine actually works, it inhibits an enzyme that affects your ATP cycling, and this is why you get this energy boost. But at the end, you crash because you fucked up your system to cycle the energy properly.
Yeah.
And you have a deficit. So not only do you have a headache, but now you're just lethargic.
Well, Steve in the chat, he said he can't blame coffee because he doesn't drink it. I tell you what, you can blame if you've got in the house LED bulbs.
Well, fluorescents can be even worse if they have a wrong refresh rate.
Fluorescent
Well,
lighting.
yeah, true. Or worse still, if you have both of them in the room together.
The glare on your screen.
Computer screen glare.
It can be the LED backlight of your screen as well.
Yeah.
That's the only lighting problems I now have is just the backlight in the screen, because it is as close as one of the least painful screens I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
But it's still.
My Angel of the North's been lovely. It's been really good to me, this one. Even though it's it's the size of Wisconsin. I mean, it's casting quite a lot of light in here, but it's I've never found it oppressive on my eyes at all. It's a really good one. But mind you, it costs enough. It fucking should do.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to say good night because I'm meeting Luke for breakfast in the morning. So,
hey.
Well, I haven't seen him for a month, so go and catch up with the boy. So yes. Anyway, good to see you all.
And you, darling.
Catch you later.
Take care. Good to see you, Rob.
Lovely to see you as always.
See you later.
Take care, Fred.
Good night.
Yeah, this is my front light. If I just turn the screen brightness.
Mm.
It's like a fireplace.
Yeah.
And this screen doesn't go very bright. It's a really dim screen. Normally. Well, then annoyingly, it doesn't go as dim as I would like it to go. So I have been tempted to just put some extra resistors on the backlight wiring. Because I have been doing some fun stuff with repairing a lot of LCDs at work, where it's been, well, mainly the backlight drivers tend to die on quite a few of them. Or where it normally involves, you just go with a heat gun around the inductors that do the backlight driving, and then it's just like, now they're soldered again to the board.
It's like that trick for some displays and keyboards, right?
But it's like because the problem with inductors for like stuff that's used 6 days a week for and turned on quite often for like 10, 11, 12 hours, 13 hours, 14 hours if it's really bad for 6 days a week, where there's enough heat with the inductors constantly generating that high voltage that they actually manage to desolder themselves over the time very consistently.
Mm.
And then, just going over with a heat gun to try and get the solder to melt enough back on there, it's fine. And then you get it back like maybe 3 months later again, it's like, oh, it's broken again. Fine, I'll do another shit fix. It will be replaced in 4 weeks anyway. It's the joys of screens that have been sitting in a theatre for like 10 years and pretty much used 6 days a week.
So you got rid of that big mixer then?
Well, one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
The biggest one I still have because that might be going into a studio space.
Did you sell that S6000?
No, the 6000 that is still going.
Yeah, I wish I could get it.
But,
just don't have any money.
Also, I think picking up from London might be a bit expensive for you.
Yeah.
How much do you think that would be?
Well, let's say Addison Lee to to Heathrow. Let me think. How many houses do you own?
You can do it on a slow boat, right? Just the freight. Do it as freight.
Yeah, yeah.
I have to pack it properly. It's really annoying very quickly.
You don't have any crates lying around?
No, I mean I've probably got enough bubble wrap. I've just, don't even put anything around it, just bubble wrap, and then have like a massive parcel. It's just
You should have seen some boxes I got. They were so trashed. Like, did you immerse this in water and then like piss on it and then put some tar on it and then rip it up a bunch?
Give it that authentic shipped look.
Oh my God! This is unbelievable how they treat some stuff.
Well, we had a work actually happening internally that they've been having some issues when they've had to drain the heating system for some of the building work, and they then when they then turned it back on, they had some interesting bursts, and then a month later, they had to drain the sprinkler system. They then had some things burst again when they recommissioned it at like 5 a.m. on a Monday.
Mad.
It's apparently not been... the insurance is a bit unhappy at the moment about those things. But, yeah. The joys of being a building that's open mostly 7 days a week. Well, like, the public-facing parts are open 7 days a week, and apart from, well, for sprinkler work, I think they did actually have to close it. But it's still, it gets really crazy with stupid overnight work. Well,
You must have to bleed the sprinklers once in a while too, otherwise you get rusty water, right?
Yeah, but I don't know how often they would normally do it anyway. But with all the building work, they've been they've had to drain it a few more times than they wanted. And then there's also always the asbestos joy of. I mean, the National Theatre is held together with asbestos. Because, I mean, concrete isn't strong enough, so you need to have some asbestos as a magic glue. There's sadly some parts, some of the early stuff that was built in like '66. Some of the older stuff of the building has asbestos mixed into the concrete. I mean,
they just coat that instead of trying to remove it?
Well, no. If it's mixed into your concrete, every time you drill through it, you have it come through. So, so there's always a lot of fun. So there's always particle detectors around when there's any building work going on. And we did have that, was it a month ago, where they then overnight, the contractor started doing the work, the usual asbestos drilling contractor. And particle detectors started getting to a warning level, and then those top 2 floors were put into a low pressure zone for the next 2 days.
Wow. We had a house, and I was a kid in the 50s. The house was built in the 50s, so it had acoustic ceiling in it, which is presumed to be full of asbestos. That was the time period. So at one point they closed off our living room, do this wet scrape method where they soak it all down and carefully scrape it so it doesn't spread. And we finally got rid of that. But we had that ceiling for years. So we're playing around, hitting stuff, knocking stuff down. We could have been breathing that shit in.
I mean, my old uni, there's these acoustic clouds in the ceiling, but I mean, quite pointless, but like the ones that look like fiberglass, or it's basically, it's just pure asbestos wool that's covered in fiberglass.
That's wild.
And we only found that out relatively recently, but a alumnus who has done a lot of work in there and drilled some holes in the concrete next to it, and he was just like, oh yeah, we've got some new particle detectors, let's bring them along. And I was just like, let's scrape a bit of this. It's like, that's a lot of particles. I mean, it's a fiberglass thing, so of course you expect a lot of particles. And then it seals from inside of the detector, then you send it off, and it's like, oh yeah, those fibers are actually asbestos. It's like,
Yikes.
exciting.
Well, it's funny, the California State rock is serpentine, or the mineral's called serpentinite, and it's related to asbestos. So on some of the trails I've actually walked on my video tours, I've done close-ups on the rock. You see the fibrous nature of some of the rocks. It's fucking asbestos right there.
It's a great material. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the only problem that mammals really don't like getting that stuff into their lungs.
Well,
apart from
talc
that,
either. I mean, you don't want to breathe in talc. So it's also an irritant.
Yeah.
I mean, well, ultimately, it's not even. It's not even the most dangerous thing. It's just it clogs up into your lungs, and it never leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The joys of.
And then the underground's full of it as well.
Yeah, but I think all the other stuff that gets swirled up. What is it like? 1 hour journey a day is basically a pack of facts a day.
Yeah.
That you're getting in London, the equivalent.
Yeah, but I mean, the asbestos that comes off the brakes is quite nasty apparently, and there's a lot of that dust in there.
Yeah, man.
Well, just imagine during the Industrial Revolution, where like trees turn black and stuff, people breathing all that shit in.
Yeah.
I mean, London until the 80s, realistically.
That's what I mean. Yeah, there's the famous story about the pepper moth, and the population of gray pepper moths was less common than the ones that were black morphs, because the black morphs adapted to the black trees from all the pollution.
Yeah. Probably what Shenzhen's like now. You've got all those factories in that concentrated little area.
I'm assuming it's just the standard weather problem. If it's clear enough and it's fine, but as soon as you get a heavy cloud cover, it's just smog everywhere.
The worst has to be there's that one city in China. It's an industrial city, and like the atmosphere, the clouds, and the sky around there is all orangey. It's all the pollution.
I think Shenzhen is suffering from that now.
Oh, there's one, I forgot the name of it. It's the worst polluted one, and it's just, it looks like something from a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Oh, is it around Bering City?
Yeah, exactly. It's all Uli's fault.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well, basically China's making the rest of the world's bleeding products now, isn't it? So.
Well, there's that, but also the fact that their government has no protections. They don't care about their people, so you're all cattle.
Mm.
Well, but I mean, even if in your capital, it has gotten a lot better over the past 10 years, but even if in your capital, you're happy for such massive smog. And
Well, Los Angeles is really bad, but Mexico City is one of the worst ones I've visited, and they're so bad you couldn't see down the block, and I had like a sore throat and stuff for a couple of days there. It's fucked up. I don't know what it's like now, but this is 20 years ago, whatever. But probably worse. But I've driven to LA on some days where you couldn't see the skyscrapers until you're right on top of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's bad news.
No wonder Blade Runner 2049 looks as nice as it does.
Exactly. Yeah, it's perfect.
No CGI needed.
No.
You just light it up a bit more red, and it's fine.
And Beijing was funny because during the Olympics they had many years ago, they had a special plan to clean up the area by cutting down usage and activities like several months before the event, and they significantly cleaned it up where they had beautiful blue sky pictures from Beijing for like the first time in a long time.
And it went straight back again.
It probably went back again, yeah.
Fire up the smelters.
Yeah, basically.
Well, again, I think the leading elite quite enjoyed it. So for the past 10 years, there's been concentrated effort to move things further away from Beijing.
Basically, this whole anti-mask policy is going to be bad in the future because you'll need it just to keep the pollution away from you.
Yeah. I saw a photograph, I think it was it today? No, it might have been last night, of, it's the largest tyre dump in the world. It's in Kuwait, I think it is. Just these rubber tyres go stretch right to the horizon.
And if that catches on
Billions
fire, watch
of them.
out.
Yeah, because they're talking about there being something like 30 billion tyres or something. It's just ridiculous.
Also, the countries that have those things, but also don't have such a dry climate, you have mosquito problems like crazy with all the water in the tires. And if you're in a zone that has like dengue fever or malaria, you're really fucked. So.
Yeah. Jeez.
We're just trying to kill ourselves. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Some faster, some slower.
But you think about all these different things, and then they turn around and say, well, actually, the worst polluter is cruise ships. I don't know why cruise ships should be more.
Well,
polluting.
they are. You can see the particles coming out. It's visual pollution.
I don't doubt for a moment that they are quite polluting, but when you put it up against an entire manufacturing city and stuff like that, you go, does it though?
Yeah, you go through like City of Industry by LA, where it's just all like these oil works and other kinds of stuff with things constantly billowing out of smokestacks and flames going off, and it's filthy around there. It's terrible.
That's why you normally avoid being around there.
Try to, but sometimes you have to drive through there.
Sometimes it comes to you.
Yeah.
But that's why your country house is far away. I mean, the country estate.
But then, as Trump said, you have to worry about all the windmills because they're killing the birds. He even had a speech about they're hurting the whales. Did you hear about that one? He goes, the whales are being affected by the windmills.
I mean,
I don't know where he got that one from. That's totally out there.
I can't even start to think how, but yeah.
The whales, like he cares about whales, right? The whales and the are being affected by the windmills.
They're eating the whales, people. They're eating the whales.
Yeah. No, that's RFK. He's cutting the heads off and driving them around.
Jesus.
Robert Kennedy.
Yeah. I don't know. We're doomed. Face it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Here we are.
Enough people are trying not to have us be doomed, but it's happening anyway. So it's
going to go that way. Yeah.
Yeah, those one-way tickets to Mars. They're very tempting, aren't they?
Well, not if somehow Elon Musk is still in charge because he thinks he's going to be like Cohagen.
I think he can go first.
Yeah, we know what happened to him.
If other
he won't.
If other billionaires prefer the submarines, he can go on his spaceship, right?
He's going to do exactly what Bezos said about putting Amazon stuff in orbit. We're going to have indentured servants up there who can't afford to come back down. It's like it's kind of like the reverse of Elysium, where the rich people live up in the nice
Yeah.
part of orbit. You'll have all the workers up there doing all the shit work, and they can't afford to come back. And same with Mars. You're going to send people to fucking Mars who are going to be like just stupid workers, and then you'll do. I'm telling you that Total Recall was great because it's like you'll have the guy controlling their air.
Yeah.
Right?
Or the Spaceballs stealing the air from the
Yeah.
peace-loving video. The combination is 1, 2, 3.
I forgot about that. Let's go watch that again.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's what an idiot has on his luggage.
That's the same combination as on my luggage.
Uh-oh. Sorry, sir. Yeah. Use the Schwartz.
A can of Perrier.
Oh, my God. I don't know. Mind you, I suppose it's a good way. In a good way, I suppose, if all the billionaires did fuck off to Mars. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, we need a moon base first. That makes the most sense. You need a launching pad. You need like a stepping stone.
Will the women be wearing one-piece catsuits? This is what I'm asking the important questions here.
Well, sure. There's a
Moonbase Alpha, man.
Is that the one with They have the fake. They're trying to steal the land because it's valuable for some minerals, and they have like the 0G shooting scene or low G shooting scene. You know what I'm talking about? Where they all move slowly. And they're trying to be like they're in the low
It's very,
G.
very likely. I mean, we're talking low budget here.
Yeah, they had a Mystery Science Theater. It's a hilarious movie.
Because I think in UFO the women wore the sparkly tinsel skirts.
Yeah,
tinsel skirts and stuff.
and like fishnet tops, right? Weren't they like see through?
Oh, the pilots. That was definitely of the underwater crew.
Yeah,
Those,
yeah.
fishnetty t-shirts sort of thing.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's nothing like 60s sci-fi.
Yeah.
It's in the late 60s, early 70s sci-fi. That's a strong aesthetic.
Yeah, because Space 1999 was too clinical. It wasn't sexy enough.
And it was kind of the same story every week, let's face it.
Yeah.
There's a UFO coming. Better shoot it then. Yeah, okay. All right, we shot it. Cool. Tune in next week.
Well, that's a very American point of view. We love to shoot things we don't understand. So.
Yeah,
but
first,
they were nasty.
Kill
They were bad. They were bad people.
It's like ready, fire, aim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never watched UFO. I've seen clips of it, but never watched the show. I should check it out. That's one of the guy has a base down way in the basement, right? His main office is in the basement or something. Some building.
In UFO, you got Colonel Straker, and his car is actually a converted Ford Granada.
Oh yeah,
really, really beautiful car, nice and modern looking. Yeah, so there was the SPVs. I'm confusing it with Captain Scarlet now. So you had the submarine. I can't remember what it was called.
they do feel the same, right? Captain Scarlet and all those things.
Well, it's the same company and the same
Yeah.
people essentially.
Yeah.
It's just live action version.
Right.
Because no strings attached, as it were.
Oh.
Boom, boom. Trying to think. Yeah, so there was Moonbase Alpha. There was a submarine that had like a space, kind of a ship, flying shippy type thing that came off the front if they did get past Moonbase Alpha and got to Earth. And there was these, they weren't tanks. Well, they were, but they looked like GMC vans, but with tracks on them. And they had the roof opened up and had rockets and stuff, and they would blow up the UFOs if they were on the ground. That kind of thing. So that was pretty much it.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I think it was called Project Moonbase. No, what was it called?
What that?
No, not Project Moonbase. I got to find the name of the this movie. I think it was shot in the UK, but it had a lot of American actors in it, and it had great music. There was like a low G fight scene inside the place. Somebody kills the gravity generator.
You
And
sure it wasn't a film like Moon 02 or something?
That might be it. Is that the one?
It almost sounds like it is describing Moonraker in parts.
It's Moonraker ripped it off. Basically, this is earlier.
Right. Yeah, because there was one called
Moon 02. Is that what it is?
I think there was one called Moon 02, which was one of those sort of. It was.
Like
It was
there's a Captain Kirk guy who's always banging the chicks.
quite possibly. It does sound something along those lines, where it was almost a tongue-in-cheek sci-fi film.
Carry On Moon.
That is it. Yeah, Moon 02. The guy has an eye patch. Who's the bad guy?
Yeah, that sounds.
The rich guy who lives on the moon has an eye patch. Moon 02 was great. 1969. That was the year I was born.
Yeah, remember the music? Yeah, Moon 02.
Oh,
Yeah.
the music is great. The
Very,
fight
very
scenes,
60s, massively 60s.
It's so great. And then they're running
What's
out
not to
of
laugh about that?
they're running out of power on the moon buggy to get back to the base because it got stranded, and so they had they can't. There's something about the thing is overheating because they can't run the cooling system because of energy, so they have to start taking their outfits off. So the woman's like in her bra and stuff, and they're sweating, and at some point, the last second, they have to put their suits on and hoof it to the base before they suffocate. It's just a crazy ass movie. It's just...
Oh, that's right, Babs. Yeah, the shapeshifter woman, but I can't remember her name.
Moon 02 is great. So cheesy.
What was her? I think they found her on a planet or something they were going by. Yeah, exactly. They just tried to sex it up again. Maya, yeah. That's right, Maya. I remember now. She could be various creatures or something. She could change into a hawk or a dolphin or something. Not very useful in a corridor, I know, but...
Was that UFO?
No, that would be Space 1999, I think.
Oh, I remember that.
As they travelled through the galaxy, which they must have been going for at a hell of a clip.
Yeah, exactly.
Suddenly, they're in the clouds of Magellan. You go, do you know how long it takes to get to the clouds of Magellan?
Yeah, it's part of our local group, but it's very far, yeah.
Well, you do need your warp drive.
Yeah.
Whatever the equivalent is. You just require some exotic matter and you get a warp drive. How easy.
Yeah, Magellanic Clouds are only it's like tens of thousands of light years from us, so it's pretty close. But
Not
it's
the
still
speed the
fucking far
moon was
away.
going.
Yeah.
It would have taken a while.
Yeah.
They were there within, what was it? Series 1. They hadn't even grown beards. And they were at the clouds of Magellan.
They didn't have the warp concept that Star Trek had?
Well, even then. But no, I think they did fall into some sort of temporal vortex or something at some point eventually, but they couldn't save themselves. But eventually just ran out of money and storyline. There's only so much you can do on a ball.
Yeah.
And then you go, that's the end of that then. They may sometimes pass nearby a planet, and honestly, there ain't that many to pass by.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the trouble with knowing more about the universe as time goes by. It just makes shows look more stupid.
And it makes the flat earthers look even worse.
And yet...
And the moon hoax, right? The whole moon hoax.
And yet there's a flat earth society.
Yeah.
I know. Look at our evidence. We shot it with our own cameras on Earth.
Yeah.
So you think you're going into orbit? Oh, we didn't go into orbit. I see. You don't believe we even left the planet.
It's more than people flying to go to this conference on a parabolic trajectory on their flight to then go to a flat Earth conference. It's just like, yay.
Well, so according to their model, you would have views of these constellations being, totally different depending where you stood on the planet, right? Whereas you can say, all right, you get all your flat Earth buddies together in different parts of the world, go outside and take pictures of the sky at exactly the same time, and you tell us where everything is. And they don't want to actually do any real investigation. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, well,
I mean, Eratosthenes proved it with his little well experiment thousands of years ago, and modern people are confused by that.
well, it's always been the flat Earth thing has always just been just in the periphery all the time. It's always
Well, it goes along with the heavy Bible people as well.
Yeah.
They're usually Bible belters.
But I don't understand why, in that context, why would why does God hate balls? What's going on? Why wouldn't he make it round? Why can't they believe that somebody's living in the clouds? They can't believe that the Earth is round.
Well, you also show them other things. Like they think the moon is fake. They think his moon is actually a projection or not very far away from us in the sky. It's like, okay.
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it is not very far away. No.
Well, it's 250,000 miles, roughly.
Yeah.
So,
Quite close
Yeah.
compared to anything else in the solar system.
Get there in a greyhound.
but you can show them these images of other planets and stuff, and like all these other things are clearly spheres, right?
Yeah.
And you can show them like,
those images are clearly two-dimensional, so they can't be spheres, right?
but you can show them moons going around Jupiter in a regular telescope with a good scene condition. And say,
Yeah.
okay, explain that, motherfuckers. They just don't want to think. They have their own ideas. You can't teach them. It's pointless to argue with them, pretty
Well,
much.
it really brings the true fundamental reality of the expression. Ignorance is bliss. If they're happy to think that the Earth is flat, fine.
It's fine, but the problem is they also vote and do other things that mess everyone else up.
Yeah, but there again, idiots drive. You just keep avoiding it. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. See, unless you're going to bring in some form of IQ test, and everybody that falls below that becomes farm animals or has to be executed or used for
here's
spare
the other
parts.
thing.
There's nothing you
I
can do
mean-
about it.
I've seen
Solid
YouTube
green.
channels by people who claim to be
Yes,
Mensa
solid green.
people, and they're fucking idiots. They may have passed a Mensa test, but their common sense is totally ridiculous, right? So just because you're a Mensa person, high IQ, doesn't mean you know how to do anything, really.
Yeah. I guess not.
It can help, but it by itself is not a good metric, because I've met I've met some Mensa people who are complete idiots. I'm like, that's your stance on that issue? Interesting. And how high is your IQ?
Only 160.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It just seems to have become more exacerbated somehow over the last few years.
Well, the problem is social media was the great equalizer. Everyone's opinions are valid because they can spout off about it to everybody.
Yeah.
And before, when you didn't have that, you were in your little bubble.
Yeah.
The crazy guy in the corner yelling with signs, that's
Yeah.
as far as he would go. But now he can go on the internet and be an idiot across the world.
Yeah.
And people will listen to it. It's like,
I
holy
suppose
shit.
I suppose it did give credibility to stupidity.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you realize the conspiracy theories and the dumb things they believe in and say are counter to everything that made the systems they're using to spout their nonsense? You couldn't have satellites and the internet and computers and Facebook with the concepts they believe in, because that science never would have worked. So you have a platform to spout off that is totally
Clearly
counter
they
to your beliefs.
Clearly, they need to go back to carrier pigeons.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, even then they wouldn't understand how those things work, because they found magnetic particles in the muscle tissue of certain birds, like pigeons and stuff, and they can actually feel the magnetic field. But to explain that to them, they think, "Oh, that's crazy talk," right?
Or if you ever have fun or quite a lot of research in Germany, how cattle also they feel the electric field. So if under a high voltage line, they will align differently to how they would normally stand.
Yeah.
So, cattle normally tend to align when they're regurgitating the food, they normally align with the magnetic field, well, at 90 degrees, because they're technically aligning with the electric fields, but then when you have a high voltage line going past, they align with that.
Yeah, that's cool. I actually haven't heard that before. That's interesting, though.
It is one of those most craziest things, and some researchers being really bored, but just seeing that.
Yeah.
Why is there a high voltage line, and why do they all stand at 90 degrees to that?
I mean, it goes to show that as long as they have some way to receive it, like, obviously great white sharks, everyone who studies them knows they have this thing in their muzzle, in the snout, called ampulla lorenzini, and they can actually receive electrical signals and help them navigate in kind of like an electric eel does, but it uses it for defense and also for navigation. But sharks can do it to navigate in dark waters or murky waters, and also sometimes sense prey with the change of a field next to them, because they had some in captivity and they kept rubbing against this wall, and turned out there was a hot spot on the wall. They were sensing that and rubbing against the wall over and over and over again. It's a trip, and this is just great white sharks, and they're super primitive. They've been around for 200 million years,
Yeah,
and they still have these technologies inside of their skulls.
Sharks are the most fascinating animals.
Oh, they're crazy, yeah.
They've been around for so long, and there's just nothing else that's good at being a shark. Nothing has come to replace them with what they do.
Yeah, they haven't had to change because it works.
Yeah.
Just that sharks are very good at being sharks.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's another thing about the birds too. It was fun. The Scientific American had an article many years ago about putting certain migratory birds in a planetarium setting, and they were able to study they memorized literally star patterns, and they figured out how they migrate at night. They actually are looking at the stars, just like the sailors used to do. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So I got to give those little guys lots of credit.
Yeah.
If you're going to migrate, 10,000 miles every year or more,
Yeah.
it's not only a lot of work, but you have to have some clever way to do it.
It's amazing, isn't it? Right, I'm going to chase down that cup of coffee.
Don't chase us down too far down the street.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I think it's just started bucketing down out there.
Uh-oh.
Really badly. I can barely see the school for the rain.
Oh, no. Is it noisy? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it over the headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bucketing.
Oh,
Oh, well.
you're not just hearing the fans from my laptop.
No.
So just like the people in Seattle have similar conditions, you want to drink a lot of coffee.
But yeah, I'm seriously going to do this. This should we say coffee diet?
Just taper off, yeah.
Yeah. Take it down to a much more respectable level. Even if it was like 1 a.m. to get the pistons lubricated, and then 1 p.m. to just take the edge of the day off, and that's it. As opposed to 2 a.m, 1 an hour later, maybe another 1 hour later, maybe another one after that.
You can also up your dosage of vitamin D3. Not only is it good for you, but at a certain dosage, you get kind of a pick-me-up.
Yeah. But you don't want to go too high.
No, you don't.
Yeah, which I did.
Oh, you
at
did?
one point. Yeah, I did at one point. Not so good.
Yeah, if you're over 10,000 IU for regular situations, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. So I think what it was, I read the dosage amount on the packet wrong.
Yeah.
And I took a little bit too much.
Oh, because instead of 1,000, you thought it was like 2,000 or something like that. So or the opposite.
Well, it's totally the opposite, because it was like, was it 1,000 UG? I think what it was the doctor had said, he goes, he said, yeah, you want these, you want to take 9. And that was the first packet. What I didn't know, this first packet was much it was like
Half the dose,
100.
yeah.
Yeah, 100 or something.
Shit.
So so for about 5 or 6 days, I was taking 9,000 UG at
Yeah,
D3.
it's up there. Yeah.
And by the end of the week, holy hell.
Yeah, I take about
Oh.
5 because one of the things my doctor got me onto was when I went back to lifting weights and I really hurt myself, just horrible muscle strain and muscle pull.
Mm-hmm.
And the higher D3 dosage really helped repair the
Yeah.
muscles.
Yeah.
But I didn't go too high. I was like 5,000-6,000 max.
Yeah, well, I was doing 9K a day, and by the Friday, I was feeling very peculiar, to say the least. It was very sort of like, something's not right. So, made a note of that, won't do that again.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it actually, it just literally flipped, and it started to have the complete opposite effect to what it was initially doing. So I had to detox off that for a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, he said basically you will feel really good for a little while, and then you start to feel really bad. So I said, okay, I get it. It's like a euphoria.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, I got lots done that week. Didn't get much done the following week. Tell you
Yeah.
that. So yeah, it was nausea, headaches. Funny pains that when like if somebody punches your arm, gives you a dead arm, but it was like the bone was it felt like the bone was the pain.
Oh.
And so you rubbed it, it did nothing. Because the pain felt like it was coming out from the bone, which is weird anyway.
Yeah.
And it would, really, really hurt, especially around joints and stuff like that. Really, really, really painful. To the point where it'd almost bring tears to your eyes and you're rocking backwards and forwards sort of thing. And then it would just go, and just go away again. You go, oh. And then 10 minutes later, the other arm would do it. And he's like, oh. Don't recommend it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was because of something else you're taking with it, too.
The thing, I wasn't taking anything else with it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So this seemed to be from literally an overdose of E3. It's like,
Yeah.
D3, sorry.
G3, yes.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, depositing too much calcium. Yeah, it could very well be. And it was really hurt.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But, yeah. So I didn't do myself any favours. Read the label carefully, people.
Well, it's a good thing that too much D3 doesn't lead to acromegaly. You start looking like Andre the Giant.
Yeah. That's probably not a good thing.
Or even worse, like John Merrick, with the huge deposits on the bones.
John Merrick. Right, yeah. I'm going to get this coffee. Got it.
Righty. Any luck selling your Andromeda?
No, not really. I've not been trying. They seem to be going for a lot of money again.
What's the best offer you got so far?
The best I had was...
Had to be at least $2,000 or something, right?
20,600, I think.
Okay, that's pretty good.
But still, I wouldn't want to go less than 3. Because at that point I'd still made a loss. I mean, I have no interest of making any profit, but I would like to break even ultimately.
Sure, yeah.
Considering that, but one of the limited edition red ones has just sold for about, I think it was 13,000 euros.
Oh wow! I've never seen a red one. I heard about them, but.
And somebody crazy enough to actually buy it, which is like, that has skewed the entire prices.
That's funny.
At the other end.
Wow.
Considering that it's actually not that, if you want to cheat, it's not that hard to actually make a red one.
Oh sure.
I mean, probably for a few hundred, but get the new panel printed off.
That's funny. I'm sure people have done that. Maybe the one they sold was like that. Because that's didn't the guy who works with no, it's not the guy who works with Cherry. It's another guy, isn't it, who has one?
There was there one of the guys that Mike Medley was on the show with or PSN?
I think so. Bryce? Is it something Bryce?
Yeah, maybe. But he used to work for Elise's. But
Yeah.
I know Jörg Hüttner did some of the factory presets. He had a red one. I mean, well, it's basically a lot of the sound designers who did presets for it ended up with red ones, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's cool.
I don't personally think either color scheme is that much better.
No, I never liked the look of them. They do sound good and they have some cool features, but
I quite like the look of it. I just don't like the UI. Ultimately,
Yeah.
it's an interesting design idea, but it's just not the most helpful or not the most intuitive and most ergonomic way. Like I'd be happy with a crazy UI, but actually works works around the dexterity of hands that you don't need to move a lot. I mean, it would look crazy,
Yeah.
in just the opposite direction of the Andromeda. But my pet peeve that I always keep going on about and will keep going on about is why do I have 3 knobs dedicated to tuning?
Yeah.
Those are things at that point. Well, nowadays, of course, encoders and shift function would be probably
Or even two, of like coarse and fine. That's okay.
Yeah, and but like yeah. Why do I have? Isn't octave, semitones, and fine tune? Was it really coarse tune? Either way, there are 3 knobs to do the tuning, and some other things that I might find more important are more hidden in the pages. That is just one of the things that will keep me off of how certain things are decided. Then, yeah, how you basically need to make in the filter. You always need to put quite a negative offset in to have a useful range on the knob. Even
So they don't have push encoders, right? They're just regular.
It's
the pots, right? Not encoders.
It's pots everywhere, so at least you don't have a problem of cheap encoders like Dave Smith.
Yeah. Although that was an easy fix, pretty cheap.
Was it? I mean, replacing all the boards.
No, well, on the Polyvolver is easy. I don't know about the other stuff, but
it's just well, when those boards were around, it was easy. When they ceased.
Well, that's the thing. I got it when it was. Yeah, you got to jump on that when you can, right? So.
I mean, again, proper encoders are always an option, but they cost a lot more money.
Yeah.
Having some actual good encoders, and even then, like on the World of Blofeld, where it's, I wouldn't call it a bad encoder. It's probably just very average. But the main
I don't know what happened with mine because mine was fairly new, and I noticed that problem. So
because, if they're quite old, is one of the main problems that they haven't been made for a while, I believe. The exact ones, so I think the optical ones that have just deteriorated is the main thing. But it's like also the user interface problem of you use that one knob so much that maybe it would have been worthwhile to spend more money on it and get something that lasts a lot longer.
Yeah. I mean, Yamaha had those terrible ones on the SU stuff, like the SU 700 has a lot of tiny little encoders that they all skip pretty easily after a while.
Well, again, with the Andromeda, the main problem is that the pods are getting scratchy.
Oh yeah.
Just too much dust inside, so you have value jumps. But again, I actually...
Do you keep a dust cover on it?
Well, it's normally covered in bubble wrap vertically. But
I mean, when you had it out, did you keep it covered on a regular basis?
yeah. Again, I normally always put bubble wrap over it. So also, if I throw stuff around in here, accidentally plonk a cable about, it's not going to completely scratch it and damage it. But yeah, it's not a perfect dust cover, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Now, I bought a bunch of those Guitar Center brand covers years ago, checked all my stuff, and then I found some decent ones on Amazon that were even cheaper. So I bought covers for almost everything else. So it adds up initially, but it's a one-time purchase, and I don't have to worry about dust anymore. So, and having a lot of things with sliders and stuff, it's really nice to have that protection.
Yeah. Well, again, it so much depends on how the components are. Is it open port? Is it sealed? Well, again, the Andromeda ones, of course, they are an arse pain to get hold of. So if you'd want to replace them, that would be absolute expensive nightmare. And again, they're a very specific model that is from the era, so you're still replacing it with an old part that has been lying around in a moderately sealed package for 25 years.
But as long as you match the ohms, aren't you good enough just using whatever?
Yes, but the footprint is weird.
Oh, it's a certain size, yeah.
It's a very weird thing. But ultimately, a bit of the correct cleaner / lubricant and down the little dribble down the side of the shaft, drill a little bit, and actually they behave very well again. But scratchy pods are just an issue with pretty much everything over time.
Yikes.
Just have to deal with it. Either way, but it's 20 years old.
I found a few that are just kind of on the edge. I can just like work the action a bunch, and it at least works okay for a while without being too scratchy.
I mean, again, I just recently at work took some just standard simple open carbon track parts apart, because it's just could replace it, but I've already got it in my hand and the clips are already broken anyway, so it's already in pieces anyway. Might as well desolder it, put the track in the ultrasonic cleaner for a short time, take it out, give it a scrub, put some lubricant on it, clean the wipers with contact cleaner, put them back on, and then bend the clips back into place, and it's a very lovely pot now.
But even if you clean them, over time they will just wear
Yes.
out, right?
I mean, it will just, more shit will get in, and
Yeah.
again with open carbon ones, I mean, every time you're moving it, you're taking some carbon off the track.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just something you have to be aware of, and again, normally the data sheet tells you how many movements. I mean, with trim pods, it can be as little as 100 or 1,000 that they're only rated for.
Just to do a Nigel Tufnell, you point and say, these can never be moved.
And again, at that point, why have a synth with knobs? Why not have...
That's true. Presets, all presets, man.
Yeah, at that point, have a Matrix 1000. Perfect. Just put in a number, play some keys. No knobs to be twiddled.
Oh,
You put some vodka in there, Kent?
a sweet nectar of life.
Put a little Put a little alcohol in there for fun.
No. I don't want to spoil the taste of the coffee.
How about Irish coffee?
Jesus, big arrow now.
Nothing wrong with a bit of Baileys.
Do you know what? I like Bailey's a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's good.
How else are you having your cereal in the morning?
I always wondered though. I never checked the label, but that creamy stuff at room temperature for how long? How does that work exactly?
Yeah.
You just don't want to know. Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just ignore the science.
Well,
Everybody else does.
Yeah, that was the real mantra during COVID. Ignore the science.
Yeah. Mind you, they didn't help matters using weird vaccines, did they? So.
Well, I mean, I took it. I didn't have any ill effects. So, I mean, I'm sure it's individual and depends which one you took. And
Well,
issues
the first one I had, they said, "Oh, you'll feel a bit icky for a day." I went, "Yeah, okay, right." So I had the first one, and they were right. I thought I was dying.
Oh wow! See, I barely had anything. I had the all Pfizer, and I didn't have three doses and didn't have any problems. So.
Yeah, well, but then I had the second one, and oh my god, that was me on my back for 3 days. That was awful.
The only thing I had was just the soreness in the shot region. That's it, as you expect. So
for me, it was the first time nothing. I was like, oh, all happy, just don't care. Then the second one, having Sunday afternoon, then I was like, oh, the arm is a bit numb. Okay, let's actually do some slight arm exercises. Try to keep it moving and drink a lot to not have too shit day at work on Monday. And that was a very shit day at work.
Yeah.
Just a very painful arm. And
What was quite annoying, it was I
third
had
one, I didn't, just nothing again. Like, fuck all.
Yeah, the third one I didn't get. So. But what annoyed me was I'd had COVID before I had the first vaccination, which started off as, I think I picked up a cold. Oh, I think this might be flu. Oh my God, somebody please just kill me and end this now. And then I got better. Then they gave me the COVID jab and I felt bloody bad again.
The second time I had COVID, I was just... I was already feeling quite bad on Friday evening. I was just like halfway through the show in the evening, I was just like, I'm not feeling great. And at the end of the day, text my boss of like, if I send you the message at 7 tomorrow, I'm very sorry, but I am feeling quite bad. And then but I did a test that night. I had to do a test for morning anyway to get into work, and it's like, nope, totally clear. Then I had one of the most horrendous nights in the years. And it was just like half 6, but I just couldn't take it. Just okay, do a test now, and it's just like, is a very faint line, but I was completely dead. Then like 2 days later, on Monday, I'm feeling just a bit shit, and a very solid line suddenly. It's like, well, what the fuck is going on here? Clearly, none of the bacteria are around the head to where the test is looking for them. Clearly, they're all further down, and they're just coming up slowly.
Yeah. Jeez. No, I must admit that first bout of COVID that I had, it was the only bout. It's weird, out of all the people on the planet you think wouldn't catch it, it'd be me, wouldn't you? But I got it, and...
Well, you've got a lot of people dropping off and collect...
Yeah, but this is it. And, it's easy to catch. It's a very contagious disease, let's face it. But afterwards, my memory wasn't the same as it was before that. my taste and smell are still off now.
Yeah,
Even
that's
now, years after.
As someone who loves to eat, I'm so glad I didn't get that and fuck that shit up.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some things where you taste them and you go, I'm pretty sure that's not how this is supposed to taste, but that's how I'm tasting it. And it didn't matter how strong the flavour was. It's very, very, very weird. And it would make things that you knew the taste of taste like something completely different. Or a taste you couldn't put a name to, but it was kind of familiar in some way. But it
Really sucks. One of my friends has trouble smelling things, even bad things, right? Which can be a mixed blessing, right?
Yeah.
But it also affects his taste, obviously, because they're linked, and so he always has to over season his food to enjoy it. It's like, man, that sucks. And this is long before COVID. This is just the way he's been.
Yeah. Well, immediately after COVID, I remember I had Fiona did some cheese on some toast, and she goes, "Do you want red Leicester on it?" And I went, "Yeah, I like red Leicester."
Oh.
And it was like cardboard.
Oh man.
It was like there was nothing going on at all. There's no tang, in the back of the throat.
What about something strong like Stilton? Would that still be bleh?
Yeah, everything was bleh. Everything tasted the same, and it was this nondescript taste. You couldn't put a name to it. You couldn't say whether it was sweet or sour. It was just a meh.
It was taste. Yeah, but
it was a meh.
It has taste. No idea what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's beyond umami. It's like the sixth taste, right? So.
Yeah.
Bleh.
Yeah. I see dead food.
Yeah,
it was pretty bad, and it started to fade, but it hasn't gone. Even now, what, 4 years on? It hasn't really gone. So I can taste certain things. I can have something that has maybe a delicate taste, not a problem, and then taste something that's supposed to have a strong taste, and it's like, And in the end, I just stopped bothering about it, to be honest.
Wow.
But I remember I had it was very distinct. I had a Caramac, which is sort of like a caramel white chocolate bar.
Yeah.
And it tasted like Swede. And Caramac's one of my favourites, but Swede is not. And I haven't had another Caramac since.
Yikes.
So, I was funny enough, Fiona offered me one a few months ago. She goes, "Oh, I've got a Caramac." Oh, I went, "No, it's all right." Just didn't know. She goes, "Well, it might not taste of Swede." I went, "No, I don't want to risk it."
What's a Swede? Is that another kind of cookie, or is it?
It's like a turnip. I suppose,
Okay.
kind of a turnipy sort of root vegetable kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's, I believe it's very popular in Russia. So, yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. So, beetroot tastes all right. But,
Does it ever?
Yeah, pickled beetroot's quite nice actually. I'm quite partial to that. I must admit.
Actually, roasted beets and made in a good restaurant are quite tasty.
Yeah,
If they know how to cook them.
Never tried it tasty. I've always had it pickled in salads and stuff like that.
That's how most people have it. That's why a lot of people hate them.
Oh, I love that taste.
No, but a lot of people just beets, and beets are actually really good for you. In fact, now there's a whole supplement market out there based on the nitric oxides in beets
Yeah.
to help your heart and some other things.
I'll Paul in the chat saying, "Eat a Swede, it might taste like Caramac." Do you know what? Knowing my luck, it'll probably taste like Swede as well. Damn. Where's this alternate universe I was dreaming of?
Yeah, because when I hear Swede, I think of Swedish person. So I'm like, oh, what does that taste like?
Yeah.
Just like chicken.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of a cannibalism thing going on. Hey,
Yeah,
don't judge.
Hey, eventually we'll all be eating each other anyway as the world falls apart. So.
Well, is that when the insects run out? Because we're supposed to be moving on to insects next, aren't we?
I don't know. Would I rather go for Soylent Green or insects?
Yeah.
Well, just think, if people worry about the stuff in their food, all the additives, think of eating people and all the garbage they eat.
God, yeah. You can imagine the moth suddenly rising up and go, "Eating what now?"
Yeah.
You like it? Tastes like chicken.
Yeah.
But it fucking don't.
Depends. Give it a nice glaze.
Well, it's funny when bears have attacked people, they certainly have no trouble eating them. It's pretty gruesome.
Mm.
But from what I've read in other instances, a lot of times people don't get eaten that much because I guess to some animals we don't taste very good.
Yes, absolutely.
Excuse me, I taste delicious.
Eat me, eat me.
Yeah.
What was that? I was Restaurant at the End of the Universe, wasn't it?
That sort
Oh,
of
the piggy guy on the plate.
Yeah.
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 That's,
Oh, God.
that's describing what part of them we should be eating, how delicious they are.
Yeah. It's quite dark humour there.
Yeah.
But then he was known.
Well, Monty Python had that lifeboat sketch, right? Or no, was
Yes.
it lifeboat or was it? Yeah, it was lifeboat sketch, right?
Yeah,
Where-
lifeboat. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
with the gammy leg.
He did write some stuff for Flying Circus anyway.
Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Oh, hello, Mrs.
why would you be too surprised that? Well, Hitchhikers is very philosophical in many ways anyway. It's just sometimes it's a bit more nihilistic than other times.
Mm.
My favourite is always at the end of the first book, Marvin plugging himself into the police spaceship, and after sharing his view of the universe, the spaceship, the police one committing suicide, and by that nature killing the police officers, just like the most bizarre thing that just gets you out of the standoff. It is like, but yeah, it's just clearly Marvin being Marvin becomes the unsung hero to save our intrepid travellers by being so depressed. Or what is it? His real human personality? Or what is it called? Which is
It was
why
so
he's
funny.
depressed.
I had there was a Mac sound pack for this thing called Soundmaster on the old Macs, where you could make all these events on your computer play sounds. And I had all these Hitchhiker's Guide ones. And I hadn't even seen the show or heard the radio thing, and it's just the sounds are hilarious, but I had no idea what the context was.
Right.
And I finally saw the show, and I go, "Oh, that's where this is from." But it was funny even before that. So
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite original in its own right.
Yeah, I quote Marvin a bit too much at work. I think, and it's great so many people don't know it, so they have no clue what I'm saying. Like it seems half the people, if there's a rain the size of a planet, you want me to insert whatever random thing at that point, whatever mundane task I'm doing.
did you ever play the game Starship Titanic that he wrote?
Yeah, I had a crack at
Click
that.
and go game. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. Yeah, because he lived about 10 mile up the road here.
No way.
Yeah. He had, what was it? He had an emulator 2. Where
Really?
was he? Yeah. He even used the emulator 2, I think, in his book. He spoke about it. He had in the Dirk Gently Holistic Detective, they got this settee trapped in the stairway, bend in the stairs, and he goes up into the guy's studio at the top of the stairs, and there's a 3D representation of the settee and how it was supposed to have come up the stairs but won't come up the stairs. And then he started describing the emulator 2 that was up there and stuff like that. And of course he's drawing this from what he owned anyway. And yeah, he was he liked his synths.
Did you play music
Douglas?
much, or is he just fiddle?
He was a fiddler. He just liked
Yeah.
to play with it. He liked the tech, just liked playing with it. You know.
Yeah.
I think he never really got past the stage of the sort of like hello Joe, hello.
Yeah, exactly.
Go, yeah, this is fucking great. Yeah, it's kind of
The
thing.
SK1 approach, or the
Yeah, exactly. So,
Ferris Bueller approach to an emulator.
yeah, exactly. And yeah, he came down here with the E2. Well, I can't remember what he needed doing to it now.
really.
But, yeah, very normal, pleasant kind of guy, sort of thing. Really great. But I was really glad that I met him. And it was great to tell him, sort of like, to say, oh, mate, hitchhikers, hiya. Got us through many a cold night, thank you. I think I used to be able to recite the entire thing at one point. Massive fan. So of course he turns up at the front door and go, fuck! So I always remember that. But another one went too early. God damn it. No. Yeah, but Marvin though. There's that thing where he got his legs stuck in the ground and he just walked in circles for 2 million years.
Just. Yeah, that's. Is that a fourth book or third book?
I think it's the fourth. But was it the quintessential phase or something?
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah. Found him on this planet just walking around in a circle.
Well, like all the things that I have a radio series of the first book, or
Yeah.
like all the things with this depression, it's just everything is just so dark and humorous and such a common society. Of like, or you have a whole setup of why is he so depressed? Well, because he, to be more compatible with humans, he's got really human personality, and clearly humans are just depressed.
Yeah.
Eternally.
But it's amazing how much it integrated into, everyday life. To the point now where today people are using terminology and phrasing that was developed from that story in everyday life and don't know where the hell it comes from. I mean, for Christ's sake, the project nickname for the anaglyph was Deep Thought. For Christ's sake.
I try to do everything in multiples of 42.
Yeah. But how long will it take? 7... What? Tuesday? 150 million years. Oh, that's it. We're done. We're done for. What are we going to tell them? Yeah. But you asked for the answer, not the question. Yes, but can you do it?
No.
Tricky. Yes, but can you do it? Yes.
But it is too simple for me to do.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, a computer that comes after me. Yeah, what is it, binary intersections I would be unworthy to speak of. It certainly would explain Earth anyway, wouldn't it? In the grand scheme of things, you go, yeah, I can see why that planet existed now, yeah.
The whole thing of Vogan poetry was the
Nice.
Second worst in the galaxy.
Yeah. God, there were so many nuances in that story. It was ridiculous.
Or particularly in the book, like all the footnotes that are in there. It's just clearly somebody had too much fun of stuff that couldn't work out how to put it in the story, so that it was laughing so much at the shit that's written in the footnotes. But explain stuff even more. You're just like, what?
And Trillion, the triple-breasted whore of Erotic 6. Heart of Gold, wasn't it? And, Safe for Beeplebrox. I mean, fucking hell. Just so much in it.
Alpha Dent, Fort Prefect.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it basically gave most of those guys an acting career.
Yeah, but most of them are just radio people, right?
Well, it was mostly the same people from the radio show, wasn't it? That did the TV show in the
I
end.
think Trillian, she was different, I think.
Yeah, I think Trillium was different, you're right.
I think most others were
They
very
went for what's her face? Oh, what was her name? Oh, she used to do the adverts, didn't she? I can't remember her bloody name now. Somebody will remember, hopefully.
Oh, Slutty Bartfast, yes, of course.
Was Full Prefect different as well?
It might have been. Yeah,
Arthur
Slutty
sounded the same.
Bartfast was played by the guy who's like one of the supporting characters in Goldfinger, I think.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think it's the guy who gives James Bond or gives Sean Connery the gold bar at the start of Goldfinger. He's all
Is it?
Slutty Bartfast. Yeah. I mean, he looked like he was 60 in Goldfinger, but he was actually like 30, I think.
Oh, I was going to say, God, bloody hell. He's actually
It's like
well.
no, he just like looks like a 60-year-old in his 30s, but totally.
Wow. Jeffrey McGibbon, radio and LP versions. David Dixon television, yeah.
Don't panic.
In warm, friendly letters.
What do you need? You need a blanket, a tea towel, and...
Does Douglas Adams have a voice in the show at all?
Oh, that's a thought.
Like, who says "Don't panic"? Because it's in the guide, right?
I'm assuming it's just another radio or voiceover actor.
It was the same voiceover guy, though, wasn't it, on the radio show and the series? Whose name eludes me. He done a lot of TV and everything before. Oh, Christ. I'm so shit with names now.
Well, it was also a long time ago.
Yeah, true.
What I just really don't like is how the later episodes are just when it becomes the restaurant at the end of the universe, it just seems really rushed and like the story isn't finished. That's just but we're just going to finish this series. We're just going to wrap it up.
Mm.
So what really pissed me off about the TV series.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably haven't seen that for.
It was nuts. I remember everybody at school was talking about it. Just the thing. There'd been nothing like that either since or until, because I can't remember which way around it was, when the young ones aired.
Must have been about the same time, actually, I think.
I think one is either before or... Oh, do you know what? I think Hitchhikers might be before.
I mean, radio would definitely be before.
The radio was definitely before. And it was surprising how many people knew about that. But there again, I think we used to listen to the radio more back then. You know, as a people.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, the amount of...
Well, mainly because the TV closed down at night, you know.
But also, if you have 3 TV channels and there's nothing interesting, but you have 4 radio stations that are doing interesting plays.
Well, even here we had the thing shut down at midnight. They'd play the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah.
And then they would have the flag waving. They'd shut it off just like in the movie Poltergeist. That's exactly how TV used to be.
Well, on BBC Two, we would have the test card.
Test card girl.
Fucking hours until it sort of like opened up about 2 o'clock in the afternoon or something, didn't it? Even at weekends. Sometimes it wouldn't be on.
one of the fun things that work when we quite often when one of the theatres is dark or like the front of house camera gets moved or whatever, then on Vimeo put image of a test card girl inject that into the system.
Yeah.
Instead, and then everybody in the office who looks into that channel or has the multi-split of the different theatres, you just say, oh, you have a test card girl today again.
But it's funny how it took them so long.
Peter Jones, thank you, Steve.
Took them so long to figure out how to market to the night people. So instead of closing down at midnight, keep the infomercials on and keep the advertising going, and make more money. Took them forever to figure that out.
Well, but I would assume also with after the oil crisis in the 70s, there was no interest to spend more power on transmitters. I mean, that was one of the main reasons why I think, particularly in Europe, TV very much stopped for a long time, even after the 70s. Just the shock of...
Thing is that there was a thing they used to do on, I think it was on Sundays, that even BBC One kind of shut down in the afternoon between lunch and 5. And if you went to BBC Two, you have the test card, and then every now and again, there'd be a little film is suddenly played, and there was one about a guy building a car in his garage, well, a barn, and he was using all sorts of bits and pieces that he could find, and out of the kitchen and all sorts of stuff to build this car, so he could take this girl that he likes for a picnic. And then there was another film which was this kid. I think these films might have been like either French or Czechoslovakian, and there was no talking in them. It had audio track, things that are going on in it, but nobody ever said anything. And they used to play these little black and white films every now and again. And we used to watch them because there was just nothing else on, even though we'd all seen them 100 times before. But I think that was more 60s, mid-60s.
So you're just talking like a rainbow test pattern will be stuck on the screen the whole time?
No, so it's this grey image then with a rainbow pattern around it, and in the centre you have this picture of a girl.
That's the later one. That's the later one. The later one is the girl with the playing noughts and crosses with a sort of like a clown toy.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. And
what a random image that is.
Well, it was basically for tuning the TVs for the TV repairman.
Yeah.
And getting aerial reception.
And
but
it was like the kid of one of the engineers at the BBC, just took a picture of their kid.
Yeah.
Use that for.
What is weird though, although I know that, for me, that test card is the later, more modern one, would you believe? But I do remember the one they had before. I remember there was one before, but I'm buggered if I can remember what it looked like. But it wasn't a picture on it. It was literally a series of, different width bars and various colours and...
More technical, like those little targets and stuff.
That kind of, exactly that kind of thing.
But even the late one, it's still... The spacing is very much of all the bars, so you can align your lines properly. And it's still very much you have all these patterns around the edge, which are very much for
so you could get like
interlace video properly.
Yeah, so you get the depth and the get that reception tuned in just right, sort of thing.
So what about people who maybe had a show, wanted to work? They wouldn't get paid for those days or those hours?
Well, it would never be on the schedule in the first place.
No.
So, because they had these certain shutdown times.
Right.
And they did, because it was Sunday and it was supposed to be the family day, so it shut down at lunchtime because that's when the family sits down to have dinner. And then they spend the evening, talking, doing the washing up and blah, 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 blah. Dad smoking his pipe, sitting in his rocking chair underneath the washing kind of thing.
To the pub.
Yeah, and then round about 5, it's it's going to be dinner and everything. Oh, now it's time to sort of like put on some children's programs for an hour and a bit, and then the news, and then the evening programming. So it was really directed to be.
Yeah, here we're just saturated with TV forever.
Yeah, TV was designed to work around family life.
Here it mostly replaced family life.
Yeah, well, it did very, very. Now we were kind of envious of that. You know, when we were told that you could watch, and that you had so many channels.
They were basically electronic babysitters.
Yeah, mind blowing. But we got to see. I think it was one of the Open University programs, and they were comparing American TV transmissions with the British ones. And I'm honest to God, it was a wonder you guys could see your programs, because you were only using something like was it 480 lines? Or
400 lines of resolution, yeah.
Yeah, we were using 605.
Oh yeah, well that was a PAL thing. That was different.
Yeah,
the older black and white system was like 305 lines in Britain. So I mean,
no, we did have the ship version as well. But even in the 60s, where we had the 605, I think which came into effect in something like 1958, 1959 or something like that.
Well, get this: regular VHS was 260 lines, and then Super VHS was 400 lines.
Well, when they compared the two pictures of, I think it was Dick Van Dyke's show or something like that, we couldn't believe how shit your picture was. It was
we would
go,
get these BBC programs on public television.
Yeah.
Like All Creatures Great and Small, and I go, that picture's gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know, because it was down.
But we had less of it.
Yeah,
but we had far less choice. Far less choice. So it didn't clutter up the airways so much, as it were.
Sure.
So, but you had lots of stations, and obviously you went for the 24-hour TV.
This is why
a long time before we ever thought of it.
That's why John Landis wrote that comedy show, or produced a comedy show called Dream On, about the guy who's like Walter Mitty through the TV, where his entire life is in TV references.
I remember it. Yeah.
It was a great show, but it's because he grew up that same way, in front of the TV, ingesting stuff endlessly through every day. Part of his, it's like when people quote Monty Python endlessly. You get all these like weird references to things that only people who watch that much TV would get. Yeah.
Well, it was weird because we got to see one or two American-based shows here, but they had to be the cream to get here. But it was only later when they decided.
Well, don't tell me Starsky and Hutch was the cream, because that was crap.
Oh no, that's much later. But funny enough, it was huge here.
Yeah,
it was huge here, and there was late teenagers trying to see if they could buy Gran Torinos, and spraying them red and putting the.
I never got into that show. It's so weird. It's so big other places.
Well, I mean, it's horses for courses. I was kind of into it because it was sort of like New York copy thing. So it's sort of like, it's right up my street, because my dad loved it. Always loved that stuff. He loved Kojak. He loved Ironside. Oh my God.
Yeah.
He was into all those shows. And then this is when we were starting to broadcast more regularly.
Yeah.
For longer periods. And of course there was programming. We needed to fill these holes. The BBC couldn't do everything. ITV they were independent. They, as long as the money was there, they could make it. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be, a shit game show, or what was the other thing that was popular? Talent shows.
Yeah, game show, talent shows, or
that kind of thing,
stuff
because they're cheap. They're cheap
like
to make.
Newlywed Game or something like that.
Yeah, they're very, very cheap to
Hollywood
make.
Squares.
So you get loads of that, right? Obviously, ITV later decided that they needed more quality because they were losing out, because the BBC were putting on these big production things and going, well, what have we got to roll with this? And go, we've got shit, mate. So I think their big boon was they made a deal with some of the Hollywood companies, so so they could get to. I think they got the James Bond franchise. I know they were over the moon about that. That'd be like the Christmas Day film, even though the film came out like 2 years ago, and that'd be the Christmas Day film,
And nobody had seen that film for 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. So it was, but the fact that you're watching it in the house, sitting down in your comfy chair in your front room, was like, this was fucking wow. But for nearly everybody else, they're seeing it for the first time, and it was a massive success for ITV. But
Yeah.
you know what I mean. So, and then BBC Two was going to be the. It was always actually leaning towards schools anyway. So if there was a schools program, when they didn't show the schools programs at school, you know, they leaned towards that. So that's why we got things like The Sky at Night with old Patrick Moore. Would be a BBC Two program. That ran for, I don't know, 20,000 years, I think that program ran for.
Did you guys have like a safe haven thing for the language, like Monty Python's on Only Late or something like that?
Funny enough, or should I say weirdly, Monty Python was on the BBC.
But I mean, like later in the day, early.
It'd be 9
Late
o'clock.
evening.
Yeah,
Okay.
9 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock.
Okay, so nighttime.
And it'll be on the BBC, but it'll probably be BBC Two, because although it was the sort of seen as the learning channel, so it had the Open University on it and stuff like that, in the evenings it always wanted to push a little bit more than the BBC one, which was seen as the Queen's channel, couldn't go there.
Yeah.
And they looked at Monty Python and they're gone, well, look, the people want it, but this is really, really near the knuckle.
Yeah.
BBC Two late at night on a Thursday or a Wednesday night, something like that.
So no other programs could have unusual language, or like it was still pretty clean.
No, nothing like that. So
Not at
the whole
British
Vaudeville
Broadcasting
thing
Club.
was the only comedy that you got on BBC, if you know what I mean. You know, so you'd have
Benny
Rod
Hill was
Harlan.
pretty wild too.
That was ITV.
Oh.
That's ITV. You see. Now, and ITV was considered, it was the workers' channel, don't you know, kind
I
of
thought
thing.
BBC had the opening thing that had the BBC Thames thing on it, though. At least that's how we got it.
No. That's Thames Television. That's an independent.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Nothing to do with the BBC at all. You mean the old? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when the ITV's opened, it played that, and then it played actually the entire song,
Oh, interesting.
which lasts about 4 minutes. Really great track, actually. Come to think of it, I'd like to hear it again. It was some really brilliant brass work on it.
Yeah.
And so that was an independent.
Okay.
So you wouldn't
And there you
have
could
got
go
Benny
nuts
Hill on
and
the
do whatever you
BBC.
wanted.
Good God,
Yeah.
no. You know? But then, as time progressed, and we've seen some pretty near the knuckle stuff on the BBC, on BBC One, as well as BBC Two. But it's kind of levelled out now. So there's
So how many
Oh.
channels were the Benny Hill stuff? Is that several channels of that, or the independent stuff?
well,
There's a one channel.
it'll just get shown on ITV. But it was a firm favourite.
No, I know, but ITV, is it multiple channels, or is it one channel, or is it
It's one channel.
one channel? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for donkey's years, it used to be two channels. Through the 60s, you had BBC One, BBC Two, then you had BBC One, Two, and then ITV. And then I think it was only coming up to the 80s, wasn't it? Channel 4. And then
There's a
and
reason
now
it's
we have
called
Channel
Channel
5. And that was it. Just 5. Even today, technically, we have 5, shall we say, terrestrial channels, shall we call them, for argument's sake. The rest of it's all cable TV stuff. And it was like that, right up until only a few years ago, really. So, but we managed to cram quite a lot into those, 3 channels at the time. So, whereas you had, feckin' hundreds of them, didn't you? You had loads
Yeah.
and loads of channels.
Well, we also had a lot of fucking censorship, so because religious
Yeah,
assholes.
we were very,
always-
very surprised about the level of censorship on programs compared to us.
It's the religious folks had the power, right? They would complain the loudest.
Well, we did get rid of them, didn't we? We kicked them all out, and they all went to America.
Exactly. Those damn
You go,
Puritans.
You know that new continent they found? Fuck off,
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You with the funny hat, fuck off.
So why is that buckle on your hat? Should be on your belt. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. Where the hell? So, but no, we don't. I mean, BBC Two would like to do their matinee film, so it'll be John Wayne. There'll be a lot of Gary Cooper, and all those type of films would make it for the matinee type ones. But Gone with the Wind, for instance, that was a big film. That was, oh dear, that's going to be a Christmas Day film, you know.
And also, like Steve Elbow said, they got away with certain things by making it like a morality show, where basically you could tell tough stories about suicide and child molestation stuff. As long as you had some kind of moralizing thing around it, you could tell some crazy ass stories. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's many ways to tell a story, isn't there? I mean, look at It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, they're dealing with what would normally be considered quite serious subjects.
Stuff,
and made it into a sort of like, yay, let's make it all pixie.
Well, we had this thing for kids in the afternoon called After School Specials, and it was always the problem of the week. So it was like drug use, sexuality, suicide, molestation. They would have some kind of story wrapped around that issue, and it was timed where kids could be home to watch it to try and manipulate their little minds. So
yeah. But I see one thing you had very early on, and whether it's a good thing or not, it is for a debate on another night, I suppose. But you had public access TV as well.
Oh, that was Well, we had public television, and then we had cable access, which is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
Which is much more primitive and kind of experimental.
Yeah.
But public television is where we got to see Red Dwarf, Monty Python, Benny Hill, all that kind of stuff. A lot of the import stuff came on public television because it was a little bit on the edge, and it was also unusual because a lot of British comedy's really not that different when you analyze it. But some people just don't get it because they don't want to get it, right?
Yeah.
They just I don't get it. That's weird. And it's like, no, it's not weird. Shut up. It's like use your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's why they put on public television because it never would have done very well. Like MTV had it for a while. Once Python got really huge, MTV bought the rights for a couple of years, and they totally fucked it up, editing it, censoring it.
Oh, you don't do that.
It's like you guys missed the whole point of this fucking show, you idiots.
Yeah, but you see, now this is where you could say that the BBC were quite brave because most of the original series of Monty Python was broadcast live. Right? They were actually doing it live in the studio, and it's going out. So if there's any cock-ups, went out, mate.
Yeah.
I think it was the first 5 or 6 episodes were completely live. But there was a point where somebody said something or did something, and the director general was going, no, from now on it's recorded.
So did anyone ever get the live ones recorded in any way? Wish they did if they hadn't.
I think they got taped. I do believe they got taped.
Never released, right? I've never seen those.
That I know of. I mean, because like I said, told you a story before of Terry Gilliam.
The one where they turned the volume up, right?
Messing with the mixer, so everybody would have to get up and kept turning the TV over. And then in the last 5 minutes of the program, he just pushed all the sliders all up and everybody jump out and rush and turn it down because it's now late at night kind of thing. Yeah, he was always a git.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I can remember my dad just watching Ironside on a Saturday night.
I mean, at least Perry Mason was dynamic. Ironside was fucking boring. He's got a wheelchair and he's just kind of old and grumpy.
Yeah, but of course, for us, this was quite new and exciting because we, a lot of the programs that we were having, like there'd be this extremely old guy who talked like this, describing various cathedrals, and that's like peak showing time. It's like, and then you get this come along. You got dramatic music, and you got big American cars with their tires that screech when they're doing 2 miles an hour. What the hell have they got? What kind of rubber is that?
Well, what's funny? There's a parking garage I always use in San Francisco when I go to North Beach, and because it's such a slick floor, the slightest movement, it sounds like I'm totally wiping out in the parking garage.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a very shiny floor, so it screeches every second you turn. It's great.
But you think about it when you flip it on its head. Ironside was actually quite groundbreaking to have your principal character. The star of your show is in a wheelchair.
He's an invalid, kind of,
yeah. And you think, You go, if you pitch that story to any station, and they go, no, mate, how's he going to do a car chase? How's he going to,
What also had that
smack
great
the guy in the face and all that?
That kind of like squeaky music, and then they had like dramatic cuts of him in the wheelchair. I'm like, why are you making this action oriented? It's a guy in a wheelchair.
Yeah, but this is it. I mean, but it was the same with. I mean, if you deconstruct the $6 Million Man, it's slow motion.
That was brilliant. Where you make it look like he's really going fast. We had to slow it down.
Yeah. So every time he did something fast, make it really slow because he can't go that fast. It's very, very clever. You look back on it now and you're going, oh man. But it was very, very clever. Very clever indeed. But, I mean, these things, they open the gates for other people to try stuff. So it was but, somebody's in the chat talking about Fawlty Towers. You see, the thing about Fawlty Towers, that is so quirky. It's so niche
It's also a lot of the same jokes over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, but it's British culture. It's very niche into British culture. I don't know how it went over in the States.
No, I mean I'm a fan, and a lot of people were fans of it, but it's not the same as Monty Python. It's much more creative.
Yeah.
Fawlty was very formulaic.
Yeah. But I think that was the whole point. But I think that's the other reason why there's only 14 episodes. And then that's it. Go, right, we're done. Move on. Yeah, bye.
How many Manuel jokes can you do, right?
Well, yeah.
I mean, well, for pre-Python stuff, 1948 show.
Yeah.
Don't Adjust Your Set, was that another one?
Yeah, that's right. There was Ronan Martin's Laughing. Now, I must admit, the first ever Ronan Martin Laughing that we ever saw, and I think again it was played on BBC Two, and we watched it, and most of the time going, huh? Because there was so many cultural references.
Yeah,
meant nothing.
It was also extremely, extremely silly. My parents loved that show.
Mm.
Yeah, and I started to watch it when I was a little bit older. I'm like, I get where they're going, but I don't know. You either had to be drunk or just kind of in a weird mood to enjoy that. I thought I never really got into laughing.
Yeah, but there again, we also had like Banana Splits. And
all the Croft stuff was really weird.
Yeah, it was really weird, but we just loved it because it was just so different.
Yeah,
it was so quirky and out there. So things like Addams Family and Munsters did well here.
One of my favorite things from laughing was the Artie I forgot his last name, Artie something. I think it's Artie Johnson, the comedian, and he do this German accent. He goes, very interesting but stupid,
Yeah, mind you, my dad loved that. Absolutely, he used to do that a lot.
Or the creepy guy in the trench coat, and the woman always hits him in the head with a purse.
Oh, yeah. Was it Ruth?
Ruth Buzzy and
Ruth Buzzy.
I think it was Artie in there. In the thing.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh dear me. Yeah. But I mean, MASH always made a massive impression.
Well, we had a thing here not long after Laughing called Hee Haw. It was like a country-related show like that, like a variety show.
That would have died a death here.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I've seen some of these country western shows. Things are going, holy shit, man!
Old episodes of Hee Haw on YouTube. Holy shit, is it bad?
Wow.
But then Roy Clark comes out and plays a mean guitar, and it was had some good music in it.
Yeah.
But then there's these skits are so dumb.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is about those where we're here going, when's the gunfight? Yeah. When's the guy falling off the roof? Kind of thing, Just because that's the only kind of western we ever really were exposed to. Somebody else mentioned something in the chat. Laurel and Hardy. I mean, Laurel and Hardy was global. It was just, and if there was, we used to have this program come on. I think it was on BBC One, sometimes at the weekend, and basically what they show is, bits of Buster Keaton and scenes from Charlie Chaplin or Laurel and Hardy and stuff like that. We'd be glued to our screens for that. Absolutely fucking loved that. just would fascinate. I mean, some of the stunts in it as well. You know, you'd think they wouldn't do those stunts today. You know, the safety guy would go,
Oh yeah.
no, you're not doing that. You're not going to let a tram run over you. Are you insane, man?
Well, especially the what's his face? Hanging from the clock tower is it Harold Lloyd?
Oh, Harold Lloyd. Yeah, but he wasn't hanging from a clock tower.
And he wasn't. Yeah, I know. But the building falling on him and almost hitting him, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, do you know what? There was this documentary that came on, and it showed about how they made a lot of these black and white films. And I was halfway through this going, I don't know if I want to watch this to the end. I don't want to know how the clock works.
It's a surprising amount of compositing shots. So
yeah, absolutely.
But not that building, right? That was a legit shot.
It was, but he was only literally 5 foot off the ground when he was hanging from the clock.
Yeah, I figured that much.
But he was up high, yes, by all means.
But they have Tom Cruise
when they were
in his own
explaining
stunt, he's really hanging there.
Yeah, I mean, he's jumping out of planes, strapped to a motorbike, and you go, okay.
Yeah.
But, all right, they follow loads and loads of safety procedures and all the rest of it. But some of these things, they go, look at the width between those wheels on that trolley car. We'll be fine.
Or like Jackie Chan doing that for real in his movies, getting hurt all the time.
Yeah, and he did, didn't he? Really bad sometimes. But, you can't beat the classics, where you got like the piano. I mean, if that's on and I'm walking by the TV, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. Fuck it, I'm sitting down and I'm going to watch the piano.
You know what's great is Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. You ever seen that stuff?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, Abbott and Costello was very popular in our house. It really was.
But then made horror made it really fun.
Yeah, it didn't age well, but it was very popular. But if Lauren Hardy had taken the piano up the stairs, mate, I'm sitting down and fucking watching that. Sorry, I don't care. No, work can wait. I'm going to sit down and watch that. Especially when they get to the top and he's under the piano and the horse is on top of the piano. It's like, and stuff like that.
It's funny.
Mad film.
It's just the thing. It's like so bizarre that like Brunel or Salvador Dali would be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually interviewed a guy on one of my videos when I was at that Living Dead weekend who's in some George Romero horror stuff. He's an old vaudevillian kind of guy and stage actor, and he also studied Chaplin a lot. And he actually was the Chaplin coach for Johnny Depp on Benny and June, that movie Benny and June. He taught him how to be Chaplin-like, and also taught Robert Downey how to be Chaplin for the movie Chaplin.
Wow,
he's a really cool guy. If you watch him, what is his name? I'm drawing a blank on his name now. But he played in the Creepshow movie. He played this character called Old Chief Woodenhead. Dan Kamen, I think it's Dan Kamen is his name. Really interesting guy. He goes on for like half an hour about stuff I didn't even ask him about. But he's all tied into this stuff,
See where History Music's talking about Alexei Sales stuff. I remember that show. It was brilliant. And hardly anybody remembers it.
Well, he's kind of like that other guy who was here, the Black and White days. Who'd Mana Mana? Remember Mana Mana?
Yeah.
What the fuck's his name? Someone's got to know his name. Go ahead. Sorry.
Alexei Sales did a couple of radio shows as well that are absolutely hilarious. One was what was it? Lenin of the Rovers, which was it was about a communist football team in the British Football League. It was fucking. But he did this other thing called Alexei Sales Sandwich Bar, which is absolutely ridiculously hilarious.
Yeah, we got that show here on Comedy Central called Alexei Sales Stuff.
Yeah, because there was one where it was he ran classes for 17th century banter or something. And you saw like how to insult people in the 17th century, and it was fucking hilarious. Some brilliant stuff on that. But here, it kind of fell under the radar. There was a love-hate relationship with Alexis Sale at the BBC.
Yeah.
So, but there again, you see, I think it was the BBC that was showing the young ones,
Right.
wasn't it? Which is, when you think about it, it's sort of like, okay,
That would have happened under proper old management.
yeah,
And I remember Ernie Kovacs. Remember Ernie Kovacs? Oh, black and white, crazy, like kind of groundbreaking, bizarre
the
comedy
name
stuff.
certainly rings a bell.
He's the one who
certainly
invented Phenomena
right.
and a bunch of other weird stuff. But he was always on the fringe of doing crazy stuff.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, most of the footage of his stuff is really bad old V8 videotape, black and white videotape.
yeah,
So the picture quality is kind of shit. But
yeah, yeah. Because when the Muppet Show hit,
yeah, they love Phenomena. They went for that. Big
Yeah,
time.
I mean, coming from Sesame Street, because let's face it, it's coming from Sesame Street.
Yeah.
So you got this Muppet Show. It was fucking huge here. I mean, enormously huge. It was really, really,
Massive
really
here,
popular.
yeah.
Yeah, the album, they did an album from the first series, and it sold millions. It was just unbelievable. And yeah, it definitely had its moments. It definitely did. And people were able to relate to it. But then, I think what was happening was, during the mid to late 70s and into the 80s, the British people were learning Americanisms, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it was getting more on part. It's all part of the global
Sorry about that, by the
family.
way.
No, it's cool. but the thing was that, I mean, especially for me as a kid, the idea of those big open roads with the big cars with like V8 engines in them and everything, it was just so romantic. It was just like, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
now
love
they're
road
driving
trips.
around,
Always-
and now you're driving around in Priuses in fucking traffic jams. You go, what the fuck happened, man? Hardly anybody drives down 66 anymore. What the hell's going on?
Well, once they partition it out in these little bypasses and stuff,
Yeah.
there are elements of 66 still around, but it's not contiguous. You have to go off-road to find parts of it.
Yeah. I mean, so most of it's just been almost like abandoned, isn't it now?
It's just because of progress and interstates and
Yeah.
stuff like that. It just
Yeah.
they became back roads.
Yeah, but when we had our little squidgy little 2-lane country lane sort of thing everywhere, and our motorways were probably at best 2-lane either side. We weren't going to get too carried away. And then you had these huge long straight roads and all that landscape and everything. It was like, wow, you can just drive for days.
Yeah.
Pull
Although you can
into
also
a
get stranded
motel.
out there, which also sucks.
Yeah, and that sense of freedom and space and those big, sexy cars and everything like that was, to the average Joe back here was like, oh, that's so romantic.
That's why I did a
Yeah.
huge road trip back in 2003, I think it was, but
Yeah.
East Coast and back. And it was a huge ass journey, but man, was it fun? Because it's like that whole open road experience, like you said.
Yeah.
This road trip.
Well, it was
movies
something
and
you
stuff.
couldn't really experience here. I mean, so we always had the small sports car thing. And
Yeah.
you could have the open top coupe and you can drive down to, Brighton and everything and have a picnic hamper and drive back to town, back up into London same day. And, that had its thing, playing lawn tennis and I say Tarquin and all this sort of thing. And that had a styling and edging to it. But for the younger generation that were coming up in the 60s, the whole American open road thing was like, yeah, we want that,
It is fun, I have to admit. I've taken advantage of it many times, but
Yeah.
it always is a little bit nerve-wracking when you worry about getting stranded. It literally in the middle of nowhere. And even these days with cell phones, there's no fucking coverage out there sometimes, so you will be stuck.
Yeah.
That's why you
So-
always should have your satellite phone on you.
Yeah, get your what is that thing called? The low orbit ones. I forgot now.
Yeah,
But I mean-
they are surprisingly cheap. I mean, satellite phones and the cheap packages where you, like, for a reasonable amount of money, get 10 calls a year.
But that also removes some of the danger and the fun of the open road. So
Yeah. Well, you see, I think
Yes,
my
but you never know
holiday.
who might try to kill you there.
I think my ideal holiday experience would be to at least spend a week going around New York anyway, but then rent a nice, I don't know, silver or slate grey 67 Mustang fastback Shelby GT500 and then go to LA.
and then watch your gas bill go way up.
I don't give a fuck. I'm in a Mustang. I'm in a Mustang, bollocks to everybody. I'm fine, thank you.
I mean, I grew up driving 70s cars, right? 73 Chevy Impala.
Yeah.
You know, very powerful.
Did you ever
fun.
drive an Edsel?
No. But I mean, I drove plenty of pretty heavy duty, strong, fun cars.
Yeah.
But man, the gas miles
So you have your boating license.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were boats. They were fun.
Yeah.
And I literally got hit by people and didn't do any damage because it was just heavy steel versus a piece of shit little car. And
yeah, absolutely. I loved the way that, the caddies would come up to the lights. You stamp on the brakes and they just rock backwards and forwards for 10 minutes.
well, mine was never that bad, but they do have a softer suspension.
They do have a very soft suspension, yeah.
But it's great because you could fly over bumps and you just have this,
nothing happened.
It's like a sine wave as you're damping down, going down the road. It's like...
yeah. I mean, Shelby Cobra. Jesus Christ, really? Yeah, you get no change from 135k around here, mate, I tell you. But, yeah, I mean...
Still Shelby stuff around here, you see a lot of McLaren stuff.
Hey, see, the thing is, my old mate, the car valeter, he had a Gran Torino. But it's not... didn't look like the Gran Torino in Starsky and Hutch. It was a Gran Torino, but it wasn't that model. It was very, very long bonnet, very, very long boot. It looked like a caddy, actually. Like a big, long 60s caddy. But it was a Gran Torino. And that thing, we got speed bumps around here. And you go over the speed bumps, you didn't even hear going over it. Never mind feel them. It just went like that. Nothing. So speed bumps were useless with these big American motors. Wish I could say that for the Muzzy. The Muzzy does feel them, I must admit.
I think my back still hurts from watching that video from years ago. It's just like...
Speaking of Mustang, I love that Mustang versus Mustang video.
Mm.
Where the horse races the car.
Oh, right. Because
the car is such heavy back end and it's like fishtailing a little bit.
Yeah.
Around the corners, the horse just smoked it. So
wow.
It was one of those Top Gear things.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, we I definitely grew up watching television and seeing America as a very romantic place. Wanted to go and live there. For many years, it was.
We still have our good points. We just have a lot of shitheads these days.
Yeah, but then that's the thing is you get older and you realise that it's everywhere anyway.
Yeah.
And you see more realistic kind of programming coming out of America later on, and they're going, "Oh, it's not so great out there, actually, is it?" Ooh. I didn't know about medical insurance. What's that all about?
Oh yeah.
And stuff like that, and the weird shit involved with renting apartments and stuff like that. What?
Well, forget medical. It's dental where you get reamed because I pay out of pocket for stuff all the time because insurance only covers so much.
Yeah. I mean, and you go, oh wow, there's a lot of things that we got that's we would consider to be. We consider ourselves lucky to have.
Yep.
Although our government spend a lot of time trying to take it away again, but.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you guys have to wait a long time, and some procedures are hard to get, but at least you have some of that.
Yeah,
covered.
I mean, well, you see, the thing is that when the Conservatives were selling Brexit to the public, they skipped over all the things that weren't going to be a good idea. Like, there was a lot of people here from Poland and France and Germany and all the rest of it who were kind of the backbone of the National Health Service across the board, you know, and then finding themselves having to, you know, their visas are being cancelled and everything. Like, right, you have to go back now, and have nobody to replace these people. Some of them top end specialists, you know.
Or what's more importantly, it's just the whole attitude of like, oh well, if this is your attitude, then why do I want to be here anyway?
Yeah.
So all the people who also had a choice think twice or three times about do I still want to be in this country?
Yeah, I mean, there was, but I mean, where they were just, you know, like I said, they were selling. You said, "Oh, we're taking back control." We were the most in control country in the European Union. We were still using our own money. We were, I think, weren't we the only country still using our own money that was actually member of the EU?
No, is Poland still on zloty or?
I can't remember. I think they all go to euro in the end.
I think there's still some, yeah, I mean, but well, that's mainly because for most countries, it makes more sense the other way, having the second biggest currency in the world.
Yeah, well, it's the second biggest market in the world as well. We walked away from it.
Well, like that's one. In China, for example, they're a lot happier trading euros than US dollars. Probably for the last 20 years, nearly. Well,
Yeah.
Definitely the last 10 years is very
Well,
much.
the euro seemed, for whatever reason, but the euro was kind of more stable, wasn't it? For some whatever reason there was, it didn't fluctuate anywhere near as much as the dollar did on the open market. So it would be the one to go for sure. But I mean, I don't know. You know, they never mentioned things like, oh, you know, you will have import duties on every fucking thing you can think of that you'll ever order, because we don't make anything here. All we make is insurance forms and fucking shop fronts for shops that have closed. You know, because we've turned into I think pretty much a paper pushing kind of country, haven't we? Really, we don't really manufacture much of anything at all anymore.
I mean, there's whatever levels of higher manufacturing, but yeah, that's about it. You have a small dedicated pockets, but everything generic has been.
Yeah, but nothing that really sort of like benefits anybody generally across the board.
I mean, everything generic. Maggie and Major have done their best to get rid of that.
Yeah. I mean, this has been going on since the early 80s, hasn't it? We started with the coal mines and all that business. I mean, how long did that miners' strike go on for? It seemed like it went on for fucking decades.
What was it, a year and 2 months, a year and 4
Was
months?
it a year and 2 months? Jesus, it really seemed like a long time, didn't it?
And it was more, decent enough more than a year.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the idea of selling a country's assets, what the benefits of that are, apart from the immediate benefits of having extra money knocking around. But
yeah, that's the whole point. Asset stripping gives you short-term profit.
They found gas, a huge gas oil field out in the North Sea. They build the oil rigs. BP's out there like nobody's business. Then they're drilling for gas. They hit the jackpot. We got was it Ted Heath? I can't remember which one it was now. Standing up in Parliament and saying, you know, we've got our own gas. We've got pipelines coming into the country through Scotland. Blah 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 blah. And you know, this winter, you know, everybody's going to be able to only have to pay a penny a therm. So you know, you're talking like a month's gas supply is going to cost about 3 shillings, which is, you know, 15p in today's money, I suppose, really. And everybody's going, yay! And we go, or we'll do that for a little while, but it never went down to a penny a therm. It never saw a penny a therm at all, ever at any point. Oh, there's costs. We've got to pay for the oil rigs, we've got to pay for the pipes and all this bollocks. and then it just kept going up and up and up in price for no apparent reason. It's still the
we
same
forgot
hole in the
those
ground.
costs, right?
Oh, but it was still the same hole in the ground, but the price was going up. We're going, hang on a minute. And then you go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And then suddenly we don't own the gas field anymore. We've sold it to, was it Norway? I think we sold it to. Rigs, tables, everything. Fucking, there you go. And they just sold it all off. Put the money in the coffers, blew it on something else fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Or started building something stupid like that. What was that HST line thing? What was it? What was that rail line they were building a couple of years ago?
Well, HS2, yeah. But,
Yeah, the HS2. Yeah. Yeah.
but I mean, generally, I mean, given that Maggie was in the 80s, clearly it was the 80s. They must have spent it all on flowers and miscellaneous, right? Because blown it all on coke. How else do you deal with money if you want to make lots of money disappear in the 80s? Coke clearly was the correct solution.
Well, the funny thing about this is these fossil fuels are a finite resource. No matter how many fields you find, there's only so much from that period of the Earth's, geological, upheaval and stuff to make fuel. So we still have to start considering alternative.
Oh yeah, they're
sources.
all stopgaps. They're all stopgaps for sure.
Yeah.
But
So they want the easy one because we already tooled mostly for fossil fuels. But we really have to, and this fracking stuff, like that's a huge thing in this election, this fracking nonsense in Pennsylvania and stuff. If you study fracking, the amount of gas they liberate versus the amount of gas they waste, and in the process, the water table they pollute, and the local people getting cancers from the fracking process is outrageous. But people just see money and short-term goals.
But it's also, I mean, the whole reason that fracking became a thing originally is because there were methods you could do it reasonably safely. But obviously, as soon as people saw, oh, you can make money with this, try to make
it's like the trolls digging, the dwarves digging too deep and Khazad-dûm, and we're letting the demons out, right? So.
But yeah, at that point, it's just like, oh, let's do this as cheap as possible and see what is the lowest thing we can get away with, and extract the most money.
Yeah.
It's terrible, but I mean, they're killing their own people.
Standard hypercapitalism. It's always been the same since Reagan.
Yeah.
But they're worried about health issues and stuff like that. But then they're not when fracking wins. You're literally polluting the water table, which affects countless thousands.
Look through
But
far
not
down
where the
below,
posh
isn't
people
it?
live.
Yeah.
Not where the politicians live, so it's fine.
Yeah, but the people who vote for them think it's great, and they're the ones getting fucked. They're so stupid.
Well, that's their problem. That's a few voters in the future. But something is.
Mate, we do it here as well. We do it here as well. We all do.
I love the. You ever see the movie Zebrahead, where the guy has like fires on his front lawn because of the gas is they're built on top of like landfill or something like that, so the methane is coming up and he can light his lawn on fire. They had that here at the Shoreline Amphitheater because it was built on top of landfill and the garbage dump. And for a while, while you're watching your concert, you could light little fires in the ground right where you're sitting.
Wow.
Methane coming up.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why we're a doomed race. It really is.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I don't think we're going to wake up in time. I really don't.
Well,
We got invaded.
After all.
We got invaded. Our world leaders would go, so what do you want? Oh, we're here to take over your planet. Yeah? How much?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they live. John Carpenter was very on point.
Yeah, selling out to the aliens, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Give them drilling rights.
The guy's like, you see the watch I've got? And he was like a homeless guy weeks before, and now he's like this guy in a nice suit with a nice watch because he's working with the aliens now.
Yeah. They're good to us.
Oh, it's so great.
Yeah. The beatings hardly ever happen.
Well, I like these movies that have taken stuff that's really happening and mix it into the lore, like in not Arrival, but the Arrival with Charlie Sheen, where they're actually global warming on purpose, so that they're terraforming the Earth for their needs because the aliens need it warmer. And it's great, it's just.
Yeah, You go. Sometimes you think, is there any grains of truth in this story? Just substitute aliens for rich fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going to be fun when Florida's underwater? Where I go, all the old retirees, they're going to have fun.
Oh, it's the Superman story, isn't it? Buy up all that useless, unwanted land on the other side of the Californian border, and then make the sea levels rise. And you've got prime real estate, and you own it all. Was it a thermonuclear weapon placed just here?
Well, I mean, yeah, in the movie that works, but
Yeah, I know.
but it is.
There
there are
again,
some
you-
elements of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you've also got that fucking cloud of doom hanging over you constantly, which is Yellowstone. If that
Well-
super volcano goes off, mate, we're all fucked. Full
I mean,
stop.
Technically, there are a lot of trouble spots around the planet. I mean, Mount St. Helens is never totally quiet. That could go off again and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, but if the Yellowstone volcano goes off,
Well, look at Krakatoa when that went off, man. That was some serious shit.
yeah, but isn't Yellowstone the second largest super volcano on the planet?
Yeah, but that could sit there literally. I mean, they made fun of that in the movie 2012 or whatever it was.
Well, yeah.
That could happen, not to the level they had in the movie. Nothing goes that fast in nature.
Oh no.
But
if it did let off, it would,
Oh,
we'd
sure,
fuck
it
up the
could.
atmosphere and everything.
It could, yeah.
Yeah, we'd all be bollocks.
Well, I think you've got a few 100,000 to a million years to wait.
That's the thing. The time scale on that is usually pretty slow.
Yeah, the thing is, nobody really knows when the stopwatch was started.
But
That's
it
the
doesn't
problem.
take much to affect. I mean, when Mount Pinatubo went off in the Philippines back in '91, I was at the eclipse in Baja, and
Yeah.
our eclipse was partly ruined by the scattering of the particles in the atmosphere from fucking Mount Pinatubo, thousands of miles away.
Oh, yeah.
So even if you don't have pollution per se, but you have blockage of light on a large scale, that's like an early version of nuclear winter, right? Where you're blocking out the sunlight, and if it persists more than a few days and gets worse and worse and worse, you start, plant life starts dropping off, then animals start dropping off, and
Well, that's how the dinosaurs died after all.
essentially,
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the explosion. Like, oh my God, that thing killed all the dinosaurs. The explosion. It's
Yeah.
like, no, it's the after effects on the atmosphere.
No, it's,
There is isn't there? There is a meteor coming this way, isn't there? Nearby.
yeah, constantly, but yeah, but this time it's actually surprisingly close.
Yeah.
What wasn't it a few months ago that there were one or two passing by surprisingly close?
Yeah, ever since they have the early warning system out there for that, they're also finding a lot of comets that used to be found by people. But
Yeah.
they're still kind of occasionally finding stuff like, oh, that would have been close. They're not finding all the ones before they get here.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't know how many are passing until you're actually looking.
Some are quite small, but they're big enough to do some serious damage.
Yeah. Well, it depends where they hit, doesn't it? I suppose. If they
Am I
hit the
right?
Yellowstone volcano,
Oh, yeah, that's it. Perfect center. Like,
yeah, there's your 2012 right there, boy. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's so funny. The worst than that was the day after tomorrow, where you walk outside and you're instantly frozen.
Oh yeah,
Remember that one?
yeah.
Don't go outside; you'll freeze to death in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that was a little too extreme.
Well, it's
But that's-
Roland Emmerich. Roland Emmerich makes a lot of garbage. Period.
But-
So
But yeah, it's such a good film ultimately. This thing, I mean, timescale is completely stupid, but everything else is like, have you ever actually? He did actually really listen to the advisors, and is actually surprisingly accurate most things, apart from the timescale.
well, the melting ice caps and stuff. It's important to know all that stuff. But the 2012 is hilarious because they say, look, all these neutrinos are causing this problem. It's like neutrinos go right through the fucking Earth.
Yeah,
If you don't have collectors, you won't even know they're there.
yeah.
So, but they say, the neutrino, the high amount of neutrinos from the sun is causing this core problem on the Earth. It's like, oh my God.
Somebody's been watching too much Star Trek.
That's an insult to Star Trek, though.
True. But it was something they were messing around with neutrinos, weren't they, for something?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So they go, oh, that sounds like a good word. Put that in the script.
Yeah, I mean, they're called neutrinos for a reason. They're neutral, right?
Yeah.
They're so small and so almost massless, they go through everything. So,
The most curious thing with neutrinos is, well, one of the experiments at CERN is that they send the neutrino beam that is sort of waves generated by one of the accelerators that gets sent over in an arc to another place in Italy, where they detect them then, and whatever's in the way to do some measurements on that. But yeah, it's one of the just have a constant stream of neutrinos being beamed from Switzerland over to I think it's about Milan or somewhere there-ish. Just nobody seems to give a shit. Nobody really knows about it.
well, to give an example, there's a collector in Japan. It's a subterranean water thingy with the collector way at the bottom of the water. So it's going through rock, it's going through water. They slow down the neutrinos as much as possible so they can collect a few of them in these receivers. And they still don't receive that many because they're elusive and fast, and they go through all kinds of shit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and they're tiny. They're about the tiniest particles you can get.
Yeah.
Again, it's almost like the name has a reason. Like small neutral thing. I mean, obviously, like a tau neutrino would be considerably larger, but again, they're. I mean, a tau electron is rare as whatever. When trying to detect tau neutrino, it's probably good luck.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. In leptons, or generally with most particles, there seem to be quite a few times where you have three of the same type. Or with the leptons, you have standard electron, then you have the muon, which is a decent size larger, and then you have a tau, which is just a massive version of an electron, but insanely rare.
Yeah.
And you have neutrinos relative to each of.
And you have the little Z particles that are crazy too.
Well, you have Z plus and Z minus boson, then you have a double W boson, then you have a Higgs boson.
Yeah.
So much fun.
It's quite a dangerous planet, really. Don't go outside, people.
Remain indoors.
You can't stop the cosmic rays. They go through everything anyway, so just...
Yeah.
You know that Michelin web sketch can? Remain indoors.
Yes.
During COVID, that was a lot of fun. So it's been 2,600 days since the event. There's nothing to worry about. Just remain indoors.
Doors. Yeah. I remember telling my nephew when he was, oh God, I don't know, probably 6 or 7. And I was telling him, he was talking about the speed of light and about how very, very fast it was. I said, yeah, it's 186,000 something miles an hour.
Miles per second.
A second, brother. Jesus.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah. I said, you know, it's so fast. It only takes 8 minutes from the light from the sun to reach the surface of the Earth. And he looked at me and he went, 8 minutes? That's really slow.
Yeah.
I said, no, space is really big. The sun is 92 to 96,000 million miles away. And he went, that doesn't sound very far away. And it's like, oh, how do we explain this to him? And I tried to explain it to him, and he couldn't get it out of his head. He goes, oh, I thought light was faster than that.
Wow.
It's like, in a literal world. I think,
some things just aren't good enough for people, right?
Yeah. He thought 8 minutes seemed like too long. But there again, he was a small child. 8 minutes is a long time for a small child. It's all right. If you said to a child, wait there 8 minutes, and go,
yeah,
it's going to be forever. Yeah. So, 'cause this, I mean, little Scott. I mean, if he was on the Enterprise, he would just go, "Oh, it's taking so long."
Well, that's why even in Star Trek movies like the Star Trek Generations, where that guy's destroying the star with a missile, so the Nexus ribbon changes trajectory. He shoots that missile from the planet. It hits that star in like a minute.
Yeah, it's a very,
And
very
it's like,
fast
come
missile.
on, Star Trek, you can do better than that. I mean,
A missile with warp drive. Hey, it's worth it.
it has a contrail. It's just a regular fucking missile. You know, it's like, it's crazy.
What's really funny, if you slow the film down, God, I'm so sad, because I have slowed it down. It's the most awfully drawn graphic, that missile. It's literally just a cylinder with a little yellow end on it and little legs with round feet on it.
Oh, just primitives on it?
Yeah, it just they didn't go to any it'll be on the screen for so quick
It's
nobody
so
will
quick.
see it.
Yeah, nobody knows.
But I remember watching it and going, that missile looked really bad. And I slowed down the video and found the frame, and there it was. And I went, oh, God, that's awful. That's barely 100 polygons. It's awful. Oh, man.
It was so bad it was even worse when Kirk's death scene, right? Oh, my.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, Star Trek has a certain charm. You can't deny.
Oh, I love Star Trek, but those kind of things crack me up. It's like,
yeah, I know. What you mean.
they do have a lot of advisors, scientific advisors, and a lot of the stuff they bring up is pretty cool, like the Dyson sphere stuff and all that was very clever. But then you have this missile hitting a fucking star because they don't want to wait or cut away to something else. They have to show you on screen the whole travel. I'm like, don't do that.
The thing that made me laugh, I think, it was Star Trek the motion picture, and Mum had sat down with
the
me.
The costume design alone, that makes everybody laugh.
Well, mate, she said this thing that I must admit at the time didn't make me laugh, but when I thought about it later did. Was she's watching the film, and we're about an hour and a half in, and she turned to me and she goes, I hope the Enterprise goes a hell of a lot faster than this bloody story does. They're building it up. She goes, God, it's just so
By the
slow.
motion picture, the first one?
Yeah, the motion picture just.
Well, it was visual masturbation. They wanted to show off all the stuff they could do.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, it took 20 minutes for the Enterprise to get out of the fucking hangar.
Instead of a beauty
Like,
pass,
come on.
it's a beauty 30 minutes. You know.
Yes.
Yes,
Let's do a beauty pass, boys.
Come on, Jerry Goldsmith's score that he rewrote within a day for that Enterprise scene leaving. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know what's cool about that score, though? It's one of the few scores to have a Combrio ADS-200 on it.
Yeah.
And
But I think the best score is Wrath of Khan, which is done by the late great
I know what you're talking about.
James Horner.
It is so funny. If you watch Battle Beyond the Stars, it's almost the same score because he's the same composer.
Oh, is it? I never know.
Go watch Battle Beyond the Stars.
Oh, God.
He's a Corman School guy, you know?
We're all going to die, Robbie.
Yes.
Horribly in a massive explosion of some description from somewhere.
Okay.
Is our conclusion for tonight's talk.
An explosion of what?
A very slow missile going toward the star.
Magma, shit.
If not the heat death of the universe.
Yeah.
Just
If you hang around,
a few billion years.
Yeah. But there's no time at all in the age of the
grand scheme of
universe.
things, yeah. We are but just a tiny, minuscule speck.
Yeah. And that's if Andromeda doesn't completely destroy us when it gets here, which is only 4 million years away.
But when is the sun going to eat up this planet?
When it's hungry?
Lunchtime, yeah.
We've got
Cosmic lunchtime.
We have roughly 5 billion years for that red giant phase.
Yeah.
So.
Khan!
Yeah.
Well, I've just watched the shittiest fucking film I've ever seen in a long fucking while. And apparently we're not going to die by any of that. We're going to die by giant monsters, titans.
Not Titans.
Although Godzilla
Heat death will be overrated because someone switched on a CS80.
Kaiju, going to be a kaiju attack everywhere.
I just watched King of Monsters.
King of
fucking
Monsters.
shite.
Oh.
But we persevered. We did the whole thing thinking it might get just a little bit better.
Hey, I'm going to get a little badge, and it says I watched Sharknado and lived.
Yeah.
Did you watch Sharknado 5?
No, once was enough.
Oh.
Yes. Not impressed.
Or these motherfucking snakes on these motherfucking planes.
That was better.
Yes.
Was that the second American Godzilla movie? I forgot which one that is.
I think there's one before, wasn't there?
Yeah.
When San Francisco gets destroyed
Right,
in 2014. This is the one after that.
One has Walter White in it, that actor. I forgot.
Oh yeah, that's not the one I've just watched.
Okay, right.
It had the one I just watched had Millie Bobby Brown before she was.
Oh,
playable.
yeah. Oh, that one's awful. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for telling me.
Oh, Mothra. That's the one with Mothra, right?
It's the one with Mothra. And
Oh, God.
the three-headed one that that one guy says. Did he say gonorrhea?
Yeah, she becomes friends with Mothra or something like that. Or
Well,
Easily done.
yeah.
So how did they defeat him? Turn on a light?
Mothra? No, Mothra's on our side.
And he just flew around in a circle for fucking an hour
Mothra
and a half.
sacrificed herself in order to revive Godzilla so that he could go thermonuclear on gonorrhea's arse. I say gonorrhea. I can't remember what the fucking name is. It's Godrin or
But it's very appropriate by the sound of it.
Ghidorah, that's it.
Ghidorah.
Yeah, or Ghidorah or whatever. 3 heads, and you chop one off, the other one goes back in its place.
No, that's
But
called
I've been
Is this
told
the one? Is this the one where Godzilla opens up a car rental shop?
Yeah. I've been told
With
the one that I need to
hilarious
watch is
consequences.
-1 is
that one's good.
Yeah, that's the one. But then, yeah, my missus is not too keen on films with subtitles because it means she has to concentrate. So maybe for a time when we haven't had a couple of glasses.
Gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea. Yeah.
But it does. It spreads.
So yeah, that was 2 hours.
So that's what you've been doing.
Well, yeah, and obviously, socialising with my dear wife.
Well, that's
She
underrated.
made
Isn't
me
it?
breakfast in the morning.
Oh, you have to sit with her, otherwise you don't get fed.
Yeah, something like
God, I'm so lucky with Fiona.
That's a good date movie, King of Monsters, right? So.
that. Yeah.
She makes me breakfast if I don't sit next to her, which is fine by me.
If I'm lucky, it might be something cooked tomorrow. Huh.
Steady.
Well, you're not having one of Ken's burgers, are you?
No,
Jesus Christ. That's
I've
not a
been
burger,
warned.
that's a meal.
it's not a burger. It's still alive.
Mind you, you
Pull the
know,
horns out, wipe its arse, stick it on the Barbie.
it used to be bun,
Second.
cheese, burger, cheese, burger, cheese, sauce, bun.
That's like the Heart Attack Grill here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, she presents me with a bun with burger and cheese in it, but it looks like she's rolled it inside a lawnmower, grass box first. It is full of fucking green fucking shit and
Lawn
sliced
clippings.
tomatoes and, oh, mate.
Yeah, that's the best
Oh.
bit, though. No.
So I'm trying to give you some roughage so you can pass the burger.
Normally I'll settle for a packet of Garibaldi's, that'll do it.
Fly biscuits.
Oh, dead fly biscuits, yeah. It's what my auntie used to call them that. Oh, I don't know.
I think that was a name I used to get called at school as well.
God,
Garibaldi.
look at that. Frank said
Let's
the
make
first monster movie he watched was The Blob. Do you know what? I remember watching that and going,
Oh, Steve McQueen?
yeah, I thought it was a good
It's
film.
fun.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
the
liked
remake's
it.
pretty good too. The 88 remake wasn't bad.
They did a remake?
Yeah, 88.
Really?
Kevin Dillon, and it is the same effects guys who worked on Little Shop of Horrors. It's pretty good.
Oh, no, it passed me by.
Yeah.
Ah. No, I did like the original. I thought it was quite good, actually. But, obviously the best horror film, well, no, the best monster film of all time has got to be Young Frankenstein. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
It might be one of the best films ever, actually.
Although, just before I left, we were flicking through the channels, and she landed on Meaning of Life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Just John Cleese was starting the lesson, the sex education lesson.
Oh yeah.
Jackie's never seen it.
Pay
before.
attention.
Yes.
Now the man
Have I
enters
talked to
his
you
penis.
About, yes. Have I talked to you about the vaginal juices? And how do we get the juices flowing? Rub the clitoris. Rub the clitoris. Stop in the tits.
Just dive right in there. And
Yeah.
Tits first, boy. Oh dear.
Because for a classic biology classroom with a folding down bed
Yeah.
on the blackboard.
I like the rugby scene where they beat the shit out of that kid who's like a dummy.
Yeah.
What is like the short film that's sort of at the start and in the middle the like all those workers who are then making their office into the pirate ship. It's such a weird film.
Actually, funny enough, Monty Python played a rather large part in me and Fiona getting together. Because I was doing that. What was the name of that dating app that was all the rage back in 2010? Christ, what was it called?
Tinder?
No, it's
way
well
before
before
that.
Tinder.
Oh, I don't know.
The Grinder.
Grind. All right.
Well, Grinder's older than Tinder.
Is it? I don't know.
Yes, Tinder is based on Grinder.
Says the man who knows.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
You gotta watch, check out the competition,
I don't know.
right? So-
Friends reunited.
No, I did meet somebody through Friends Reunited. So that was okay. Got a shag out of that. No.
Yeah, there's some really common date sites. I forgot what they're called now. But
Yeah. Isn't it
Long gone.
amazing?
they're long gone now.
But anyway, and Fiona's profile was on there, and I just went, oh, she's nice, and she's not too far away. Cool.
She's nice and she's not.
That was the criteria.
That's like a dog's preference, right?
Yeah. She goes, I like her coat. That's nice. Yeah.
She's nice and
Is she house? Oh, she's house trained. Cool. You know, no, literally, it's sort of like, yeah, she lives close. Yeah, she's all right. She's got some big bangers on her. I'll go for that. And contacted her. Literally, I contacted her and I said,
So
you know.
romantic. It's great. Is it?
And
So, nice tits.
yeah,
Nice coat.
but you know, sometimes
minutes
like
up
you
the
always
road.
hold back a little bit. You don't say everything about yourself and everything like that. I was very open, especially about the agoraphobia. You know what a huge deal that is. You know, the agoraphobia is a huge deal. And I explained to her about it, and she went, "Oh, that's interesting." She goes, "So, how do you want to play this?" I said, "Well, look, I can meet you down the shops here." She went, "All right."
Down the shops.
Yeah, so we met down at the fish and chip shop here.
Yeah.
And we had fish and chips, and we stood outside, and we just talked about everything and anything, right? And we were getting on really, really well. And I did so. What was it? I'm trying to remember. I said something just to test what her interests are like, what sort of communication level we would be at. And I did something all right, and I said something, and it just happened to work with this line. What are bangers? Oh, Paul, sorry.
It's called the fringe in this country.
Bangers are anything over 38C, basically. Yeah. I do beg your pardon.
She's swimming to Cambodia. It's boogly oogly.
Norks.
But anyway, Norks was another. But we were, but she was deliciously open, and I was being deliciously open with her as well. And I said something from Python, and she come back with the other half of the line, and I went,
There you go.
"You're getting fucked tonight, mate." Yeah, and we were just beautifully tuned in. And she had said to me later, "Fun puppies, yeah."
Fun bags.
Bing bags. And she came home here with me, and I said, "Look, come in and everything like that, meet Mum and what have you." And I said, it sounds really sort of like, some mothers do have them. Come and meet mum. And all this sort of, you know what I mean? Sort of like, just so not great. But she was living with her parents at the time, as it transpired. She'd come out of a bad relationship. And so she came in, and she was greeted by these 9 very, very enthusiastic and very, very excited, because I had been out of the house for like 3 hours at this point. 9 very, very excited dogs who went, new person, yay, like that. Who literally pulled her to the floor in the front room and were just
Save you the job.
licking her and jumping
Saves
all
you
over
the
her.
job.
Yeah, exactly. I go, that's it, get her warmed up, guys. And and it was like, and she was beside herself because she had this dog. She loved this dog of hers, Toby, who had recently passed and everything like that. And so she was suddenly got all these dogs. She met me mum. Mum hated her right from the off because she preferred my ex-girlfriend, who was a fucking nightmare. But mum liked her. And that's because she didn't have to live with her. And, yeah, so, and Fiona's going, oh, yeah, fucking hell. Yeah. Him, the humour, the dogs. And then I showed her the keyboards and stuff like that, and, what I did for a living, and all that sort of thing. She's very, very interested. And that was it. So, but what was the name of the site? I wish I could
Okay,
remember.
Cupid, was it?
No, it wasn't called that. It was very popular at the time. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but it was the site where people go to who were, not too degenerate, shall we say? So, but I was
What
really
were you on there,
but I just barely qualified.
ICQ, yeah.
Fun bags reunited. Yeah, not far off, mate. Yeah, and so that was it. So it's nice and straightforward. But all my relationships have just been so straightforward and just straight, just and they just happen. So I've always been lucky from that point of view. I don't know why. I have nothing to offer at all.
Reminds me of that there was a magazine for a while, Large Naturals.
Plenty of Fish. Was it Plenty of Fish?
It might have been Plenty of Fish. Thank you,
I've
Vicky.
completely forgotten about
That's
that.
fairly recent, though, I thought.
No, Plenty
No,
of
no,
Fish
it
was
goes
a
back
while
some.
ago.
Yeah,
Does it?
yeah, into ancient times.
Certainly around here.
Yeah,
Redbridge
yea,
Parks.
verily, oh, lonely fish. Yeah, Plenty of Fish. Yeah, I think it was Plenty of Fish.
I found a lot
Was
of
it
things on
Match.com?
ICQ. My wife wasn't.
No, there was no kind of .com in the name at all.
eHarmony? Wasn't eHarmony?
No. Oh no, that's for people with the finger up their arse. Yeah, that was Harmony. That was more upmarket.
Well, it's where you actually analyze your profiles and stuff and try to match.
Yeah, where the women weren't asking how big's your dick, it was how big's your bank account.
Sometimes.
That kind of thing,
I had people with mixed results with those.
Yeah, and the guys are going, have you ever been to Cheltenham?
How about ourtime.com? Was that one?
No, I'm almost certain. I'm
Silver
almost certain.
singles? Yeah.
No, yeah, oh no, that's
Ashley
now.
Madison?
Yeah, more like Plenty of Alcoholics. There was that element. There was. I did actually meet a couple of ladies who did have trouble standing up most of the time. That is true.
Whoa.
Yeah, one of them, she was really nice and
One of
everything
them was
like
in a
that. But
wheelchair.
no, she was polluted from dawn till dusk. I mean, she was absolutely. You could actually see a haze coming off her from the alcohol
Oy, oy, oy.
fumes. And she was, poor cow. She was nice, but she was just. Oh, Jesus, she was off her
I'm
head.
completely oblivious to the whole online dating thing because I met Jackie before all of that shit sort of really started. So
Where do you meet Jackie then?
when I met her, she was working in a shop in what was the main shopping mall in Norwich,
Right.
called BB's Coffees and Muffins. Still tickles me. So yeah,
Yeah,
you
the
can
premise
guess what
is set.
yeah, you can. Yeah, so it's a coffee shop
Right,
whose
okay.
focus is on coffee and muffins, but also, what were those things you used to cook me, Jack? Focaccias, weren't they? Those things you used to cook me at BB's. It was a focaccia with satay or something, wasn't it? Oh, anyway, so I'm working at Gateway Computers, which had its
Somebody
store.
had to.
Yeah, well, they had the store. Do you remember the Gateway Computer store?
Yes,
Like
I remember
Cashews?
them
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
So it was opposite BB's, but I was business. I wasn't sort of consumer. I was business.
Oh, you
So we
didn't get
had
your
an
hands
office-
dirty or anything?
Yeah, no, we wore suits, so we sat out the back and we dealt with people that spent lots of money.
Oh, those people.
Those sort of people, yeah. But no, yeah, we used to. Because you couldn't smoke in the shopping mall, so we all used to go outside the shopping mall, and
Yeah.
obviously we'd go and get our coffee from BB's because it was the closest one. So we just got to sort of we just got to know each other. We were smoking buddies, sort of thing. There's a
Yeah.
whole group of of us doing it. And then one day I said to my my colleague, I said, I'm going to ask that Jackie out. And he says, all right, go on then. I said, well, no, I'll go have a cigarette first. Build up my courage and I'll go and ask. So I've come back into the shopping mall and I'm walking back towards the shop. And I thought, I'll be really cool. I'll go and ask for a coffee. And then whilst she's serving me, I'll ask her out, see if she wants to go out for a drink or something. And as I've got like 10 yards away from the coffee shop, there's another woman that worked there called Dawn, I think her name was. She was a real gobby little cat. And she just shouts out literally across this massive, shopping precinct thing, Rob, Jackie wants to ask you something. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I go across.
Wow.
And,
Okay.
and I said, yeah. And she goes, well, I was just kind of like wondering, if you might want to, like,
Oh,
sometime.
bless.
I was like, it's funny you should say that because I was about to ask you the same thing, but thank you for doing it first. And yes, I will. And so that's. But I'm trying to remember now, and she'll kill me if I don't remember this correctly. We had gone out as it was a Christmas do, so like a whole bunch of people from all of the shops in that kind of wing of the shopping centre. We all went out
You
on a
fuck
Christmas.
first date.
We all went out on this Christmas
That's
booze
classy.
up thing, and Jackie and I were chatting, and I thought I've pulled it. This is going really, really well. And then all of a sudden, her mobile phone pings, and she looks at it and she goes, "I've got to go." I said,
Oh.
"What?" She said, "I'm really sorry. I've got to go. I've got to go." And she was like all flustered and that, and I was like, "Just stay." And she goes, "No, seriously, I've got to go." And so she just goes like fucking Cinderella. She's out into the first fucking taxi and gone, and I'm like stood there going, "What the fuck just happened?"
What, no slipper, nothing? Fuck me,
Nothing.
come on.
Not
Oh,
even a blowjob.
no.
Just boom, gone. And it turns out what had happened is her ex-husband had come back to her flat where I think the babysitter was with, my stepson David,
Yeah.
and he was drunk and kicking off, and it was it was a genuine reason for going, but like I'm there like fucking with a semi on, thinking what the fuck just happened here. Anyway, we did eventually, we went out and. In answer to Prometheus' question, yes, and here we are, nearly 24 years later.
Wow.
There you go.
Good on you.
No, good on her for putting up with it, Jesus. But no, it was a lovely, it just. I think the best thing about it is she's my best mate.
Yeah, no, I
End
mean
of.
that's what
End
piano
of.
is. She just, I mean, right from the off, we were both able to talk to each other, like we talk with each other. You know what I mean? It was just there was no pretenses. There was no areas where you couldn't go.
No.
It might be a bit dodgy or anything. You just talk about fucking anything.
So I seem to recall I'd been over Jackie's flat a couple of times because she'd had problems with a computer, And I said, "Oh, I can come and fix that," you know.
Fucking gateways.
Yeah, and it was just like, no, it wasn't. That was the thing. It wasn't. And so anyway, no, yeah. But we just it was just like, you know, we were really good friends, you know. And if I could impart any advice, any relationship advice, it is, if you meet someone, make sure you know that they're friends first, because that then kind of like just makes everything just great. And I mean, me and Jackie, like, you know, still pissing ourselves laughing over stuff.
This right. This, Phoebo, if you've ever heard a pig being slaughtered in slow motion, that's what Fiona sounds like when she's snoring. God, and she's loud.
Wow.
She's loud. And I try and roll her a bit and sort of like, and it goes quiet, but she kind of rolls back again, and then it's like this kind of thing, right? And then there was one night. She was snoring really badly, and she did say, she goes, "Oh, I really do snore quite bad." I mean, "Oh, okay, cool, we'll live." And I rolled her over, and she was still snoring, so I rolled a bit more. Still snoring. So I really rolled her over, and
push
she
off.
went like that. Like, oh, fucking hell! And I woke her up and went, "Oi, like that." She went, "What?" I said, "Did you check? Was it dead when you ate it?" That's all I want to know. Fucking hell. She goes, "What?" She goes, "Nothing, it's all right." Fuck. Yeah, and Max, the dog. You know, remember old Max, the dog? He just went...
He got up and went, "Fuck it."
And he got over and got over the other side of me. Like, he laid down beside me on the other side of the bed. Like, he's going... His eyes are watering, you know. It's like,
It's like a human whoopee cushion. Just push on her. And...
Yeah. I said to her the following morning, I said... "Thank you for that." And she went, "What?" I said, "Thank you for being comfortable enough that you can fart in my presence." And she goes, "Was it bad?" I said, "Well, we're still here. Put it that way." And she goes, "Oh, I'm really sorry." I said, "No, don't worry about it." I said, "I'm going to save one up and I'm just going to sit on your head."
I was going to say, it's a shame that Gateway story wasn't a ruse. You could say, "Gateway, getting people laid since 19 whatever."
Oh, here she comes. Oh. Breathe in. Oh, dear. Yes.
All this talk of boobs and stuff. There was a great old song on the Dr. Demento show. A woman singing the song, "He likes to nibble on my cupcakes."
Okay.
There's all this double entendre stuff.
Yeah.
She goes, "And there's a raisin on each tip."
Yeah, I mean, it's... I deem myself extremely lucky to find Fiona. Definitely, for sure.
Well, she's not that difficult to not find, is she?
Yeah.
Why did that start playing on my Apple Music?
Oh, what's that?
I must have said something.
Was it, "I've got a brand new corn bun harvester"?
No, it's fucking Luke Combs. Jesus.
Who?
Exactly.
Can't even play good music.
Is that one of those free ones that came with the phone or something like that?
No, I must have just said something that sounded like, "Hey Siri, play whatever."
Yeah. Yeah, that is firmly turned off in this house now.
I had to have words with the kids because obviously we've got some Amazon Echoes around the place, and they would just go and just start playing their music, but they wouldn't select their account, so it was all coming up on my fucking thing.
Yeah.
So then when I open my Apple Music, it's telling me, what it's recommending me all this stuff based on what they're playing.
Yeah, it's like
which is not what I want to listen to.
Yeah, it's like my YouTube. I open it up and it's full of all these videos about, what Trump said today and everything like that. And I shout down at Fiona, "Will you stop using my fucking YouTube account on the TV?"
Yeah.
"Oh, it's easier." I'll give you easier.
I'll just threaten to kick him out of the family account, and they soon sorted that.
Yeah, well.
By the way, if anybody's looking for some new music to listen to, the new Jamie XX album is fucking amazing. So just recommendation there. Listen to that today.
Oh, did you check to see if you'd had your account updated with StreamYard?
I did.
Because apparently it doubled in price for 100.
Yeah, so there's this thing about they're changing the pricing plans, and they're basically putting the prices up, but they're also building in. Well, they do this thing called it's like a blog post, and every time they update something or introduce something, that they'll put it in there. And like a month ago, the new head of the company that owns StreamYard, because they got sold off about a year ago, said, "Oh, we're delighted to introduce this new feature and that new feature," and I'm like, I don't remember seeing it there. So I come in and I'm having a look, and no, I'm not seeing any of that stuff. So I put a message on their Facebook page, which seems to be their main kind of central support area, and they moderate every comment. So every time you put a comment on there, it goes into moderation, and then they read through it, and then they decide whether that's something that should be posted, which I think is shit. Anyway, but my post got approved, and I basically got told that these new updates are rolling out with the account changes, but they didn't mention any of that at all anywhere else. So I'm just, I don't know whether I'll renew at the end of the year. But the thing is, if I don't renew,
needs a new yacht. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If I don't renew at the end of, I think it's the end of November, I've got this new system, Ecamm, but I just haven't had the time to sit down and set it all up properly, because it's a lot more, it requires a lot more setup from our level, whereas, StreamYard just makes it quite easy just to fill in, sort of like paint by numbers thing. Yeah. Ecamm is very, powerful, but there's a lot to do. So I've got a week off in October, which is kind of leaving it a little bit late. But I've got a week off in October, and I'm going to hopefully try and sit down and get that sorted.
Do you want me to do it with you and jump with you?
Well, Ecamm is cheaper than StreamYard, but it does require that you've got a decent computer, which I've now got. And a decent internet connection, which we've now got. So, it might be worth doing. But I would let me be the guinea pig.
Yeah. Your computer has to be up all the time.
It's not far off then now. But no, I just had a thingy come through saying, do I want to upgrade to a 1 gig internet for an extra £10? So what a save on the StreamYard, fucking will make up for. So bang that on.
I'm thinking of because I can go up to gigabyte, or gigabit or whatever it's called. So I think, what have I got at the moment? 300.
Yeah, I think I'm on 385.
Yeah.
I think it's a 300, but it averages out at 385.
Yeah. So I might just pay and I'll just put it through on the business, and then I ain't got to worry about it. It's fine. But
as long as we can have the up to 10 people at once sort of thing for the pub.
That's the thing with Ecamm.
Go on.
You get, for your annual subscription, you get there's not a limit on the amount of people that can come in as guests, but there is a limit on how long they are on air for.
Well, they can come out and come back in again, surely.
Yeah, but no. So there's like an annual limit of, say, I think it's 250 hours every year. So if you're on the show for 2 hours and Andrew's on the show for 2 hours, that's 4 hours per show out of my limit.
Oh, well, I was thinking of getting one as well.
No, it doesn't matter. Separate
accounts.
Oh,
it doesn't? Oh.
No. It's, so my account has 250 hours of guest time per year on the plan, and if I want more, I pay for it, and it's not hugely expensive, but when you look at when you compare the price of StreamYard and you look at Ecamm, and Ecamm's like, oh, that's quite a bit cheaper. Actually, when you start factoring in the fact that you might have 2 or 3 guests. Sorry, what are you doing? Oh. Yeah, so the money starts to rack up a little bit. No, sorry, it's just a thing. She was just showing me her pussy.
Ah.
Oh.
Can't give it
Big.
a stroke.
It's big. Big and hairy.
And I'm afraid of
On those
it.
notes, I think I'm going to go to bed.
That was another song. It was called "My Girl's
On those
Pussy"
notes,
about the
Big and
cat.
Harry.
Yeah.
Have a pussycat dolls?
Bing.
We're not getting a nightcap or anything? Fuck you then. Jeez.
Anyway, have a lovely evening whilst I'm about to fall asleep.
See you,
Take
Robert.
care, Robbie. Oh, so, mate.
Lovely to see you as always.
It's Phil Oakey.
Don't be a stranger.
What?
Who?
Always. I'm always a stranger here. See
You
ya.
are at the moment.
You're an
yeah.
enigma.
Are you coming to Synthfest, by the way?
Yes, I still need
Have
to
you-
work out whether I'm sleeping on Brooksy's floor or...
Have you paid your deposit for the meal?
Not quite. I need to check whether I can do another PayPal account, but obviously I am still a person non grata with PayPal. They still seem to think I'm under 18.
I can understand why that is.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I was 12 when I opened my PayPal account, of course.
That's
Now I'm
considered
just-
rape now.
Now I'm 15. I mean, yeah.
I hope you went 12 and you opened your OnlyFans. That'd be a real problem.
Yeah.
No, legally I was 18. Anyway, on those notes, I'll leave you
Go,
there.
fuck off.
Okay, I will then. if I can find the fucking button. Must be here somewhere.
Oh, that's just not
you got a lot
dramatic
in
there.
there.
Yeah, you've lost it now. You've lost the edge there. There you go. What a wanker.
All right, dear. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm all right.
Good, man.
In.
How was fake Phil Oakey?
Do you know what? He was more fake Dave Garn than Phil
Yeah, I
Oakey.
saw you.
They were brilliant, though. I'll give them 8 out of 10. Yeah, well, these tribute acts, they've got to be good, haven't they? Especially if they're charging.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, too right.
But no, it's packed. No, it's 200 people up there. No, it's good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Swindon for you? No, all right. So, all good
Still
stuff.
Kill beans.
Yes. Any luck with those speakers, or haven't you heard yet?
I haven't had a reply yet. They're supposed to send me an application form.
Oh, okay.
But I imagine either they've been inundated and we're bottom of the pile, or they've been inundated and they just haven't got around to it yet. But
Right.
it doesn't matter. It's not a massive. I just thought
It's not a problem. Yeah, it'd be nice. Yeah, like you say. I'll bring him anyway, just in case.
Yeah, I'll bring my iLouds as well.
Did we not try Zoom, Robbie, and we had audio issues?
We never tried Zoom for the show.
I know that when I went on to Rams's and went through the Zoom on that, there was audio issue all over again.
Yeah. Now when we started out. I was using OBS, and everyone, including Ben and Chris, would have to come in via Messenger, Microsoft Messenger.
Right.
So they would, or Skype, generally. So they would dial in to my Skype account, and then using NDI, I would then feed them into OBS, which was okay, except Skype does this thing where if the internet connection between between the two callers isn't that great, it will reduce the audio bandwidth in favor of the reduce the video bandwidth in favor of the audio bandwidth, so that you can still at least talk to each other. And what it does then is it shifts the resolution. So OBS would require me to create a pane within the frame for each camera feed. And then what would happen is, and you can go back and check on like the very, very earliest episodes, that Chris and Ben would sometimes go from filling one of these things to then just only filling a quarter of it, because Skype was throttling the bandwidth of the video, and so it was doing that. Now what you can do, see, I didn't really understand too much about OBS at the time, but I then found out that you could then tell OBS, ignore that and maintain the the ratio, should I say?
Yeah.
So yeah, it just took it's OBS is great because it's free, but its learning curve is like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's
I've
not
got
like
Australian
it's a
OBS.
Sorry,
Is it Australian OBS?
I don't know.
No,
it's just open source. It's,
Yeah, it is good. Yeah.
I've got
No, it's
OBS
great.
on here already because it comes with the tiny 4K software.
Oh, hello. Glitching now.
3 minutes late.
I know. I forgot to wind it properly.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so that's how we would do it before. We would use OBS and Skype.
Yeah.
And then once I figured out how to stop that whole, flexing of the size of the thing, then it wasn't so bad. And then it was a case of finding not finding a platform, but also finding the funds for the platform.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you can't earn money on YouTube until you've got at least 1,000 subscribers or something along. I can't remember what the numbers are now. But you have to have a certain number of subscribers, and then you can start, accepting super chat or super stickers and what have you. And we had the PayPal donation thing, so it wasn't too long before we had enough money in the kitty to say, okay, well, we can afford a license now, so we'll do that. And StreamYard's been part of my life ever since. So much so that when I pitched an idea to my day job about doing live streams, I said, oh yeah, I've got a platform that I use all the time in my outside of work stuff.
Yeah.
And my boss was like, okay, well, if you know how to use it, and I showed him what it does, that seems fine. So I bought an account for my company and used Process Network referral code, so we get a kickback. So that was good.
The one thing I don't like about StreamYard though is where we got the two separate accounts listed. So I got the PSN one.
Yeah.
And then we've got the where you set it up, didn't you? So that it also then listed the
Spong Arms.
Yeah, the Spong Arms. But the one thing it doesn't do, and it's something that I've just remembered that because Wagoo's just been talking about it. If I'm on the pub and I set my name to something, I don't know, Mr. Wankalot or something.
Yeah.
Just before I go on PSN on a Friday, I have to check because it still says Mr. Wankalot, even though I've signed technically going to a different account.
So I went and did a test. I went to do a demo session for my boss in California.
Yeah.
And thankfully, obviously, I'm grown up. I don't use smutty names.
No.
But
I refuse to grow up. I'm sorry.
But that was still there. So Rob, they don't know. My work have never known me as Robbie. I'm Rob Pericelli. That's my professional. That's on my emails and my whatever.
Fair dues.
So I invite my boss, the guy that sits underneath her, and a couple of other people. Invite them in. No, not literally. Invite them all in. And I'm demonstrating, so I'm doing the different camera shots and saying, oh, we can do this, or we can do this, or we can do that, and we can do this, and all this kind of stuff. And there's a pause, and she goes, "So who's Robbie?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
that's what everybody has always ever called me. But at work, it's just Rob. Because you want to sound grown up, don't you?" I'm not ashamed of it, but anyway. So there was a lot of ribbing and a bit of teasing, but thankfully no, I didn't have.
But it wouldn't be the same as Sir Wankalot.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I mean that'd be slightly different.
But you're right. It doesn't matter what account you're.
It doesn't matter what it is.
The cookies, store, just whatever was in there the last.
And so many times I've nearly gone onto the show with whatever the pub name was the day before.
Yeah.
Or the or the week before, depending.
So.
Yeah, but Mr. Wankalot does sound better. I agree, Paul.
Yeah. But that would be a bit of a career limiting thing for me. Yeah. So.
Mind you, not that it wouldn't matter that much on PSN because you can just pop out and straighten it.
Exactly.
But you know what I mean, though. I mean, it's not like.
Yeah, you don't want to go to work as Cunty McCuntface or something like that.
Exactly,
yeah. Or it's a works interview for a church or something. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my other pseudonym is child molester. You know, so sorry about that. You know,
Yeah.
Oh dear.
but
But
the
no,
Victorian Lego figure. Yeah. Oh mate.
yes.
Oh,
No.
but I must. I love those pictures. That
They're brilliant. Yeah.
they're brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean,
Steve Sims told me how he does them. I think that's great.
yeah, but I showed where he did the one with the four of us, and Fiona focused in on Andrew. She's gone, oh, do you know who he looks like, don't you? I went, no. She goes, do you remember Pie in the Sky? I went, oh,
yeah.
oh, yes.
Well, he looks like him anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah. Really good at that look. And I said, yeah, it's been a bit unflattering with the old...
I've
with
got
the
a
old
bit of
chin
an
there.
aversion to anything that is AI generated, and I don't know why it is. If I'm,
But I'm liking this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is kind of it's fun because
It's
been created by some.
harmless.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
pretty harmless. But when you scroll through stuff nowadays, and you just see pictures that have been put through some sort of AI filter, even. I'm just like, oh, right, you're gone, you're binned, whatever. It bothers me. I don't know why. It just bothers me.
They also have the same look. They have a similar color scheme.
Yeah, it's the whole thing just bothers me, and I don't want any. You know, we've been having this discussion at work because there's a cloud-based service called Synthesia, and every few months somebody in my job, at my company, emails me and says, "Hey Rob, have you seen this amazing new thing called Synthesia?" Yes, I've fucking seen it. And what Synthesia is it's an AI platform, machine learning platform, where you can feed in your text, your narration, whatever you want to say in your online presentation or online e-learning content, and it will voice it in any voice that you want from the selection that you've got, and there's a wide selection of languages, so it'll automatically translate it and do all this kind of stuff, but it also will generate a photorealistic avatar. So it'll just be a bloke in a suit, and it just looks like a bloke in a suit. It's not an animation, but they animate the mouth to go along with the words, which again it's nothing new. It's been done.
Yeah.
But it's very quick. It's very rapid. So you can if a lot of companies use it, they basically create a PowerPoint presentation. They'll upload that into Synthesia. And then they'll feed the script into it, and then it will come up with the script, and then you can take the avatar and you can then either have it stood to the left or the right of the screen, or you can have it in a little window in the top left hand corner, and you can mix and match and everything. And initially I was like, fucking hell, they're after my job, because that's
kind of what you do.
It's kind of what it's part of what I do. And it even got to the point because I use an AI voice when I'm producing a module, which can take 3 to 4 weeks to produce an e-learning module.
Yeah.
I will do all the voiceover myself, but I won't do it until everything has been signed off and agreed. So in the interim, my tool allows me to put all of my narration text into it, and it will spit it out as an audio file. And it's not perfect. It's pretty good, and it's good enough to give the stakeholders a good idea of what
the finished product will be.
Exactly. And we always say at the beginning, it's all AI generated. And it's got to the point now that people have been saying, "Oh, I like that voice. Can we keep that voice?" And I'm like, "No, because that's my job. That's what I get paid lots of money to do. So no, we're not keeping the fucking artificial voice." But we had this request come in because normally what happens is that they'll contact us. They'll say Synthesia, and we go, yeah, but it's quite expensive. So you can get a license for one user, and I think it's like 4 or 5 guests. So it's not like a 5-seat team license. It's like one seat, but 4 people can kind of sign in at different times. And that costs, I don't know, 50 to 60 or something a month. But enterprise level, which is what we're looking at, is around per person, so per seat on the team, at least $5,000 a year for one person. Now our team we've got 10 people on our team, so you do the maths. It gets very expensive very quickly. But then this department that we've just started doing a lot of work with came to us and said, because as always, new guy joins the business, turns to his boss and says, "In my old job, we did this. Can we do that here?" And the boss goes, "Oh, that sounds interesting and exciting, Mr. New Guy." I'm kind of yeah. Goes, yeah. Can you do this, Rob? I said, "Well, yes, we can, but it costs a lot of money." And he, this is the first time ever, he turns around and says, "Yeah, I think we can pay for that." Okay, shit. So he's now about to buy a couple of licenses. He's going to give us a license, and we're going to start looking into this thing. Because the other thing we get asked a lot, because we're a global company, is our e-learning. Can we do it in different languages? And yeah, we can, but it's not just the audio that you've got to translate; it's all the on-screen text.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, we got a quote for like one course was something in the region of $60,000 for this company to translate the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
60 grand. That's mental. So yeah, there's some amazing cool tools, and I'm sure they'll get better, and I'm sure that one day they eventually will put me out of work, but not on my watch.
Definitely not.
So, but I've just found you've got to embrace this stuff. You've got to at least embrace it and just say, okay, it exists, and maybe there's a few things it can do for me. But the minute you start saying, well, maybe we can just feed everything into this, and it spits.
Well, that
out.
Google deep dive you did on the thing was very, very clever, wasn't it?
Scary shit.
Very scary.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, Ken pointed it out on Facebook. Yeah, it does sound. The two people that are
she was a bit annoying, wasn't she?
Yeah, it's a bit cheesy. If you listen to some of the output, there are little glitches in there. Like a random word or a grunt or something, But for the most part, it's very authentic.
80% there, isn't it?
And it's based on. So the whole Notebook LM concept is that you tell it what your trusted sources are. So if you are, genuinely using it for genuine good stuff, and you say, I want you to generate a whole bunch of stuff on this particular subject and look at this site, this site, this site, and this site, and you know those to be, reliable, fact-checked, whatever, then what it will spit out will be based on that stuff. And so it'll be pretty accurate.
So basically, it's not AI that should be feared, but the unscrupulous wankers that use it.
Exactly, because you can put anything into that's the thing, you can put anything into it, and it's not AI because it's not sentient.
Large language modeling.
Yeah, it's machine learning and modeling.
Yeah.
It's just looking around the web and
it's kind of
Dan,
it's
Dan,
clever.
There he is.
It's clever, but
He's AI generated right here. Look at him.
I don't know. Lego's AI systems have gone through. Oh, jeez, man.
Is he frozen? Oh no. Evening, Andrew. Oh,
Hey.
It is those butt cheeks. Look at those butt cheeks. It's amazing.
Is that foreplay? Walking up to it.
So you just reminded me of Meaning of Life.
It's before and after shots. Yeah.
And this is the during.
How did your editing go, darling?
Can I download it yet?
Yeah, you're able to download it 5 minutes after I posted the last thing. You can have a look at all of it.
Well, you said, "Oh no, I've made some fuck ups," so
I said I made a couple of minor, and it will be ready in 10 minutes, and it has been.
Oh, there you go.
The word minor wasn't in there. You made a couple of squonk ups. Was the word?
Well, that,
Squonk ups.
Squonk ups. Squonk ups implies. Squonk ups implies. No, all right, I fucked it up. But
Well, it's what Fiona puts her squonks in.
Yeah. That's the delivery service. Squonk ups.
Yeah.
Downloading the updated files as we speak.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there's more because I've got stuff which I did specifically for PSN, but they're just too big at the moment. I can't be asked to edit those as well. So yeah, but I've done all the other editing for today, and then tomorrow I've got another day of editing. But there we go. Life is fun and rich
Indeed.
and mobile.
Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah, I did have a look at that thing that we can't tell anyone about, by the way.
Yeah.
It's rather.
Oh yes, that is good, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Shut up.
that's the one.
I miss a real clock. I really do.
I got.
I
loads
just
in it.
love the sounds of ticking clock.
I like
Yeah, when
the
they
sound of
stop,
breaking glass.
The house is dead. It's weird.
Yeah.
Or your pacemaker. Just
What there is that? Yeah.
Tick. Tick, tick.
It's
tick.
still downloading this fecking choir.
Tick, tick. What, Eric one? Which one?
Omnia.
Omnia. Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a 73 gig update for it.
I bit the bullet and I bought the upgrades to Wavelab Pro 12 and Cubase 13 Pro. I've actually downloaded them and installed them.
Yeah.
And the whole lot costs me 120 quid, I think. So, yeah.
There isn't that much more in 13 Pro, if I was dreadfully honest. Coming from, what, 12.5, isn't it?
Yeah, 12. Yeah, but the I think the thing was I still had 12 registered to a USB licensing, the USB key. And because they're stopping e-licensing, I think in January or February.
Yeah.
And I knew I'd just forget, because if you go past that date, you've just got to buy a brand new copy, which is lovely.
I found 13 Pro to be much more better behaved in Sonoma.
I had a quick look at it earlier, and it just seems a much simpler interface, a much more intuitive interface.
Well, it flickered like a bastard in Ventura.
Like the bastards flicker.
Yeah, this one
Why?
did. I have no
Why?
idea. But in Sonoma, it's been rock steady Eddie, and it hasn't squeaked once in months. Because I've had Sonoma on now for what? 3 months? 3.5 months?
And it'll be another year before you do your next update.
Yes. I'll wait until this. What's this new one called? Squeaky Oinky? Sequoia. Oh, okay.
Sequoia.
Sequoia. So when Sequoia comes to 1.35 whatever, then I'll think about upping it.
You'll think about upping it?
Yeah.
That sounds like some sort of thing for the Penguin of Death.
It does.
Mind you, when it comes to upping it, you should have been on the pub about an hour ago.
Why?
We'll be talking a lot about upping it.
So should I get Cubase Pro 13 then?
If you want, how much is the upgrade for you? Because you're a peasant from the outside.
Yeah,
it'll cost you more.
I've still got my SX1 license registered on there, but that means
they'll laugh at you.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't even remember doing it.
Yeah, the cheapest I can get it is 152 as a cross grade.
I'll grab it because it's normally about 435.
Yeah, I know.
I think it may. I was looking early when I did the upgrade. I was looking at the previous versions that you can upgrade from, because I've got 10 and I've got 12 and I've got several systems.
I did like 10. I
like 10, but I prefer 13. When I looked at the list of previous versions you can upgrade from, I think the second sort of lot of upgrades, which is everything apart from the last version, I think it was only 80 quid for everything going back to, the year dot, pretty much. Have a look.
Yeah.
Have a look. 60 quid or 80 quid, something like that.
No, cheapest I get is 152. So.
Well,
you're getting a shit lot for 152, but
yeah, and that's the one thing that's kind of swinging me, is that you do get a lot. Yeah, and that Halion
Jesus.
Sonic as well, it looks quite nice.
There's a lot of very, very nice instruments in it. I must admit.
Yeah, Halion I've not looked at for a long time.
And like I said
For all
before,
sorts of
that pad
reasons,
shop
but it's
Pro,
good.
I mean, it's like having a quadrasynth on tap.
Oh yeah, 2.2, the update.
Yeah.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the because there was a track I did because it was using sample data, human voice singing sample data, and it sang these phrases, right? And it puts the you can click on it and ask it to put the sample sections and notate it as MIDI information on the track, and then you could move them about and it would just sing a completely different tune depending on where you set the each word individually, and it did all the time everything automatically, and it just sounded like you'd ask this person just to sing a different song using the same words.
In which
on Cubase, on Cubase 13 is literally just move it about in the note editor, and the sample played differently.
well, okay, I'll have to have a look at
Brilliant.
That's clever, isn't it?
that.
Yeah.
I'll have a look at that.
So it was one of the oh Christ! It was one of the symphonic orchestra. No, not Symphobia libraries. It was basically it was an ethnic thing, and you basically look at that little sweetheart, and it was just this woman singing or chanting, if you like, various phrases in some Arabic or whatever language. And it was a lovely voice, but it was all the wrong. This isn't what wouldn't fit in what I was playing. But I could just change it to fit what I was playing and change the timings and everything. And it was fucking, and so she's singing these actual lyrics in whatever language it is. Oh yeah, it was actual lyrics.
What were the lyrics?
It's all like and this type of thing, and did all
so
the.
it's French.
So if you extended the MIDI note, it time stretched the sample, so it would stay in pitch but last longer, and all this sort of thing. And you play it back, and spot on, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And that's why I stay with Cubase, because I know where things are. No other reason.
I've got to find my way around it again now, because it's been, although I've been using 10 and 12, I haven't used them that much in anger, and I was used to Sonar, which I really liked, and so I've kind of moved away from that. Although I've still got a copy on the system, so I can transfer stuff. But finding my way around it so it's intuitive, it's just a lot of.
Well, I must admit,
learning, but I need to do it. I need to, just. Grip
I think
them all.
over time, Cubase and was it Nuendo?
That was more of a
Innuendo.
Yeah, I've got closer, and now there is very little to choose now between this, the high end one and the Cubase one.
I was staggered to find out that Hans uses Cubase rather than Nuendo.
Oh, he's used Cubase forever.
Yeah, I know.
He's never used anything else. He loves it. He stays
Is it-
with it because he knows where everything is.
Has he still got his Atari ST
Yeah.
520?
I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put it past him, mate.
4 meg in it, I expect by now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what
he had
I
it
had.
updated and everything. Yeah.
I had a 4 meg. Yeah.
Yeah. Upgraded
Brilliant.
mine to 4 meg 30-pin sim.
Yeah.
Cost a fucking fortune.
Did when you first did it, yeah.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
enormous
I
amount of
love
money.
that.
But the STEs, you could just slot them in. A lot cheaper.
Oh, that's it. Just wind me up.
Yeah, I know, sorry.
Yeah, I had to
just
go from a
bought-
512.
I just bought a 4 meg and I loaded it up with Notator and Export and Unitor and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Freaking brilliant. Rock solid.
It was rock solid, you're right.
Yeah, never fell over.
Yeah.
Didn't know how to.
Yeah. And
I
the
brought
swing
mine
and
up
the
to Cambridge,
groove.
yeah.
Swing and the groove in
Yeah, you're right.
Notator.
But I mean,
Just
you know,
nothing's ever got close to that. Nothing.
I've had loads of doors recommended to me in the past. Richard Hilton was trying to get me to go to
There's one.
Logic, It was either Logic or Pro Tools. I can't remember which one it was now, but it was one of them. He said, "No, you want to be using this. You don't want to use that Cubase." And I had to look at. I'd done some trials. I had to look at some of the trials, and I'm going, "Where the hell is everything?
Yeah.
And what's that name mean?" And it's like it's got different names for things. I don't know where I am. And so
It was really funny when Logic was still available on Windows, because it used to be a cross-platform.
Yeah, eMagic.
Yeah, one time I don't.
eMagic, and I was one of the beta testers and part of the dev group. And then when they went Mac only, I really kind of, because it was just at the point they were swapping over everything, and you had to set up all the instruments and stuff, and I had all that done, and I was really conflicted at the time because I also had a Session 8 system, which was kind of the baby Pro Tools, and I was using Pro Tools from time to time, and I didn't get on with any of them. Particularly, they just all started. Pro Tools had really good converters, but cost a fortune, and I always felt like I might as well just walk in, drop my trousers, bend over, grip my ankles, and say, "Do what you fucking like." And, it really did feel awful. And then Cubase I was using Cubase for a long time, and then I think that was when Cakewalk entered my life by accident, and I loved it. I loved it. I just got on with it immediately, and that's that kind of paradigm shift. I was using Cakewalk for 3 days, and I got it, and it was just the most logical. Creative flow from concept through to actually things happening, finding a way around. 13 appears to be like that, Robbie. It feels like they've really done a job on the interface of making it much more intuitive to find your way around and fast. Gosh, everything's really close. You're not constantly jumping between lots and lots of different windows.
Well, I was thinking about bringing my Slate Raven back into play. Which is, even if it's just essentially it's a 27-inch iPad, touchscreen iPad. It's sort of like, it could be useful, but...
Well, I had exactly that, and I still have the touchscreen, which I use with Sonar, because Sonar was optimized for touchscreen performance.
I was just worried about how it was going to work with the Mac Studio. And I go, am I opening up a whole new can of worms with this now?
Well, it depends how old the actual monitor is, because if it's a keyboard, mouse and monitor.
No, it's just a monitor.
But it's got the keyboard and mouse built in, because that's when
the touch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And it's whether or not those drivers have been maintained and are compatible with Sonoma.
Yeah.
Plug it in and see.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
There. I might plug her in.
Watch everything go wrong.
Yeah.
So, I know it still worked on the PC, which is somewhere. I think it's on the landing. So it still works on PC.
I know lots of people that got on with Raven and with touchscreen sort of mixing. I wanted to like it because I like touchscreens. I've used them a lot for all sorts of things.
Yeah, I wanted to like it as well.
But for me, I just wanted to grab a handful of faders, and you can't, because as soon as you put your finger on, a fader, you can, it's multi-touch, so you can put them on a bunch.
Yeah.
If you blink, your hand moves that much, you're suddenly affecting something else, and it's. I just in the end, I just wanted real faders, but
the one my one when I first got, because I got it quite early, it was literally the latest greatest thing, and I got it, and I to this day I remember Richard Hilton saying to me, "Don't get it," and I got it, and then I had it for a couple of weeks. There was a problem with the software, so they literally pulled all the drivers and everything back, going, "Sorry, they're not working. We'll let you know when we've got them working." And I waited, and suddenly they became available, but they were in bits. So it was literally people writing code and go, "Yeah, there you are, they can use that." okay, now you can use that. So these bits and bobs coming through each day in emails, and we put all this software together, and it fired up. And they put up the you had these menus, the boxes at the bottom, those controls. And initially, they were huge. So if you had the 3 panels open, it took up just over half the screen, and you couldn't reduce the size of them. So all your transport controls were like enormous big yellow squares, and it took them like 6 months to get them reduced.
I've been taking a look at the new PreSonus, I think it is, 64-channel desk.
Yeah.
It's about $3,000, so it's kind of like twice as much as, or twice as big as the Wing, the Wing 32 or whatever it is, the Behringer thing.
Yeah.
But it's getting really, really good reviews, and it's kind of all of a sudden it takes me back to having the same kind of facilities, only more than I have with a big SSLG series.
Yeah.
But on a console that's a reasonably small footprint with full USB up and down and all that stuff, and you can use it for live for what. I just like the idea of having everything going through one console and going, there we go, up, down, root, done.
Yeah.
There's something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's $3,000, 3,100, I think. But it's a lovely looking beast. It's getting some really good reviews. So
yeah.
I don't know.
But I mean, I'm really, really happy with this Behringer mixer. I was a bit concerned at first about whether it's Behringer, but then later finding out, you go, well, actually, take the Behringer badge off in it. It's a Midas.
It's the Midas.
Yeah.
It is a Midas.
Cool. Yeah. And
What I don't understand, Ken, is why you've got it and you're still using the Focusrite.
I'll tell you for why. I put the drivers and bits and bobs on, connected it all up, and it's in the way you're supposed to connect it all up, and it just didn't seem to work properly. I couldn't.
32.
Yeah, and it was the interaction between the Mac Studio and that were a bit weird.
Have you tried it since you've gone back up to Sonoma, the latest?
Well, this is the thing. No, I haven't, and it did cross my mind only a couple of weeks ago. Do you know what? I should really integrate these feckers.
It would be a good thing because you could run everything through that, including
exactly.
your mics for the show. All the mixing and all the loopback shit can just disappear forever.
Technically, it is now, and it is doing all that. But penultimately, then the left right comes out and goes into the Focusrite. Where it's joined with the 80 and stuff like that. So, because if I put the 80 through the Midas, it gets very, very noisy. Even when you mix all the controls and everything, you still have, there seems to be more noise present than actual signal. But if I go
from the 80,
if I go directly into the Focusrite and then to the Mac Studio, silence. And I don't know. I don't know why.
Are you coming out balanced? Are you coming? Is the 80 a balanced output?
Yeah, it's a balanced output. Yeah.
So what noise are you getting? Are you getting hiss or hum or what?
Machine noise, essentially.
That sounds like it's induced then.
Well, this is the thing. But if you plug it into the Focusrite, it doesn't do it. What the hell's that all about?
It might just be a case of it's so close to it.
No, it's on the other side of the room. Couldn't be much further away.
And is it the same cables you've tried it with?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm going...
Must be a setting on the mixer then, the Behringer. Midas.
I tried it with different channels as well and mixed around with stuff and go, well, maybe we've got a couple of channels that are funny about it or all this sort of thing. But
I think it might be that the Behringer isn't either is or is not balancing an unbalanced signal. I think what's coming out the back of the 80 isn't balanced. I think it's just a straight.
Yeah, I mean, mate, it's
It's a
possible.
quarter inch. If it's a quarter inch, then you need to balance it a different way, or put a DI box between it.
Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do.
Or you might have instrument inputs which would be better to use. I don't know. Normally that kind of thing happens when there's a balance issue on the cable. You pick
Yeah.
up huge noise somewhere.
That actually might be it. Now you mention it, because it didn't do to start with, and I think that's when I was using the quarter inch ins, but now I'm using the quarter inch to XLR.
Try it with that. Yeah, try it with that.
Yeah, maybe that's the secret.
Because you can just simply put a buffer on the, if you're going unbalanced to balanced, you can actually put a balancing. I can't remember what the component is, but put a balancing cap or something on the cable, and it will take care of it. Or you use a DI box, or you just set it correctly on the mixer. I don't know. There's all sorts of ways of doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I found the mixer to be very intuitive to use. Because normally when I get a new mixer, I spend a week going, where the fuck is this? And what's that for? And where's this? And where's that go? This was like pretty straightforward. It was just like, yes, select that channel. Now everything is for that channel. Select that channel. Now everything is for that channel. It was like, that I can work with. And of course, everything's lit up and visually shows you what the settings are, and what it's just can't go wrong with this.
I remember back in the mid to late 80s, I was doing a lot of mixing on SSL E and G series, and I got a bit of a name for doing these mixes, and for years I didn't tell anyone that although I could mix the shit out of stuff, I was fucked if I could ever remember how the automation worked. So there was always an assistant in the room, and I would always say, you do that, but you just make sure it do the snapshots.
Yeah,
you said,
do the difficult bit.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
And it got the same when I was having to. The last time I used proper tape, 2-inch tape decks. Like two or three of those, and they had to be set up, and you have to do the tones on them and all that kind of stuff. It had been a while since I'd done it, and the last time I looked at one, I just looked at it and went, I can't remember the order, what I'm biasing on each channel and which tone to go. I couldn't remember, so I just said, well, you do that,
Well, we were doing this demo once for Skabri Records. And if everything went right, we were getting a deal, right? We were going to get signed, by this most fucking criminal, shifty fucking company you've ever bloody seen in your life. But they were offering a contract, so we're going, yeah, we're up for that. And we hired out a Tascam 8-track and a Allen and Heath 16-816.
Whoa!
Yeah, very nice.
Why we all got a 16-816 and we only had like about 3 synthesizers between us. 4 if you counted the organ,
You might have wanted to do vocals.
No fucking chance, okay?
La!
Yeah, definitely no.
Okay.
And we spent most of the rental time trying to figure out how this fucking mixer worked. I was going, we should have had to go on one before we hired it, and go, yeah, but it means we'd have to hire one to learn how to use it, so we could hire one and use it.
I used to hire.
We got almost fuck all nothing done. Absolutely nothing. There was one track and it was left channel only. It was like, oh, for fuck's sake, what's going on?
From 1980 onwards, every month I'd hire 1 or 2 synths from a hire company that I had I got on really well with them. So I'd hire in everything. This is before I got involved in the music industry. And I just wanted to know what everything. So I had CS80s, Poly Moogs, I had the Mini Moog, I had all of those things as they came along. And it would cost me I think it would cost me between 50 and 100 quid a week. You hire for 4 days, you get the fourth day free, and if you do it over a weekend, you get some more. And it was fucking brilliant. And I have to say, I was saying this. I was saying this to our cameraman guy yesterday. That once you understand something, once you understand synths, proper old analog synths, and and the progressions through that whole thing, with the Jupiter 8 and everything else, a mixing desk is a doddle. It's an absolute fucking doddle. It really is.
You can't hire anything these days, can you? Still? Do they still hire companies?
You can still hire stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
But it won't. It's normally not what we would call mainstream stuff anymore. That seems to be the thing that's changed. Well,
so PAs and mixers and
I mean, like
that sort of stuff
like
that you don't want to carry around. Yeah.
Like old Tiny says, he gets at least one person every single week asked to hire a B3.
Yeah.
But can he set it up for them because they don't know how they work? Or how do you start? Because there's a particular way you turn on a B3.
Yeah. I told you. I got a gig playing a B3. I was never a Hammond player. I never really, I'd seen people go, so I knew how to hold a C chord and an A chord, and that was it. But I got the gig because I turned up at the studio, and the keyboard player that was there, who was really fucking hot, had never played a B3, and he was struggling to switch it on, and I just happened to know how to switch it on.
Yeah.
So hold it for 30 seconds, hold it on. Essentially, priming the pump, isn't it? It's like pulling the choke out on your car. Just hold it for 30 seconds and then it's up and running. And I got the gig. I got paid a decent whack of money. And fortunately, they didn't really understand that I couldn't play. So
bluffed your way through that then.
Completely. I did lots of swoops. I just pulled drawbars out randomly until it sounded kind of nice and pushed them in every once in a while.
One of these has got to sound like an organ.
And fast and slow on the. It was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
I got paid for doing this, and I couldn't be worth a shit. But I can go.
Tiny gets a lot of calls from people who are doing stuff at Royal Albert Hall and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he said some of the roadies up there. He goes, they just leave the cables lying around on the floor. Don't tape nothing down or anything. They don't know how to handle half the gear. So he goes, I'm quite happy to make sure bring in V3, set it all up, put it into position, put the Leslies in the right place and everything like that. And then we'll deal with all the cabling myself. He says I won't leave it to some of these monkeys, as he calls them. And he said, but even professional, keyboard players, he says they still make, still do stupid things. So he said, who was it? It was Coldplay, wasn't it? I told you, Robbie, didn't I? He got a call from. Oh, what's his face? Oh, what is his bloody name?
Chris Martin?
No, not Chris.
It's the only one I know.
Oh, the one that actually can play keyboards.
The other.
Yeah,
you mean the drummer?
Dark curly hair guy.
Yeah.
Oh, what's his fucking name?
Leo Sayer.
He's been here. Nelly got him in the Tads as well.
Phil Lynott. Oh no, that
no. Too tight. Matt? No. Well,
Raphael.
Him.
Guy.
Guy Berryman. Thank you. That's it.
Guy Berryman.
So he goes, I've had Guy phone me up. He said, I went, oh yeah. He said, yeah. He said, fucking hell. He said, I'd drive all the way down there. He said, I'd rented, what was it he rented? CS80. I said, but they got a CS80. And he goes, no, they've broken it. I said, I'm going to see that.
I knew where that's going then.
Yeah. So, and he said they borrowed a CS80 and there's something wrong with it. I mean, okay. I said, I'm not coming with you. I said, but bring a soldering iron, you never know. And he goes, yeah, he says, no, I'll have a look and see what's going on. And he goes, I walk into the studio and he said, the boys are there and everything like that. And he talks to their manager, chappie, or sub-manager, or whatever it was. And they go, oh yeah, no, there's this horrible hum on the CS80 and we really want to use it on this particular track that they're working on. He went, all right. And he walked into the studio. He goes, where's the 80 then? He goes, oh, it's over there. And he looks and he goes, take the RE201 off the top of that 80, will you? And I go, oh, okay. And he go, oh, the hum's gone. Monkeys. And he went, that's 185 quid.
Mm.
He goes, what, for that? He goes, no, for fucking have to drive down here and drive back again. Wankers. He takes no shit. What was it?
They can afford it, correct.
He was at up at what's the big one, the George Martin studio.
Lyndhurst. Lyndhurst.
Yeah. There you go. He says, you know, yeah, they're famous and everything else like that and got money, yeah. He said, but, you know, they need me. I don't need them kind of thing. He's always had this attitude, all right. And he said, I was up there. He said, about 5 years ago now, he goes, I'm sitting there and I'm trying to have my coffee. He said, sitting in the studio trying to have my coffee. And he says, and the doors fling open. He's got these double doors, he said, that open into the studio room. And it's old Elton John, and he strolls in like this and giving it all this with all this. He said he's got all these minions following behind him and everything like that. And he turns to this guy that he was talking to, and says in a really, really loud voice. So when's fucking Snow White get here then? And apparently, he looks over at Elton, looks over at me and goes, oh, it's you. I went, mate, how'd you get away with it? He said, they need me more than I need them. I went, oh, he says, remember that. I went, oh, okay. When Snow White get here. Fucking hell.
Brilliant. That's great.
Yeah.
He did some work for that. What's his name? Lackey? The guy that's got
with the
a clavinet with the big wappy bar on it.
Oh,
him. Yeah. He went and took some. I think it was B3 again. They needed a B3 and a few bits. And he said he went up there. And he says, it was fucking mayhem up there. He goes, I wasn't quite sure I wanted to leave the B3 there or not. I said, it's all right, isn't it? He said, yeah. He said, it's okay, but oh dear. He says, it was fucking shit all over the place. He said, I was lucky to get out of there alive. Okay. He said, yeah, it was a bit chaotic. Okay. So he goes, if there's any damage to that B3, mate. Oh, okay. Yeah. But I think he's managed to insult just about everybody in the industry. So.
But like you say, you can.
Well, yeah, but I think it's actually a hobby.
Yeah.
It's actually a hobby with him.
He's known for it.
Yeah, very known for it.
It's almost an endearing trait.
Yeah, it's endearing, isn't it?
Yeah.
If he's insulting you, then he knows you're well enough to do it.
Yeah. And it's really, it's quite annoying because I said to him, I said, look, we're looking for guests for PSN. I said, do you know anybody you could ask? And he goes, well, Ringo, he said. Peter Gabriel. He goes, what sort of person are you looking for? I said,
those two would start.
Quite simply people, if possible.
And I'd retire. I would just stop doing the show. That'd be
and
box ticked.
And he's, okay, yeah, can you ask them? He says, I can ask them. He said, but they won't fucking be interested. They won't. I went, yeah, I said, but you can ask, can't you? Just put us on the radar even. He went, yeah, okay. And he does. He goes, oi, do you want to go on a podcast? And they go, no. Oh, okay then. I said, really? You start with Ringo? Fucking hell, what is up with you?
Mick McNeil's coming back, by the way.
Oh, brilliant!
Good.
That'd be great.
Spoke with him yesterday.
I love Mick McNeil. I love
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
That's really
Fucking a
good
good
news.
laugh, that guy.
Yeah.
Spoke to him
Get him
yesterday. He's coming back on
Good. When?
soon.
When?
It will be soon. Will be soon.
What?
I did say to him, I said, "Fuck it." Every time I mention your name, everybody goes, "When's it going back on? When's it going back?"
Yeah.
Oh, it was brilliant last time.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
one of the
good,
nicest guys in rock.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Although he's not in
absolutely.
rock anymore, really, to be honest. But
Well, he's not.
Nah.
that's just, it was a fucking travesty that he was pretty much left out of that Simple Minds documentary.
yeah, but he did say he didn't. Well, did they ask him?
They asked him, and I think his answer was that he didn't want to do the interviews. But regardless of that,
There was not
his
much
contribution,
on there, was there? No.
Yeah,
And you
his
think-
history
contribution
was cut out.
fucking massive.
Well, of course
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Without
They
him,
barely
His
he'd
mentioned
be-
because he won't do the interview, they've cut his history out, as it
Yeah.
were,
The
because
same
it
with
won't
Derek.
be relevant.
They barely
to the
mentioned Derek
context.
as well.
Yeah. Oh well.
And Mel, I mean,
Oh,
Mel
fine.
comes on and does a little
Yeah.
bit here and there, but that was it. So,
And he was miffed when they got rid of him, wasn't he?
yeah, I did see Mick in the chat last night. Yeah, that's kind of how we started talking again.
I did actually ask Tiny if he wanted to come on the show.
Mm.
He said, just regale us with some stories,
Yeah.
you know, because he's worked with
Well, yeah.
everybody. I mean, everybody. It's just ridiculous the amount of
Probably
people
won't
he
be
knows.
allowed to say anything, though, would he?
Well,
There are some stories you can't tell.
yeah, there's things going on in hotel rooms and stuff like that, and all this.
So
I
my
said,
next challenge.
Go on.
My next challenge is Justin Hawkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that. You said that last night. Yeah. That's go for it.
Was that
God
just
has
a-
spoken.
No,
No,
Well,
Robbie, you cannot.
I know they're. Well, he was their manager, and now he's just their tour manager because he couldn't fucking take it anymore. So I'm fed up with fucking babysitting 4 grown men. But I know him, and I will speak with him. But mainly because Justin is an incredible human being, and also one of the greatest rock and roll guitarists, singers, whatever. But also his get this, his favourite synthesizer is
No.
yeah.
The
He's got it.
DX7.
He's got it tattooed. The DX7 logo on his arm.
Well, that's
Yeah.
a must then, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What mental institution is he living in?
Have you heard their new single?
No?
Seriously, go and listen to.
Oh, it's excellent.
It's called The Longest Kiss,
Yeah.
and it's absolutely reeks of classic Queen and Beatles,
Really?
and yet it still sounds like The Darkness. It's brilliant.
Wow.
Honestly, they are the one of the most underrated bands this country has ever produced.
Did you get to him through Dave?
Yeah, well, that's how I got through. I got through
Yeah.
Dave to get to Schiltz,
Yeah.
and Schiltz is their tour manager,
Yeah, yeah.
and used to be their overall manager, but until he got fed up. But Schiltz is an absolute legend, front
Yeah.
of house guy, absolute legend. I've seen him work close up, and I never had any appreciation for the work of a front of house engineer until I saw Schiltz.
Oh, jeez, it's.
Well, get him on then.
I'd like to. But
Yeah.
he's generally incredibly busy because he's very good at what he does.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You ask these people, and you get 2 different reactions. Well, you get 3 different reactions. You get the reaction where they go, yeah, sure.
And then
Or you get the reaction of, no, I just haven't got time to do that. Sorry. Or you get the, no, I don't do interviews. Mind you, I've never had the, how many subscribers have you got? I haven't had that one
I have.
from them. You have, which I think is sort of like, oh, fuck you then.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you mean if you?
there
What was
was-
it? He said if you get 100,000, I'll come on.
No, he said get back in touch in, when your numbers are a bit, better, and then maybe we can talk. The thing is, that person who shall remain, certainly in public, shall
For
remain
for loads of reasons, nameless.
absolutely nameless, is still, in my eyes, an absolute legend.
Yeah, and that hurts more.
And it did hurt a little bit
Yeah.
more. But he was incredibly nice about it. He wasn't like, oh yes, well, call me back.
Oh no!
No,
I
he was-
understand that.
He was
but
absolutely.
But it is kind of a sort of like, you know, how many sticks do you have up your arse kind of answer.
I
No matter how nicely you put it.
I spoke to a mutual friend after I'd had this conversation, and he said, look, honestly, he said, do not take it the wrong way. He is an incredibly busy man. He's being bombarded with requests like this all the time. Do not take it personally. He has to pick and choose. That's where he is in his
fair
life.
dues.
And he has to pick and choose. And so
But I wish these people would realise that it's getting people on, like said person, that gets the numbers up. Somebody has to fucking contribute first.
exactly. And this, I kind of counted his thing like, I said, Steve Bacaro came on and our numbers went,
Yeah, but it's like when I got us Dave Arnold, and I was like, yeah, we've got Dave Arnold. But unfortunately, and it's definitely not the people who were watching the show's fault, but there was a few people there going, who the fuck's Dave Arnold?
Oh God, really?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not into film music,
You're not into James Bond or whatever, I suppose.
well, no, that happened since.
Everyone will have heard.
Yeah.
Of David Arnold.
That happened after. Before
Or
then,
heard
he
his
was,
work.
it was Stargate and and all that. But you'd have to
Little
be
Britain.
into film composers, and it's a bit niche. Yeah, and Sherlock Holmes. He did
Sherlock,
the Sherlock Holmes, didn't he? With old.
Yeah. The guy's done a huge amount of stuff. And he's from fucking Luton, which is just,
Down the road.
that's
Yeah.
remarkable.
And he's a dude. He's a
Yeah,
fucking great dude. He really
he's
is.
a great laugh.
The
Yeah,
guy that
I-
turned it down was probably very busy, but I mean, he's not a fucking neurosurgeon. Everyone has a little bit of time in their lives for stuff,
Yeah.
especially for fans, right?
But as I've said
Yeah.
before, we benefited from COVID for a number of reasons. But one, because when we started asking people, if you want to come on the show, doing this kind of thing was the only thing they had.
Yeah.
They couldn't go out and tour. They couldn't go out into studios and record because there was huge amounts of restrictions. So it was like, okay, we need to keep our profile up, or we've got this coming out or that coming out. And so, these people were available. Now that obviously, thank fuck, it's all kind of gone back to relative normality. They're all busy again, and really fucking busy because they're catching up.
They're catching up
Sure,
on a
but
year's worth
It doesn't
of
matter fan
fucking wages.
appreciation. You should acknowledge, right?
Yeah, I mean, look,
Busy or not.
I rarely get anyone either not respond or respond in a rude fashion. It's incredibly rare. And most people will say, thank you, maybe get in touch in such and such a thing. Other people will be absolutely, like Dave Bristow, right? So I've spoken to Dave a number of times. And, we keep in touch about various things. And I'll say, have you seen this? And he'll say, have you seen this?
Yeah.
And I can't remember what it was. There was something that just made me think, I need to email Dave. And I emailed Dave. Oh, that's it. Somebody contacted me through my website and said...
Very late money.
Well, not for him.
No.
So this guy contacted me through my website a few months ago, and he said, I saw your podcast with Bristow, Leuenberger, Fernandez, and Channing. And he said, I've always wanted to just get in touch with Dr. Channing because I read some of his books and I've studied his work and I'm a huge fan. And I really would like to maybe get some sort of book plate signed so I can stick it in the books or whatever. Can you put me in touch with him? So I then contacted Dr. Channing and said, John is just like an incredibly open. He said, of course, you can give him my email. So I gave him the email, and apparently John wrote him a nice letter and sent him a book plate to stick in his book. And of course, this book was the book that John wrote with Dave Bristow. So then this guy gets back to me a little while later, and he says, "Don't suppose you have Dave's contact details?" And of course I do, but I never give out anybody's contact details without checking.
Checking first.
So I emailed Dave, and I said, 2 things, Dave. First of all, blah, 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 this guy wants to get in touch. Can I give him your email? Second of all, I forgot to ask last time, will you come on the show? I get an email back, a few hours later saying, yeah, by all means, give him my address, and B, when do you want me? And I said, is next Friday too soon? And he comes back, he says, perfect. He says, I'm retired now. Any Friday's good for me. Right, there we go. Boom, done, sorted.
Yeah.
And afterwards, I said, that was great, and, would you come on again? And he said, of course, just let me know. That's great. But that's not everyone, as we found out with a certain individual who thinks our numbers aren't quite good enough.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do?
Well, there's not much you can do. But there again, I've seen YouTube channels that got like 580,000 subscribers, and it's fucking shit. So I don't know what the trick is.
The trick is, a lot of the time, just getting them at the right time.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, yeah.
It's like, if your email lands in their inbox...
Well, this is what happens with Hans. Every time I've asked Hans, there's some major thing just about to go down. Every bloody time.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, okay.
I think the only way that we can possibly get this person that turned us down to
do a
come
different
on
night or something
is if it was maybe we had 3 or 4 people, some of his peers on as well to talk about, because then there would be some value, I guess, with him. But we're still in touch, and it's fine, and it's cool, and I don't feel hurt much. But as I said, we have a mutual friend who I have asked to come on the show, but he's a little bit, he's very much behind the scenes, and he likes it that way. He doesn't really want to change it. But we have a mutual friend, and he said, look, really, he said, do not take it personally. It's not a criticism of anything. It's just that he gets loads of requests, and he has to sort of pick and choose. And that's one of the criteria that he has to kind of pick and choose by. He says, but honestly, he'll do it eventually, he said, but on his terms.
As long as he's cool about it. Otherwise, it goes along the lines of don't meet your heroes, right? So.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't that. It absolutely wasn't that, because he was so polite in his email. He really was so very polite. And
well, like Wagyu says there, wish Vangelis had come on. Do you know what he would have done?
Yeah,
he would have done.
Probably.
Because he didn't like people who weren't actually, what's the word?
Real.
In tune.
Well, yeah.
In tune with it all. So he didn't like doing interviews with people who didn't understand the music. He didn't like doing collaboration with people he felt didn't play good enough.
Yeah, I remember you said that before.
Yeah, the whole jar thing, yeah.
Yeah.
But honestly, if he had survived, if I'd asked him, I still got his telephone number.
Try him. Never know.
You might have buried him.
You never know, but that'd be a hell of a call, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And
hello, can stop.
what? I'm eating couscous. Fuck off.
Hello, everybody, pips.
But yeah,
I'm sure he didn't speak like that.
No, he didn't need a much deeper voice than that.
Hello, everybody, pips.
But yeah, and he would have come on, because if we were going to talk about the music,
yeah,
if we're going to talk about the gear,
yeah,
not about who's he married to, fucking what's his favourite hobby. If we were going to be talking about that,
we're not Hello Magazine.
Yeah, and he'd be on. He would be on. Almost certain of that.
You couldn't get Daniel Miller on then.
Now you see.
Oh, fucking hell.
I know you had
that
nearly had that conversation when he was at the bar, and you said, "Fuck me, that's Daniel Miller."
Yeah, and
I've had him
fuck me.
standing in my garden. I've had him standing in my garden saying, will you come on PSN show? And he's going, yeah, but not right now. I went, okay, when? I'll let you know.
He's like, as soon as you fix that vocoder, I'm coming on.
Yeah, tell me you can't have it.
You know that's what's going to fucking happen.
Wendy
That
Carlos.
won't happen.
No.
That I again knew someone who knew her, because he no longer lives, but she does. And oh no, she no. Who was I speaking to recently?
No, that would be a very alien pond for her to go swimming in.
Yeah,
Wendy's super private.
Yeah.
Somebody I
yeah.
was speaking to about it was I think it was the Don Lewis movie, because they quoted. So Don has went on record many times and said that Wendy's work was a massive inspiration to him, which most people of Don's era would have said.
Well, yeah.
And she is incredibly protective of her IP. Anything, and she will sue if she didn't give permission, and she rarely does give permission. But if she will sue.
Stop talking about it. Quick.
And the person I was speaking to was the director of the Don Lewis documentary, and he said, yeah, I was just like, what do I do? But he said, my lawyer, that he got a lawyer that was well versed in licensing music for films. She said, fuck it, if she wants to come after us, she can come after us, but we're just going to fucking use it anyway, because we've got context and we've got fair use and blah blah blah. And they put the movie out, and Wendy didn't sue. So, but she has done many times.
I asked Larry Fast as well.
Did you ask him slow though? Because maybe he didn't hear you. Sorry.
Well, I made lots of comments about how wonderful the synergy synth is, just to see if that smoothed things over. But yeah,
Well,
I
works
got,
for Gabriel great too.
Oh, sure, I nearly said something, Rob.
Steady.
No, it's funny. I because Michelle knows him, and I said to Michelle, I said, any chance you could talk to Larry Fast? Yeah. Maybe get him on the show, kind of thing. She went, oh, I'll ask him for you. I went, yeah, thank you. She asked, and apparently not. So, okay. But we'll try again sometime.
Yeah.
We'll knock on that door again. Can you?
One great thing is to ambush these people at conventions and
Well, yeah, we'll have a word with Mr. Oakey, shall we?
Yeah. Right.
Hello.
Free beer. That normally
I'll tell
does
you
it.
who I will ask you, and I'm pretty sure he will agree, is Dave, Mr. Rossum.
Yeah, Dave definitely do it. You can tell that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll
do
that for that.
Dave spent an hour with Ken Flux Pierce about a year ago, so he'll easily do that.
Yeah.
Therefore. No, if Phil pops along again on.
This is Phil talking.
Yeah.
Mind you, as the days go by,
As long as he lets me have a go with Catherine.
I've always nearly been tempted on a few occasions to go, look, you're not getting any younger. You need to do this. Get your story out there before you go. It doesn't work. I don't know.
Yes, Keane. Oh God, who was their player? Who's Tim? Is it,
Tim Rice Loxley.
Yeah,
Tim Rice Loxley. He'd do it, wouldn't he?
I don't know, but he won't remember me. But myself, no, Steve, Steve Howell. It's a complex story. Steve messages me one day, says, "Hey, Rob, you know all about this eBay stuff." So it's my Welsh accent. He says, "You know all about this eBay." He says, "There's a Yamaha CP70 on eBay. Would you mind purchasing it for me? Make sure it's delivered to my studio."
Tim's got so many of those.
And I'm like, "Yeah, okay. Why? So I'm going to sample one." Okay, fine. So funds transferred, order CP, have it delivered to Steve. Steve gets a tuner in, has the whole thing tuned, samples the mother-loving shit out of this CP70. And it's a brilliant sample package, not only because this was around the time that the Z series samplers were out, and they had release note samples as well. So, no on sample, no off sample. And so he sampled every single note, but also he sampled every single off as well. So when you play this, it's just fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Tim gets wind of this and says, "Can we have that, please?" And like Steve's like, "Of course," because that's an endorsement and a half, because they were massive at the time, and of course their main sound was the CP.
Yeah.
So when you saw them on stage playing live, you watch them, and Tim's at what looks like a CP70.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's a rack unit down here with two Z8s, I think, in them.
Uh-huh.
And that's what he's playing. He's playing the Z8s.
So what's
They
he got?
will never go out of
MIDI
tune.
it through then, is he?
Yeah, this was like a hollow CP7
Really?
with just a master keyboard in there. But of course, if you look at the graphics for Hope and Fears, it's got a silhouette of the CP, in there. So that was the thing. So they had the CP on stage, but it was just a hollow CP case with a controller in it, MIDI through to these two samplers, one for redundancy, and that was it. They were using those samples.
Where did he get the name Hollow Sun from?
He named his studio back in the 80s. He had this. So Steve set up. This is the weird thing. I read Sound on Sound and 1-2 Testing and all of those magazines back in the day. And when I left school, all I wanted to do was get in the industry. And my careers officer said to me, "You want to work in the music business? Well, we'll send you to college on an electronics degree." Why? Anyway.
Because they break down a lot.
Yeah, because I'm flicking through the back pages of Sound on Sound or whatever magazine it was. And there was this advert, a little quarter-page advert. The Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to go there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I phone them up and I say, "I want to come on the course."
Was that a
How
post-grad
much?
course?
Sorry?
Was it a post-grad course
No,
or was
no.
that you on? Oh,
No,
right.
no.
Okay.
You could apply for it as long as you fronted the money.
Right.
$2,500. Now, this is 1985, 86.
Yeah. A lot of
That's
money
a lot
then.
of money.
It was a lot of money, but also my
Almost a
parents
whole
had got
new Ford Popular.
my parents had got divorced about 3 or 4 years before that, and there was a recession going on, and my old man was a restaurateur, so he was really getting hit. So when I said to him, "Could you pay this?" he said no. My mum had absolutely no chance of paying it, so I couldn't raise the funds. So I was absolutely gutted. Couldn't go on this course. Anyway, many years later, I get this S6000 sampler, and I go on to what was a very infant internet and search S6000 samples, and I happen across this website called hollowsun.com. Free samples, vintage synthesizers for your S6000. I'm like, I fucking hit pay dirt here. This is brilliant. So I literally rape the site of everything. Download, and this was 256K ADSL.
The good old days,
Oh yeah.
apparently.
So left it all overnight going to get all this stuff through, and it was a bit of an effort, but I got everything, and I thought, I can't just not say thank you. So I emailed. It was HollowSun at sales at HollowSun or info at hollowsun.com, and just thinking that HollowSun were a company. Didn't really think. Later that day, get a reply from Steve at HollowSun, and he says, "Thank you for your email. You are the first person who has ever contacted us to say thank you for this stuff that we put out there." And then he went on to explain who he was and why he did it, and because at the time he was Akai's chief sample guy, and this was one way of just encouraging sales and content. You can say, "Here you go, there's a whole bunch of free samples," and he was doing MPC stuff as well. and we just started talking, and that was the beginning of what would be an incredible, friendship for many years. Anyway, what we would talk like this in the early hours of the morning, but obviously we would be on, we would just be text on Messenger or something, and the conversation got round to my failed attempt to get into the Gateway School of Recording and Music Technology, and he said, "Fucking hell!" I said, "What?" He said, "I would have been your tutor." What? He said, "Yes, wow. I was the tutor." I said, my studio was where we did most of our work." And I said, what was your studio? He goes, "Hollow Sun." And that was it. It was just, there was no reason behind the name Hollow Sun. He just liked it. But that was the name of his little... He'd basically got a little multi-track and a couple of synthesizers and a sampler and something. I think there was a analog modular thing in there somewhere and a couple of other bits. And that was his studio, and that's just basically the name. Yeah, there's no real reason for it.
Well, how about this for coincidence then? My association with him, with Steve, was I'd got this CS80 that I'd bought, and it was just about starting to make the right kind of noises. And I was itching to actually go at it. Admittedly, I only had the quadriverb, because I've had the quadriverb, Jesus, so many years, it's ridiculous. And I was going to do I wanted to do the Blade Runner thing, basically. That would tell me how close I was to the 80 being correct. I knew it was close, but I wanted to know how close. And I started doing it, and I go, what I need is a VP330. I go to, the local rags sort of thing and have a look, see if we can, Exchange and Mart, whatever, and looking for a VP330 for sale, and then going, fucking hell, there's still that much. Jesus Christ, I can't afford that. I can't afford it. And I went on the net. It was early days, and it was that pay to dial in stuff. But I was behind everybody else anyway by a long way, and found Hollow Sun, and he had the VP330, the strings and the vocoder, as a now I've got to remember this, AWE sound font. For the AWE card. Which is what I had in the computer, and it's oh wow, and because I had me 2 little 1 meg 30-pin Sims in it, and I downloaded them. I tried them out, and I've gone, oh my god, these things are brilliant, and I emailed him and thanked him. And we had a little emailing thing for a little while as well. And then when he passed, I put up that Blade Runner thingy on my SoundCloud, but it's in memory of Steve Howe. Isn't it funny? And yet we didn't know each other. No. We only really discovered each other, what was it, about 4 years ago, something like that?
I mean, I
you invited me on the show, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I knew of you through Spears.
Yeah.
Because Spears would always bang on, oh, I'm taking this to Kent, I'm taking that to Kent. I'm thinking, why the fuck are you travelling to Kent?
First time I heard of you, Kent, was Sound on Sound magazine, a nice article they did on you.
Yeah, with that flu-ridden picture.
With that,
Fucking death with that.
Yeah, always looked like death formed up in a photo. I've given up, mate.
Spearsy would say, I'm taking this, the CS80 to Kent.
Well,
and I'm like,
tie with me, he would always say it. Oh, can you fix that? Yeah.
Who's in Kent?
Yeah.
Oh, Kent's his name. Yeah, Kent Spong. What?
Yeah, it gets worse.
Yeah. But the thing is with Steve is like, I talk about Steve. I try and talk about him as much as I can.
Yeah,
the guy was a fucking legend.
Yeah.
And he taught me so much. And
I still have his side. I have all of his instruments. I bought everything.
And he was just a legend. But
everything he did dripped in quality. Fucking hell.
Oh, that was his.
Do you know what? I still have those sound font files. He
was the absolute master. He used to call it bonsai sampling. That was his little thing. that he could get out. He said, all I need is that first kind of second or second and a half of a sound. So I can do all the rest. So
Yeah.
I just need that first little bit. Because he was telling me, we were at a trade show in Olympia 2, I think it was, in London. And we were just walking around and we were bumping into people. That was how I first met Ian Boddy. Because him and Ian were just like, yeah, we're like this. They'd both done a whole bunch of stuff for Akai. And so that's how I first met Ian.
Yeah.
And we'd walk around and we'd speak to people. And we got to the Korg stand, and Korg had just released this thing. It was called TR something or other. I can't remember what it was. Like a little mini keys keyboard like this, but it had a Triton engine in it. But Korg had recruited Steve to fit as many of these patches in, and he had literally, you know, it was something stupid like 640k, or it was just like this tiny amount of memory. But he said, well, that's one of mine, that is. And I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, have a play of it. And you play it and you think, fuck me, that's amazing.
How are you getting that out of 640k?
Yeah. But that was his thing. He knew how to do that stuff so well, and he taught me. And I wouldn't say that I was ever anywhere close to his
well, funny
his
enough,
standard,
his VP 330 library. Admittedly, all right, it is compressed and in FS2, but it was. I think it worked out. Both sets of sounds came in under a meg.
Oh yeah.
You know, and yet it was oozing the quality of something like an 8 meg fucking emulator. Do you know what I mean? And it was
You can use your sound fonts on your iPad. There's an app called Sforzando.
Yes.
You can import sound fonts into it. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sound fonts are still on a floppy. But I've kept them purely for, you know, they're actually on the shelf in the bedroom.
USB floppy drive. Soon sort that out.
Yeah. Got one of those in there.
Yeah, I did have one of them. Didn't I, Lily?
Oh dear. Chicken System's the other one you want to use. That can convert anything to anything.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I know.
Here's the thing, right? So here's the thing that connects what we're talking about with Chicken Systems. So Steve had started. So obviously Steve was all about Akai,
right?
He's, you know, because they were paying his salary, and he'd been working for them. He'd done. Not only was he doing the samples, but he was designing the user interfaces of, you know, the S3000, some of the MPCs. I can't remember which ones now. But he was doing all sorts of stuff for them.
Yeah.
But as he was doing his sample library stuff, he eventually, sort of came to the realization that the world wasn't going to follow him doing just Akai samples. He would have to deliver them in multiple formats to appeal to a wider audience and to sell more stuff.
Absolutely, right. Yeah.
So we used to have long conversations about, you know, what was the best way of doing that. You know, do you buy all of the, you know, the various samplers and then just take the raw data and stick it in and then program it in that thing and then spit it out and then sell it as a separate thing? And he said, I wish there was a way that I could deliver. I could just create. This is my sample pack with all the programming and all the sounds and everything. And then something says, I'm going to take that and I'm going to spit it out as this format, this format, this format, and this format.
Yeah.
And we agreed that would be a fantastic idea. And he went off and did some research. And I remember him coming back and said, I found this guy. In America, he produces a product called Translator.
That's it.
And he said, I've spoken to him. And he said, I've spoken to him, and he's agreed that he'll be able to come up with something that will do exactly what I want. And I'm like, brilliant, excellent stuff. So I can't remember. There was a name for it. He came up with a name. The guy, Garth at Chicken Systems, and anyway, so he went off and designed this tool, and delivered it, and it didn't work. And when Steve went back to him and said, "Sorry, mate, it's not working. You know, I'm putting the disc into my machine, and I'm getting the menu, and it's giving me all the options. And when I click the option, you know, that you want to spit out, it's not working." And this guy turned around and said, "No, it is working. It must be something you're doing wrong." So he's like, so he sends it to me, and I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not working." And this back and forth, and there was this insistence that it wasn't working, but the insistence on the other side was that it was, but it clearly wasn't. Anyway, this Garth guy starts saying, "You owe me money. I've done the work." And Steve's like, "Nope. I asked you to do a job, and this was the specification, and you failed. You know, it doesn't work."
Well, yeah, prove that it works. That's all you have to say.
And so this Garth guy threatens to take him to court, and like Steve's like, "For fuck's sake!" And there was a big old ding dong. Anyway, it turns out that this Garth guy was also producing or using his code for Native Instruments, and Native Instruments had licensed his code to do sample conversion within Native Instruments, and it wasn't really working that well in Contact.
Okay.
And if you dig through the forums, you will find huge amounts of people saying it doesn't work.
Because Creative Labs bought him out, and they shipped it with the original Emulator X. Now I wonder if they made it work. Because I used to make it work.
He's not been bought out. He's been licensed.
So that was the license.
He's still going.
He still has a website. Yeah. I've used his stuff and it worked for what I used it for, but I wasn't doing what you guys were doing. So
the thing with that guy is that he produced all this software, and he would always sell it as saying, "Oh, we'll send you the latest beta version." It was never a finished product. It was always a beta version. And if you have any problems, get in touch, and we'll fix it for you. And then people would just get really, really upset, and say, "Yeah, you know, it's not working. Oh, it's your fault." No, it's not. And there was this big. One guy, okay, whose name I can't remember his full name, but his surname was Khan, as in Star Trek. But obviously he was from probably the Indian continent somewhere, and he took this guy to task on I think it was KVR, and oh my word, this guy launched into a racist rant against this guy. You know, Khan this, Khan that. He was taking the piss out of him. It was. I even copied. I've probably still got it on a hard drive, so I copied all of the comments because it was brutal, really offensive stuff. And then he denied doing it. He absolutely denied doing it, and it was. It was. And the guy is a charlatan, an absolute charlatan. He did a version of converter for the Alesis Fusion that never worked, and Alesis dropped him like a lead balloon. Yeah, the guy's an absolute fucking charlatan, and I will never buy anything or have anything to do with his business whatsoever. And if you get it working, you're lucky. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I used it minimally, but it wasn't the best looking stuff. The interface kind of stinks. You know, he's not good at what he does, clearly. So.
Yeah, the stuff with the emulator X only worked one way. Anything coming into it, he wouldn't shove anything out. But yeah. Well, sound fonts really. Convert to sound fonts, wasn't it? Yeah.
Did Steve have a special process really for sampling, or he just was very, just had a really specific technique for doing it?
Sorry, I just kicked out that person that was trying to.
Yeah, it was annoying. Yeah.
Jump in. Did he have a special process? Not really. He what he would do was he would always use what's it called? It's completely gone out of my head. what was it? It was a piece of software on the Mac. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Sound Edit Pro, Sound Edit 16.
No. Oh Jesus, I've completely gone out of my head because he kept saying. This was the thing: was years and years and years before I got a Mac, I was being hassled to get a Mac by Steve because he wanted us to all work on the same platform. Oh, what
DEC?
no, Antares Infinity.
Oh, okay.
Antares Infinity. And yeah, he would insist on. So what he would do is he would take that Antares Infinity, he'd take a sample, and he had to say he only ever needed like 1-2 seconds at max. Drop that into Infinity, find the crossover loop points, and then just spit that out. And he would only ever sample every minor third. So he didn't sample every note. He'd sample every minor third, 1 or 2 seconds, do the crossover loop in Infinity, and then just spit those out, and then put them into whichever sampler he was working on. Yeah, most of the time we were doing it on the S5000, S6000, and then just use the synthesis engine in that sampler to sort of extend everything, and just make it work. It wasn't really anything. There was no witchcraft.
Too special, yeah.
He just knew his tools, and he did everything by ear. Certainly when he started using Infinity, that saved him a lot of time. But
here's what
most
Infinity
of the
looks
stuff,
like. I got it. It's going through a little flashy thing on the Mac website.
yeah,
It's automated, so you'll flick through the graphics here.
yeah, but it was because he was using it on a PowerPC Mac. Sorry, hang on a minute. There's a bunch of cunts that keep trying to get into the
It's like sound designer, that is.
kick.
Yeah, Sound Designer 2 was great. I used that on
Yeah.
and Alchemy. Alchemy was a great program as well.
Oh, that's right. It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I used the RS422 to go to my Emacs 2 back and forth in Alchemy.
Yeah, I did too.
And
Yeah.
I could do FFTs and all that cool stuff that the Fairlight had on it, basically.
Yeah.
It was just slow as fuck on a Mac Plus.
Very slow on the emulator too, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he would use that, and he kept saying, "Oh yeah, get a Mac." And at the time, I was like, "Well, I can't afford a Mac," and
Yeah.
so I ended up finding a piece of software called 0x Looper, which is a very seriously, mate. Fuck off. Hang on.
Wow.
There's a guy that keeps trying to get into the fucking show.
Lumpy
Apparently,
Willie.
he has insights on P Diddy.
I saw that. Yeah, I was like, oh, how exciting. Does he have insights on his lube use and all that stuff too?
Yeah,
Lumpy Willie.
his 48 hours with Justin Bieber. There you go. Banned. What was I saying? Can't remember what I was fucking saying. These are nice, by the way.
The X crossover tool.
Oh yeah, Zero X Looper, which was a Windows only program, but it pretty much did the same sort of thing. You just put a sample in, and it would find the crossover points really, really quickly and very
I do that by
efficient.
ear on the Emacs too. The crossfade loop shit. God, it was so annoying. Got a real appreciation for that when you hear people who did it even before that and came out with good results. You're like, wow, that person spent a lot of time on that.
But Steve would just click his buttons and twiddle that little rotary on the S6000. Well, he actually only had the S5000, but he knew his way around it so well, and he would do a lot of it by ear. But
most of it wasn't multi-sampled per key. It was just one good sample per key every third.
He would always do every minor third, and then he would do, certainly as we got sort of further down the line with the S5000, 6000, and the Zs, where multi-sampling was a thing. Then he would do maybe 3 velocities,
hard, soft, and middle, or something like that.
And then just program the rest in. So, but eventually he had to yeah, sort of like say, yeah, okay, I've got, the hardware sampler market is dead, and which platform do I go on? And I remember him coming to me. He said, I've thrown the towel in. I'm going to go down the contact route, and I'm like, no, please don't do contact. And he said, well, what else is there? I said, well, there's this thing called Mac 5.3, Mark of the Unicorn. And he said, well, yeah, but I haven't got that, and I don't know. I said, yeah, but I'm sure they'll be cheaper.
But it's not around anymore, right? There's no legs on that one.
Well, no, because it turned into Falcon in the end. But
that's Falcon. Okay.
Yeah, so I remember I was quite pally with the people at UVI. So I emailed them one day and said, here's this guy. He's got a real body of work, and I want to try and convince him. And they said, oh, here's a license. We'll send it to him. And he had a look at it, but he pretty much decided that contact was the way he was going to go. And not long after he employed the services of a guy in, I want to say Croatia, I think it is.
Oh, that's
Evil Dragon.
Evil Dragon, yeah.
Yeah.
He's been on the forums a long time.
He has, yeah, with his opinions, and but he's a really good contact scripter, and that's what Steve wanted, because Steve didn't want to get into the whole scripting thing. So Steve did all the samplings, and Mario did all the scripting. It's a real shame, because when Steve passed, Steve's widow was like speaking to Mario, and Mario was like, yeah, I'm going to keep the website going and all this kind of thing. He never did. It just lapsed, and that was it, really.
I mean, I still talk to them. I actually lost my registration from them. They sent me some stuff that I paid for. So they're still active in a way, which is good. Because I hate to have that stuff disappear. It's great tools.
So yeah, it was a bit of a shame, but there you go.
I bet he was pissed off when he found out about Sample Robot. Save all that work, yeah. Or Mimic
Steve,
on the Miko Nico.
Steve was very hands-on. He was old school. So even if somebody came along with a thing that you could just, well, I mean, nowadays you can pretty much just say, I want a sample of that, and it does everything for you and spits it out. He would have like, no, I'll do it this way.
I mean, I understand the hands-on. It's nice to have your hands in it, but with time constraints and stuff, sometimes you got to go with tools.
Yeah.
But his legacy is the great quality shit, so it's good that he put that time into it.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really explored Sample Robot, because a couple of years ago at Super Booth I bumped into the guy who makes Sample Robot, whose name escapes me at the moment, and we were talking. And he said, "Oh, I've watched your show and this." I was like, "Oh, that's very nice." He said, "Yeah, I developed a piece of software." I said, "Oh, what's that?" He said, "Sample Robot." I was like, "Oh, that's you." He said,
You're the guy.
Yeah. He said, "Do you use it?" I said, "No, I haven't used it at all." "Oh, you must use. Here's my card. When you get home, email me. I'll send you a copy." Thank you very much. So he sent it, and I've installed it. I haven't really had the time to sit down and use it properly. But
yeah.
Because I used to be all about CD extract.
Yeah.
And what was the other one? Extreme sample converter.
Yeah.
I had both of those, and between those two applications, I could convert anything to anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes I could just do it with one of the applications. Other times I'd have to use one application to get to a midway format, and then take that format, stick it in the other one to then get to my destination format. But those two, Extreme Sample Converter and CD Extract.
CD Extract was brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe it's still going.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I used a few weird things. I used A-Wave Studio for some weird stuff, like Kurzweil stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And
Gold Wave, wasn't it?
There are a couple things out there, yeah. But A-Wave was cool because you could actually open KRZ files and play the sounds right away. There's no conversion. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some very clever people out there doing some great stuff. Unfortunately, Chicken Systems isn't one of them.
Yeah, I didn't know he was such a bastard.
his business acumen. Well, it's an insult to even call it business. He doesn't have any. But I see his name pop up every now and again, like when BT got his Fairlight, and he was working with Andre. Now Andre is amazing. He's one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, and he's super fucking intelligent, and has done some amazing stuff, including restoring many Fairlights, including the Terminator ones. But BT got him on board to work on some of his Fairlight stuff. I remember seeing this post, and he says, "Oh, look at this is my friend Garth." I went, "Oh, Jesus, it's him again." And Garth has
like
come up
Wayne's
with
World Garth.
Yeah, he's come up with this amazing piece of software that will convert any sound into a Fairlight format, and I'm like, really? Why do you want to do that?
Yeah, that's one way around, surely.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, I can live swap stuff between the Fairlight and my computer," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, I can live swap between my Fairlight, between my computer and my 6000, but the Fairlight's are different." Yeah. Anyway, he does seem to pop up here and there, but he's the only one, because if you Google sample conversion tool,
no, he always pops up. Yeah.
His is the one that always pops up.
Well, to be fair, BT fell for that whole NFT nonsense anyway.
Oh gosh,
I'm not even gonna fucking go there. Yeah. I had a massive spat with BT. So his Fairlight, okay, he bought that from Peter Wilk, the guy that I work with.
Oh, okay.
And I said, Nick got me onto Sonic State to do a special about
That's
the Fairlight.
right, long time ago, yeah.
Long time ago. And in that special, I said, and it was just, I didn't even think about it. I think Nick had mentioned, "Oh, hasn't BT got a Fairlight?" And I said, "Oh yeah, we supplied him with it." Because when I say we, it's me and Peter, because me and Peter were doing Fairlight stuff together. So I just said we. A little while later, and I found out later it was Garth that grasped me up. So he'd said to BT, "Oh, this guy says that he sold you his your Fairlight." Of course, BT doesn't know me from fucking jack shit. So I get an email via my website from a very angry BT saying, you're talking shit online about you selling me your Fairlight, and you never did that. And I'm like, and this is after he and I had spoken via Facebook, because I'd posted, like, there's a couple of Fairlight groups, and I'd posted a new set of fans that we'd put into a Series 3. A whole bunch of real these Noctua, really super silent fans that we built in and fitted them into a frame, and they all went in. And he pinged me and said, "Oh, that's cool, I really want to do that on my one." And I said, "Well, here are the part numbers, these are the models you want, blah blah blah." And he said, "Oh, anytime you want to talk, here's my private email address," and he gave me all this stuff. 6 months later, he's emailed me, completely forgotten who I was. He's emailed me and says, "What's this you're talking shit on blah blah blah? You sold me your the Fairlight. Well, I can tell you for now, I didn't buy it from you." And I'm like, "No, I know you didn't buy it from me. You bought it from my colleague Peter." And I actually said on this thing, "we," and that just meant me and Pete, because Peter and I do work together, and that's blah blah. And because when his Fairlight arrived, it had been absolutely trashed. It was all flight cased and everything, but it had been smashed to pieces. And so he then allegedly put in a whole ton of work restoring it. And it was a nasty thing. And then I emailed him back, and Peter emailed him and said, "Look, this what the fuck's going on?" And I get this sort of like a apologetic, but it's one of those apologies. Like, it wasn't like, "I'm sorry for what I said." It was like, "I'm sorry if you feel offended about what I said."
No, not that one.
Nice.
The old offended chestnut.
It was that kind of apology, and I'm like, "Look,
A non-apology.
Honestly, honestly, don't fucking worry about it. I'm not losing any sleep."
So what's going on? Because I'm always interested when the word "cunt" appears in the chat.
Did it? I can't see it. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Talking about British Telecom.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Oh, yes.
I've had my fill, and then you see him. I mean, it's the whole NFT thing.
Oh, he was so enthusiastic on Nick's show about that. It was like I had to switch it off. I thought, what
Yeah,
are you going on about?
What have I missed?
Not a huge amount, but
Yeah.
it's just unfortunately there are well, it's the internet, isn't it? Things get mixed up.
Yes.
I've said all of this stuff. I'm sure there might be somebody watching this who'll run off scurrying off. Did you hear what this guy said about you?
Yeah.
And like, yeah.
This late night podcast that nobody's watching. Oh,
Honestly, I couldn't give a rat's ass.
Oh dear.
Hey ho.
Oh man. I was referring to the time BT promoted NFT shit on the site.
He just went. I
Oh.
don't think he's been on since then.
No.
BT.
Brian
He's
Tronto.
been, yeah, he collaborated with Howard Jones on the last album, didn't he? But that's only because what's his name knows him.
Oh god, you said BT, and I go, what the fucking hell is British Telecom doing
Yeah,
on
no, I
Sonic
was
State?
winding you up. No, that's what we meant.
I go, and why is he a cunt?
Funny enough,
It's funny because when you guys bring up that telecom, I have to think of the BT artists, so it's pretty funny.
I actually used to work for British Telecom.
No, that
years ago.
explains a lot.
What does that explain? A cunt word.
I was in BT Wholesale. Yeah.
Oh, mate. Oh, dear, man. What was the name of that fucking little bird?
That fucking little bird.
Yeah, remember we used to have the BT adverts with that little fucking...
Oh, Busby.
Busby, that was it, yeah.
We used to go to the phone box in the village and pick up the receiver and dial 100. Hello,
Yeah.
operator. Hello, can we speak to Busby, please?
Busby.
Oh, dear, man. Oh, mate. God, the shit we used to get up to. Well, I tell you what, this choir thing that I've just downloaded better be fucking good. It's taken...
7 hours. That's how long you've been on the pub.
You know, I had that
short of
quandary
7
about
hours.
what to spend my birthday money on this morning.
Mm.
I pulled the trigger. I did buy the Blondie box set.
You did?
I did. Yeah.
That was
I just
quite a random thing this morning, that was, wasn't it?
It was a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll turn up Monday, I suppose.
Cool.
Have a wank over Debbie.
Listen to
Another
Steve
one.
Elvis.
Send a photo of that to Ty. He goes, this is how
I'm
you
sorry,
do it.
I still think Debbie Harry today
Really?
is still. I would.
Yeah. What is she? 70 odd?
78.
Probably.
She's 78, and she looks honestly.
I tell you what, for a 78-year-old, she looks
Yeah.
great.
Debbie Harry and Videodrome. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Debbie Harry
Yeah.
in anything. Debbie Harry not in anything.
Even. Yeah.
There's a documentary on iPlayer at the moment, called Blondie in the UK, and it's all about, because basically they made it over here first,
Yeah.
and everybody thought they were a British band, and so they talked to Debbie and Chris and Clem and the bass player whose name I can never remember, and the other guitar player whose name I can never remember, and Jimmy Jestry. See, I remember the keyboard guys, but I don't remember the guitarist. And but they're talking to them. And they talked to a bunch of UK journalists and stuff, and they were showing some footage of Blondie at Glastonbury last year, and she's on stage. And I'm like, honestly, given half a chance, wouldn't think twice.
Yeah, I was a bit like that myself until I saw Chrissy Hine.
No, Chrissy Hine, yeah, she is.
Yeah.
I do like.
But
Mind
there's
you, I was a bit of a Susie Quattro.
Oh, I thought you were going to go Susie Banshee then.
Oh, Susie Sue, for sure.
Susie Sue, that's...
Susie
Yeah.
Quattro was always too much of a tomboy
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, Anita Harris. Yeah, there's a name from the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's that famous photo, isn't there, of the 6.
The redhead
most-
in Hot Gossip.
Oh yeah,
The
There it
short
is.
one.
I'll throw this up here. There's this very famous photo. So you've got Debbie Harry, Chrissy Hine,
Yeah, there was all of them together. Yeah, I know that. photo,
Viv
yeah.
Albertine, Pauline Black, Susie Sue,
Mhm.
Polystyrene, and why the fuck aren't you loading up, you absolute wanker? There you go. There it is.
Yeah, back in the day.
Debbie, Viv, Susie, Chrissy, Polly, Pauline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
I
ever seen
think
that pic? Because you know Chrissy Hind used to work in Sex. Yeah, the McLaren and Vivian
Oh, on
Westwood.
Kings Road. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a very famous picture of Chrissy Hind. I know you must have seen this. With George.
Oh, that's killed him.
Oh yeah.
Must be a big picture he's loaded.
It's too sexy for the internet. He just froze.
Yeah.
Speaking of going, I gotta go get ready for dinner. I gotta take a shower, so it's good hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, and you, mate.
And you, babe. Look
See
after
you
yourself,
again.
yeah?
See you later, all.
Cheerio.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Yeah, BT Revenge.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
he's back.
Very bit blocky.
Did I go blocky? That was funny.
No, he's still blocky.
Am I really?
Yeah. You've lost.
Yeah, Z expecting.
You're down to about what? What would you say? 640.
Yeah.
That's strange.
It's coming back.
Let me find
Ish.
the picture. Ish.
You've also been looking for a photo and it crashed you out.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. They're all bloody Shutterstocks. So they've all got watermarks on them.
That's all right. We're not printing it.
See if this all want to work. How's my thing now?
Yeah,
Am I
you,
back to
you're
normal?
sort of
Yeah.
4K-ish like
Oh,
now.
good. Oh, fucking hell. All these pictures now, they're all coming down in like WebP. And StreamYard doesn't like WebP. Stupid fucking thing. Oh, mate. What's this one? Is this any better?
So there was somebody representing in private chat.
Wagyu.
Oh, yeah, there was this. We had a couple of people in the chat, Solskibidi, who apparently had some insight onto P. Diddy. Can you let me in?
Lumpy Willie or something, wasn't it?
If I knew who that
He
was,
got
yeah,
a bit
probably.
frustrated. He said, "Why do you call me annoying? I haven't even spoken, mate. You're trying to barge into something you're not even fucking welcome. It's a piss off." And there was another guy who.
It's another one to cross off the list, then, Ken.
Complete random.
Let's get him on the show. Yeah.
Oh, come on! I need to get this picture. This is a great picture. Ah, here you go. This one might work.
It's only a niche group that come here.
That's fucking. Oh, Jesus! They're all coming down the wrong formats. I might have to just Photoshop them. Yeah, because I didn't realise until a few years ago that Chrissy Hind was it was an employee at the shop.
Yeah.
What, during the Pretenders or before the Pretenders?
Before
Obviously
the Pretenders.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Her and Steve Jones from the Pistols had a bit of a thing. But then that was one of the reasons that Malcolm put Steve Jones in the band, was to just stop him from shoplifting. We could keep an eye on him. Here we go. This one will work. Right.
Break the internet now.
Add overlay. pick Chrissie Hynde out of this picture. That's Steve on the left, Steve Jones on the far left.
Showing her ass.
And that's
Yeah.
Chrissie showing her ass.
Yeah.
Then Jordan showing her nipples.
Yeah, I
And then
recognise those lips anywhere.
Vivienne Westwood on the right there.
Yeah.
That was in Sex. But there's another picture of them where you've got Viv, Chrissie, and Jordan all showing their arse cheeks with the letters S, E, and X, one on each arse cheek.
Yeah.
To promote the shop. There's some brilliant pictures from that time. But yeah, she was big there for a little while. Then yeah, she went and started the Pretenders.
Yeah.
I always have a thing about Jordan. For me, she was just like, she was a goddess.
Yeah, look at that.
This picture of Jordan that
I'll show you my sexual awakening. Where is she?
if I had the ability to sort of carry this picture around at the time, which was in the late 1970s, I didn't. There's this one, her walking down the King's Road, and yes, that is a minge.
Not a sporran then.
Yeah, not a sporran, no.
Okay, the new.
But she just, and she was a lovely, lovely, lovely lady. She ended up being a veterinary nurse.
Oh.
Yeah, before she passed away not long ago. I got her book. It's amazing, absolutely amazing.
Right, here you go.
No,
then.
not that Jordan. No.
No, not that one.
This is when I discovered I had a penis. Here we go.
Not Kate Bush again.
No.
Oh, hot gossip.
Oh, hot
Yeah.
double gossip.
Second in from the right.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And she wasn't always in the lineup. And I was always very, very disappointed when she wasn't in the lineup.
Was that your penis that just hit that key then?
Yeah, I think
Which
it was
one
actually.
because obviously they changed their name over the years, but Sarah Brightman, she was in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
She was.
And Arlene Phillips was the choreographer, wasn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they did one set on Kenny Everett's show.
Oh, that Kenny Everett show.
And it got to the point where he came on with a fire extinguisher and put it all over him because he's getting far too carried away.
Too steamy.
Little Mr. Frenchman.
Far too hot. Yeah.
Jesus, it's 3 o'clock. Fucking hell.
I know.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Now, I went to the World's End, which is what the shop is called now, and has been since like mid-80s. I just did a pilgrimage there because I'd always I was too young to go down to London, to go down King's Road,
Yeah.
and hang out in those sort of places. But it was just like I just so wanted to go, and I took the kids there, and I'm like, I'm in the shop, which is really fucking small. It's not much bigger than this place. And I was wearing my fake seditionary shirt, the Only Anarchists Are Pretty thing with the Karl Marx stuff, and they're really fucking good replicas, but they're replicas nonetheless.
Yeah.
And I thought, will somebody? And I did get a couple of like this because they don't sell them anymore. But I was a little worried that I might upset someone, but they didn't. But some amazing stuff in there, but A, none of it would suit me. B, none of it would fit me. And C, I couldn't fucking afford any of it.
Wow, that's it.
They were quite pricey, weren't they?
Gone to hyper. It was cheap.
Yeah.
Did you hear the
Anarchy
story
comes at a cost.
Well, yeah. Did you hear the story about Dave's Louise? So, I was talking to him some years ago, and I was talking about these shirts and stuff. I said, I love them. I've got about 4 or 5 of them, all with different slogans and stuff. And he said, yeah, Louise had a whole box full of Sex and Seditionaries and Let It Rock, and all the different brands that because they would change it like every year or so. They would change the name of the shop and then change all the. She had a whole pile, a big box of these.
Yeah.
And he said after she left home. She went back one day to pick up some of her stuff, and she couldn't find this box. And her mum had thrown it out because she thought it was trash. It was rubbish because the clothes didn't. They looked.
Yeah.
They were
they
supposed to look tatty.
Yeah.
Exposed. Yeah.
Yeah. Because all of those shirts that he did, he bought a job lot of Wemblex shirts, which are these kind of classic mod shirts with the curved collars and the little bolt hole, through the thing, so you could put that little pin through, and they all had these kind of pinstripes. And so he bought a job lot. This is Malcolm. Bought a job lot, and using Domestos bleach, striped, put stripes on these shirts with bleach, and then wrote the slogans on these pieces of cloth in Domestos bleach with a stick. And then sold them for, I don't know however much they sold them for. But yeah, Louise had a big old fucking box of this stuff, Westwood McLaren stuff.
Yeah.
And her mum binned the fucking lot because she thought they were rags. One of those shirts, one of those anarchist shirts, if you were to stick it, if it was an original authentic shirt, it would fetch thousands today, just one shirt.
Oh my God, fathers.
Yeah.
Well.
She had the shirt, she had the parachute pants, she had the parachute top with the the strapping and stuff. And, yeah.
Damn.
Yes.
Should we call it an evening?
I think it's getting that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. If anything, just to stop me from fucking eating these things.
Yeah.
I used to have, honestly, this was terrible. I think they're Polish, but you can get them in
Oh,
Lidl,
yeah.
and they're basically the same thing. They're the same as pretzels, but they're basically straight, and they've got grains of salt, kind of stuck to, and they are.
I think I know them.
In my worst, I can't remember what they're called now. They're not called it on here, but when I was like really just like eating like a cunt on a Saturday afternoon, I'd have a whole bag of those and 4 cans of beer. Just sat here listening to the football. I was just like,
He's a right old lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Right old lad, isn't he? Yeah.
But, there you go.
Yeah.
You just reminded me. Remember when they used to do the scores on
4-5-4.
Saturday?
On a Saturday night,
yeah, exactly. On the Saturday night, around about about 5ish, wasn't it?
5
That's
o'clock.
right, yeah.
And here are the classified football results read by
Hunched
Gordon.
over on their armchair with the fucking pools.
What was his name? Gordon someone or other, was it?
That's
The guy
right,
that
yeah.
read them out.
And they did that thing, didn't they? They did that sketch where you could work out what the score would be by the pitch.
The tone of the voice, yeah.
The tone of the voice indicated whether it was...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what
Manchester
they
United
did...
3, Manchester City 1.
Yeah.
But what the sketch was, they were doing it just to throw people.
So doing it the other way around.
Yeah, and he was doing things like West Bromwich Albion 3, Aston Villa died in a car accident and stuff like this. Didn't bother getting out of the car.
Gordon Alexander.
Ah, well done.
Gordon, well done.
So what we used to do, we used to go and watch the football. We used to go down Carroll Road, watch the game. We'd walk back to the car, and we'd get to the car just as Sports Report would come on, which would be 5 minutes past 5 on a Saturday afternoon. And this is Sports Report. And then they would do all the... but first, the classified football results as read by Gordon Alexander.
Yeah.
And then he would go through every single league.
Yeah.
Do the whole thing.
50 odd fucking...
And even when you got to the score of your game that you'd just been and watched, you'd go, yay, or boo.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember
Them
the
were
old
the
days
days.
with old Dickie Davis and all that.
Oh, Dickie.
Fucking
Royal
hell.
World of Sport. Frank Boss. Grandstand.
Oh, the dirty old Frank.
And old, what's his mate? Used to do the rugby. Eddie Waring.
Eddie Waring, yeah.
Yeah, up and under, yeah.
And Murray Walker on a Sunday.
Yeah.
What more did you want?
Bloody hell.
Kiss of death on everybody, he was.
Murray Walker doing the F1. And he kept changing Ayrton Senna's name, kept pronouncing it differently from one season to the next. It was Ayrton, then it was Ayrton, then it was Ayrton.
Well, Ayrton is the actual pronunciation.
Yeah. So somebody must have put him straight at some point, but you could hear we struggled with it every time.
He lived 2 doors. Senna used to live 2 doors down from my uncle in Norwich when he was driving at Lotus.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's still people still apparently go and like visit
You got a blue
that
plaque
little
on it.
bungalow that he rented this bungalow in Old Catton in Norwich, and he was like 2 doors down from my uncle. But then nobody really knew who he was. But
I always wondered whether it was absolute genius or just a massive blunder, but having Murray Walker with James Hunt.
Great, wasn't it?
Because it was like opposing poles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He goes,
Yeah.
and there he goes. You go, yeah, he's going very well then. Yeah. Fucking hell. It's like, wow. What the
James
hell?
had his air of posh boy.
It was
didn't he?
doing like that, wasn't it? The commentary sort of did this.
Yeah, it was good. It was great.
Now, do you know what? I fell out of love with F1 when Ayrton Senna crashed and died at
Same day that Ratzenberger died as well, wasn't it?
yes,
No,
yeah,
Ratzenberger was the day
because people
before.
would.
Oh,
yeah.
of course, in practice.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was in practice. Yeah,
Yeah.
at
Same weekend.
Imola, wasn't it? It was at Imola.
Yep.
And I said to Fiona, I said, do you know what? I've gone round that bend 1,000 times, and she looked at me and went, Microprose Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Microprose Grand Prix. Yeah. And it's such a fast bend, but I still don't understand how the car just went straight.
Yeah, but that had a problem
off.
with the steering, didn't it?
Yeah. And you go, well, guys, check these things. How the fuck did that steering column snap?
Did they sue Williams for that? Was there a big hoo-ha?
There was a massive lawsuit, but I think
It
Williams
doesn't
eventually
replace one of the best drivers in the world ever.
I think they were absolved of.
Yeah,
a
they
lot
must
of the
sign
stuff.
something before they take these
I
cars
can't
out, mustn't
remember.
they?
Yeah, and
I was-
watching the fights between him and
Prost.
Prost.
no,
Mansell.
our guy Mansell.
Mansell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when Mansell went to touring car, holy fuck!
Yeah.
And that's why I left F1 and watched touring car instead. You know, the Volvo V70s were all the rage and all that. But watching him drive that, and he just outperformed everybody on the track. But not by a little bit. And he's come first. Yeah, he's come first, and everybody else has still got a lap to go. He was like screaming for it, and they really didn't like him. But he was really brilliant at it.
Yeah.
And then, as far as I'm concerned now, I mean, it's probably not true, but I feel that if you get pole, you've won the race, mate. As long as your car doesn't fucking pack up, you're all right. So it's yours.
It's definitely one of those sports where you can say it ain't what it used to be.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
But
It's just a procession.
I remember I was doing
about the
hospital
same, yeah.
radio at the time that sent on the day, and my show was 3 hours on a Sunday afternoon, so we would always report on the F1 or any football that was going on, and so we had the TV on in the studio and we were watching the race, and of course it all happened, and it got to the point, we were saying, the race has been, there's been red flagged, there's been a big accident with Ayrton Senna, but it looks like he's, and then of course the story starts to unfold, and because you're on hospital radio,
you can't really tell them that, can you?
You have to be really delicate about reporting on this stuff, and you're just sort of saying, well, it looks like they've got Senna into a helicopter and he's off, and there's no real word about blah blah blah. But I remember we just sat in the studio, and it was just like, oh yeah, we'll just put that on repeat for a little while. We were just watching. It was
It's one of those, where you were when that
horrible.
happened.
Yeah, it was just horrible.
Yeah.
Really, really horrible. And like you said, one of the most exciting, passionate, proper drivers. Probably one of the last great drivers. I mean, Schumacher was obviously very, very good as well, but he would say, if he could, that he was no Ayrton Senna.
Yeah, but Ayrton Senna didn't pull half the stunts that Schumacher pulled.
No, exactly. I mean, he did pull some. Let's be
He
honest.
did, yeah.
Senna was no fucking angel.
That World Championship race where he only had to the other bloke. What was it? Prost. Prost didn't have to.
Yeah, I can't remember.
If he won it, if he finished it, he would lose it.
Yeah,
so just knocked him
Prost
straight
was
out.
French. I mean, it's going to happen.
I mean, let's face it. Prost was a fucking awesome driver.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yeah. Yeah, well, I remember when they introduced ground effect in the 80s. I went, hello, here we go. Williams introduced ground effect, and all the other teams are going, oh, hang on a minute.
Well, that was Lotus. Lotus introduced it first.
Yeah, Lotus.
Oh, it was Lotus. I do beg pardon.
And
Colin Chapman.
And
Super
Chapman.
7.
Yeah,
the John Player Special.
Yeah, JPS, yeah.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I had that in Sky Electric.
Everyone
didn't have ground effect, though.
Everyone moaned about it, and then...
Everybody fucking adopted it.
Then everybody adopted it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, like most good ideas.
He was a regular in my dad's restaurant, was Chapman.
Yeah?
Gave me my Corgi model of the Bond Lotus Esprit from the
Oh, wow. Did he?
Nice.
From the man himself. Wow.
From the man himself. And then I played, threw the box away, played with it.
Yeah.
You treated it as a toy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what children do.
Lost all the little missiles that came out the back.
That's what children do, mate. I wouldn't beat yourself up over it.
I remember he came to the restaurant one afternoon with a box of all of this stuff that he'd got, all James Bond authorised, Lotus stuff.
Yeah.
And he gave me and Jason, who was the my dad's business partner's boy. We got these Lotus Esprits.
Yeah.
Some other bits as well. I can't remember what they were. But yeah, he was like proper nice. He was like a granddad, He was like a really nice guy.
Yeah. Yeah, because
he got on the ship with DeLorean a bit, though, didn't he? That's quite an interesting story, that one.
Yeah.
A little bit of money going underneath the old carpet, quite a lot there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing I was quite surprised with. Have you ever driven an Esprit?
No, I've sat in one, but I've never
Always
driven
wanted one. Benja's got one, hasn't he?
Still, yeah.
I drove one. Holy shit.
Beautiful.
Do you remember
what
when
one
you
was
used to have... It was the turbo.
Just the
S3 turbo,
I like the
turbo.
V8. Yeah.
Well, the thing with this was, my job was to wash it. It'd been repaired, and my job was to wash it. And I took the longest possible trip way round by going actually out of the coachworks and taking it up Longmead Road, which it's like a drag strip, Longmead Road. And I'm going, I don't give a fuck. I need to do this. And I gave this thing fucking shit up this road. And it looked the part. It sounded wonderful.
Stuck to the road.
The handling was off the chart. But my God, talk about a fucking bone shaker.
Yeah.
Zero.
Well, you're on the floor.
Suspension. We don't even know how to spell it.
Like 2 inches underneath your ass, isn't it?
And the thing, you could feel... I mean, if you ran over an ant, you go boing like that. It was just fucking nothing,
Yeah.
But by God, and there's a big roundabout at the end as a road, and I came up to the roundabout and I went round the roundabout to go back round to get back into the coachworks before they'd noticed I was missing.
Went round again, didn't you?
I just kept going round because I was going. At some point, the arse is going to break out, surely. And I just go round and round and round and getting a little bit faster each time, and the arse wouldn't break out to the point where you're going, how is the car doing this? And you're in it, driving it.
That was the magic of Lotus. Still is a magic.
It was fantastic. It was a wonderful machine. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But I took a Super 7 out. It was all over the fucking place. It really was. The arse wouldn't stay where it was supposed to be, for sure.
Yeah, but the engine was in the back of the Lotus on the Esprit, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so you got that already.
Well, she could use mid-engine mount, wouldn't she? Whereas the 7, it was in the front.
Because I lived in Attleborough for a while, and Attleborough is just up the road from Hethel.
Right.
And a lot of people that work at Lotus live, sort of in and around Attleborough, and the school always had a good relationship. So we used to go and do visits there. I remember doing a visit there one year. I must have been about 13, I think it was, and they had that this V8 engine that from top to bottom was about this tall, because they'd managed. It wasn't a boxer.
No.
It was a V8, but it was a very wide. The angle was just so they could get it into a smaller car, so it wouldn't require the height. They could keep the height. It was a fantastic piece of engineering. And then they took us to the upholstery section, because everything, it was assembled by hand.
Yeah.
And the first thing you notice is the smell, because it's all these sheets of leather they're not square cut. They're still,
it's
that
hide,
kind
isn't
of, it's proper hide, but all of them are all different colours. And the guy was telling us, whatever colour you want, we can do it. So you can have your car painted any colour that you want. You can have the leather upholstery done in any colour you want. You can even have the tyres in any colour that you want. We can do that. And we were like,
wow.
So I remember saying, so you can have a purple car with purple seats and purple tyres. And he's like, yep, if you got the money, you can have that. Wow. But yeah, it's a fantastic.
Yeah, then you wake up the next morning after you've taken delivery and you go,
you think,
what the fuck
what
was I thinking?
I got to sit in the so they used the Esprit in Spy Who Loved Me, and then the next one was it View to a Kill?
No, Spy Who Loved Me, and
it was the burgundy one with the skis on the back.
yes. God,
was that
called?
View to a Kill?
No, it wasn't View to a Kill.
No,
that was the last one. That's the last one Moore did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
pass.
Sat in that one. Stationary, of course. But
Yeah.
They changed the colour of it for the filming, didn't they? Because the original colour wouldn't come across right with the RGB filming or something. Yeah.
Can't remember what film.
What was the one they used for? Casino Royale. The second Casino Royale.
Well, the new
reboot.
that was the Vantage, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Vantage, but it was a one-off Vantage
with the defibrillator in the glove box.
Fucking brilliant, beautiful, beautiful car.
DB10, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. It was just a one-off machine.
Yeah,
That cost
and they had that
like
one-off
£2
Jag
million
as well,
or something.
with the baddie had the Jag, didn't he?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, there was that iconic moment where it's just...
The Spy Who Loved Me and For Your Eyes Only was it
For
too?
Your Eyes Only, yeah.
For Your Eyes Only, yeah.
And there was two Esprits because the first one got blown up, didn't it?
Yeah.
And we had another one.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
But for me, it's always going to be the DB4.
Yeah. DB4 or DB5?
DB5, beg your pudding. The DB5, yeah. Lovely, 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 lovely.
They made an estate version of that, didn't they?
They did, didn't they?
Like, why?
And you could get it in really weird colours, like orange. And it was like,
There you go.
That's the
oh,
beauty.
look at you. That's a sweetheart.
You'd have skis on it anyway, even in the middle of Norwich.
Yeah. Not that you could see out the back of it anyway. That reminds me of the rear window on the Mustang. What rear window on the Mustang? I don't know. I can't see. There appears to be light there, but I can't see outside anything.
Yeah.
I must say the later Esprits were quite nice.
The V8s, yeah.
Yeah, the S4s.
Yeah, it needed that lump in it just to get the...
They
Then
sort
it
of
sounded right.
They rounded it a bit too much, I felt. But it was
Yeah,
good.
I quite like the rounded.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
2002 was the last one they made, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What, sorry?
2002, I think they went up to.
Yeah.
You can get one now for less than 60. You've
I
really
must
gone
admit, I was kind of the same. I liked the sharp edges of the originals, and then they rounded them off, and oh, don't I? But as time's gone by, I've preferred the rounded off ones.
Yeah,
the wedge is
because
definitely
now
up
the other
of
ones
its-
look very 70s for some
of its
reason.
time, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The
It
later
just
ones
didn't
have
age
aged
well.
better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Slightly
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think when that film was out, I think what was it? I think I had access to a Morris Marina.
Same door handles.
Yeah. Yeah, that always surprised me when you go
Yeah.
up to these luxury motors at
And they're
the
still using
motor
British Leyland
show,
crap.
and you go,
Range Rovers had
that's a
Allegro
Marina
handles,
door
didn't they?
handle. Yeah. It was Marina door handle, I believe, that was on the Lagonda.
Yeah.
Fucking Lagonda. I don't know.
Anyway,
I think it's bedtime, isn't
it
it?
is.
Just think, I was at Earl's Court to see the Lagonda.
Wow. That was all.
And that sound, do you know how alien that sounds to me? I was at. It's so like, me? Yeah, I can remember being there when it was up on the big stand and they had all the dolly birds around it and everything. Announcing the Aston Martin Lagonda. There's a guy standing next to me. He goes, don't look like any bloody Aston Martin I've ever seen. It's all a bit sharp in it.
Sharp edges.
Yeah, where's the curves? Where's the round headlights? Good old days. Would that be 70?
3
Fuck.
or 5?
No,
Mid,
it wouldn't
I'd
be. No, it'd be later. It'd be 75, 76. I suppose 76, and it was a £33,000 car. It's like, who can afford £33,000 for a car? Good God, sir, no, you won't sell any. Actually, I don't think they did sell many. Actually,
No.
handful, I think. Had the latest roller there.
74.
I'll tell you one of the weirdest cars I ever drove was a Austin Allegro Equip.
With a built-in spoiler. Oh, no, it was the estate, wasn't it?
It had a square steering wheel.
Oh, did it?
It was a squared off steering wheel, and when you let it slip through your hands, you couldn't because your hands go blah, blah, and then fly off. They go, what? Square? Yeah, it was. So you imagine round, but then just
Yeah.
like that a little bit, and it was. Why? It just felt wrong. Everything about the car felt wrong. That was back in the days where if you want the sports model, it had a diesel down the side of it. You know, little graduated lines. There you go, sports version, mate. Put a decal on it, that's it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bit of plastic, yeah.
And still had Marina door handles.
They were the expensive part, yeah.
Yeah. They were good door handles until they came away in your hand. You go, but now how the fuck do I get in it? God dear. Come on then.
Right.
We've made, well, it's 3:30 in any language. Although the clocks behind you might say differently.
They always do say differently, but they're right twice a day.
That's what analog's all about. Sort of like, it's not how accurate it is, it's the sound.
Yeah, it's all about defo.
Right then.
Right, gentlemen.
Take
Cheerio.
care, look after yourselves and be well.
Take it easy.
See you soon, yes.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio, bye. Bye-bye.
Take care.